EJK. K, the Gift Master Terran. Moose Skills, the Preparation Zerg. Trace, the Reactive Toss. Violice, the Dark Horse. Who will be the most likely player to break out?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Breakout Invitational, day number 3. My name is Fear Dragon, and today I'm joined here by the one and only Tempo Starcraft. How you doing today, my friend?
Pretty good. You know, damn right, the one and only. No, actually, I don't know. There could be some imposters out there, but yeah.
Just
pretty excited.
To,
a lot of StarCraft this weekend.
Yeah, just don't go to SC_Tempo on Twitch, or you might find your alter ego. But we do have some pretty awesome show matches coming up, guys. Of course, the Breakout Invitational, a tournament that's going on that highlights up-and-coming North American players in the StarCraft 2 scene. But we have the semifinals picked out. They're going to be playing in these semifinals relatively soon. But first, we decided to throw a couple of show matches. They are all for $25 each, and they're going to be featuring some more prominent players in the North American scene. We got QXE and Kelazur playing in all 4 of our show matches today. Or I guess 2 each. They're not both playing in all 4 of the show matches.
Yeah.
But got actually starting off with a pretty awesome TVT. We're going to be starting off with EJK versus Kelazur, a Terran versus Terran. And I think that we're actually all ready to go. I don't want to keep people here for too long, but I do want to note throughout the event, there is one thing that I want to say is that there is a giveaway going on for these amazingly adorable StarCraft Zergling plushies. All you have to do to win one of these plushies is tweet out at myself and the player that you want to win, and make sure you're following both of us, and you'll be entered automatically into a raffle that will end at the end of the broadcast, at the end of the day, and we'll be giving them away. I think that Fenner won
it yesterday, man.
Fenner won the raffle
what?
yesterday, and that is gonna, for people saying hashtag rig, okay, you have not seen the shipping costs to Australia.
I was gonna say, yeah,
Trust
you would
me,
never
it's
rig
not
it.
rigged.
I was like, good luck with that one, man.
And it was MII Hallican who won day number 1. So, you know, guys, get your tweets in, and you'll have a pretty awesome opportunity to get that. Trust me, the odds are actually probably better in your favor than you would think. But with that being said, I think that we're ready to jump into game number 1 between these two players. Sorry, not Boreal EJK. That's actually just, it's a misnomer. His name in game is Boreal EJK, but he's kind of actually teamless right now. But he's going to be playing versus Root Kelazur in Legacy of the Void. Tempo, how are you feeling about Legacy of the Void right now?
I'm feeling pretty good about it. It's actually the new patch that just hit. I've been watching more streams about it. I haven't necessarily got to play as much in it, but I've been watching it and seeing. We'll see how it actually goes. But I had been playing quite a bit of it, and I'm just waiting for more people to get invited too. You know, so only get wrecked.
I know, there was a terrible feeling where you'd queue up and you're like, okay, I'm ready to play some Legacy of the Void, and then you queue up and you get like some pro gamer, you're like, okay, I'm not gonna learn anything this game. Just like I could go, like they could go for like the most nerfed unit in the game and they'd still probably end up winning. It was like,
yeah.
All right, well, time to queue up again. But TVT in the Legacy of the Void, I'm actually pretty excited to see how this is going to shape up with the patch that you just mentioned, because it seems like a lot of people are saying, you know, the Cyclone got the nerf where they can't target Aryans. And I know a lot of people are saying, you know, you can still get the upgrade and everything, but I wonder how that's going to change early game TVT in terms of like 1-1-1 openings, Banshee openings,
making the Banshee not
like
like totally useless there. Like,
yeah, exactly. I think the Banshee is going to be a lot more useful in the early stage of the game for that early harassment. So we might be seeing more of that. I know, I will say though that EJK has not done quite as much of the Legacy of the Void practice, so I'm wondering what he's also going to be tossing out. But we'll go ahead and jump on and introduce the players. Tempo, take it away with our first player introduction.
All right, everybody, welcome here to the Breakout Invitational show matches on this beautiful Sunday. It is going to be this player spawning in the top right. He is blue. He represents Root for Root Gaming. It is Kelazur.
And his opponent spawning up in the top left-hand corner of the map, we have the teal Terran player. He's a semi-finalist in the Breakout Invitational. It is EJK. All right, Tempo. We got already some differences a little bit. Much later gas guys are coming down for Kelazur. He's going for that barracks first, but EJK mixing it up, getting the gas guys are nice and early on. Here's the thing. This is where we normally talk about, and this is what the build looks like it's shaping out to be. But I'm still not entirely sure that like the builds are that mapped out in Legacy of the Void yet.
Yeah. Like how to actually read the builds, right? Like
yeah.
You can kind of see maybe what they're going for, but there's not like a figured out build where it's like he's taking it right now, and then of course you kind of have to reset the clock in your head as to what time things are being taken too, and it's like, wait a minute, you know, so you can't really go on that. You just kind of have to feel it out, and then I bet the players themselves are doing the same thing. Yeah, so that's always good to kind of learn with them as well.
Yeah, one thing I think we can identify is the fact that EJK is clearly going for not only the gas first, but he went for a second gas geyser very, very early on with the factory popping up. This reads to me like he wants to go for some kind of very fast Cloak Banshee build, maybe even go for a fast fusion core and eventually get up the Banshee speed. But this feels to me a lot like Banshees, but we'll see if he actually ends up going for that. Right now, he's just going for the Reaper.
Yeah, I mean, and the fact that he did get the double gas as well. And I always wonder too, I mean, I don't know how it is in this matchup, but like sometimes it feels like you almost always open up gas nowadays, whether it be one or two, just because you just kind of get too much. There'd be usually a big flood of minerals there, right? So
yeah. No, definitely. I know that's something that EJK has talked about, or sorry, Elohim has actually talked about, another player that was on Breaking Out this season, saying, you know, he used to avoid the gas first openings, but he started to realize, you know what, it really just is in a lot of ways a better opening. But EJK already getting a couple of first shots off with his Reaper versus Kelazur's. Kelazur does get the scout up on where EJK is though, and EJK is still sitting in the dark, so he's gonna have a little bit more time.
I know. I mean, he's pretty much focused on what it is that he wants to do here. I don't even think he knows where Kelazur has spawned. Once again, Level at Crest is a 4-player map. And he is opening up with the build that you kind of need to know where your opponent is. So maybe if he kind of read where it was that Kelazur was coming from, that's about it. But you should be able to get it here.
It's a bit funny because actually, if you take a look at what Kelazur has done, he's gone for 3 Reapers, which is actually quite a few. And he's going to be able to poke up. And what does EJK really have? The Banshee's going to be coming out soon, but I feel like these 2 Reapers, or the 3 Reapers, should be able to do some okay damage here. But, oh, good Hellion shots. Reaper bombs. Oh my god, I completely forgot about those.
Yeah, in my head, I was like, what the hell just happened? But, you know, there's a little bit of a defense that Kelazur got to put on back at home. Dude, there's a Reaper here. There's nothing here for Kelazur at all. There are 0 units here. This is only SCVs that have to deal with it. And a Marauder that will be popping out soon.
Ooh, this Reaper doing some nice damage. Going to be able to pick off an SCV or 2 over here. Already up to 3 kills. Going for a 4th right now. And he still has that grenade that he can try using. No, ends up going down because right now we see the Hellions being focusing on these SCVs over the front.
And now here comes, EJK. I think, I don't know what that was, but something blew up, all right? And it is no longer with us anymore. But it is going to be Banshee here, Fear Dragon. And now we're going to see what it is that EJK had planned. Keep in mind that he is still on 1 base, and he's adding 3 additional barracks here. Not looking to expand at any time soon.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a lot of damage over here. That's important to note. He actually has a worker lead of 30 to 25, but as you're saying, I mean, that expansion is going to be so much later if he decides to even get it at all. Legacy of the Void have a lot fewer mineral patches, so
it's going to mine out,
Yeah, he's super all in the longer he doesn't expand.
Yeah, and the big thing you have to notice about this game as well is if this doesn't kill either, we already touched on the fact that he's going to mine out in his main a lot sooner, and mules help do that pretty easily. Oh man, another But a thing too is that when you do harass like this, you're killing workers, right, with the Banshee, and if you start losing your harassing units when you do it, it's actually going to be better here for Kelazur because he can remake them. He has 2 mineral patches, 2 fields of minerals to utilize. So losing workers is not as big of a deal.
Not only
there's no follow-up. Yep.
Not only that, but like SCVs that he's losing, he's got a third CC on the way. I mean, let's put that into perspective. Third CC going down for Kelzor. EJK has not even started his second. So this Banshee's doing some nice damage, and he's killing off a lot, but the Mules alone are going to be very helpful for Kelzor to stay in a good position.
Yep. Well, you know what these... I was like, there's a lot of racks that are coming out here for EGK, and he is making 4 Reapers at a time with this. So he's just going to go full Halo here, man, with these Reapers.
Kelzor finally put on some counter pressure, has the C-Chink dropped in the mineral line of EJK, and is gonna be moving it around. There's not a lot of anti-air over here. There's actually no anti-air over here.
No.
Wow, this medevac is just gonna be able to dance around all day.
Yeah, and this is like EJK's dream. You know him. We were talking about him earlier as far as being able to micro, looking for some new gifts to put onto Reddit.
There you go, man. There you go. That's the point of these Legacy of the Void show matches.
But he's going in with 4. There are a lot of units here inside of the main of Kelazor, though.
Oh, yeah.
And, looks like they're not as many anymore. At least they're getting blown out of position. And a lot of workers are going down here for Kelazor. He's losing a lot.
He is, and he's down to 20 workers right now. Might even lose a couple more as some last final focus fires come down from these Reapers. God, those grenades are fantastic.
It's so funny. And he's even doing a lot of pressure inside of the natural. There's nothing mining at the natural here. And this is the kind of pressure you have to do. When you're doing harass, you really have to focus on this kind of damage. You don't just pick off a few workers. You completely disrupt the mining and even get a few. Whoa! Viking no longer here.
Yeah, good Widowmine hits also at the natural expansion, killing off the Reapers over there. There's still the Hellions, but at the same time, the Siege Tank was still doing some nice damage over the main base. It looks like it finally got pushed back and picked off, but man, Kelazor, he's taking a lot of worker damage, but again, tempo. 3 CC.
Command centers, yes. Like, it is a lot of I mean, how many have been killed? 40! What? I just, like, looked at the workers killed. There have been 40 workers that have been killed this game. And at the end of the day, look at the supply here, Fear Dragon, you know? 29 to 32 workers, but 51 to 52. Now, exactly even. That is... I don't even know how to
I don't know how to read it either, Tempo. This game has been absolutely insane. I feel like we're going to be hitting the point where EJK might just lift off his main command center and float over to his third, but no, he does have a third command center on the way, looking to try and play a little bit of catch up over there. But I mean, worker counts at the end of the day, they're dead even right now, Tempo. I don't know how, but they are. Well,
yeah, he's been non-stop, producing them non-stop. Kelazor, really a seasoned player, and he is showing that, you know, very, very resilient. But he's starting to lose a bit of these units, and that's pretty important. Because, doesn't kill it, though.
Shot.
Yeah.
Gets a very low on health, though. Maybe if you can just get a Marine or 2 out. He has a couple Marines that have just popped out, so get them over to the natural expansion. Take out that Banshee if EJK is not entirely prepared, especially if you end up dropping them in the medevac. Ooh, nice pickoff over there from Kelazor.
Yeah, that was really cool. Got rid of that. Doesn't have to worry about it too much. Turret is going to go down here. And here come 3 more Reapers. Forgot about those, I bet, Kelazor, as there's nothing here in the main once again. And they jumped into the main from that cliff. And another grenade on top of those workers. And do you know if when you do that, if it takes them off of the mineral line, or do they continue to mine?
Yes, it does stop them from mining. I think this is something that Jack Attack confirms. So if you aren't paying attention... It's actually a lot like what the Oracle Entomb ability or the Freeze ability would do.
Yeah.
Where it would just stop everything from mining for a little bit. You have to go like reset them and make sure that they're mining again.
Yeah. Well, this has been a really cool TVT, by the way. Like, I've seen quite a few TVTs, you know, at least before the patch, and EJK has definitely opened this up in a way. Well, hold the thought as Kelazor is going in with this Siege Tank, which that is a lot of Siege Tanks, but there's a lot of Marauders here for EJK.
Yeah. EJK has been able to get up a massive number of really solid units and just really tanky units that these Siege Tanks are having some trouble with, but he can pick up both of these Siege Tanks, and honestly, you could even pick them up if they were sieged up, but EJK gonna be taking game number 1.
Non-stop pressure. That was non-stop at all. Like, EJK never let up. Kelazor did a bit of counter damage himself. Yeah. 90 workers created insane. There for Kelazor. That is Zerg level. Yep.
You know what? Non-stop pressure doesn't even do that justice because it was both, like, there was points in time where Kelazur was microing the sieged up siege tank and the medevac at the same time that EJK was also microing his Reapers in the main base and Hellions at the natural expansion with a Banshee also in the mineral line at the natural. Like, there was action going on at 4 different points, and both the players were microing on all different fronts. Let's take a look at the APM tab, and at around that time, it was sitting almost close to like 250, 300 APM. These guys were going insane, and this is what excites me about Legacy of the Void tempo.
Me too. That was really cool. We'll see. These are best of 3s, I believe, right? So,
yeah, best of 3s for $25, and it's all just kind of for fun. It's more just to show, you know, this is what's going to be like coming. This is like a preview of the players that are playing Breaking On, what they can do. For example, what EJK can do with that additional ability to put on that extra harassment, like with Legacy of the Void, the way that it shapes out.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's always exciting too. There's money on the line, but it is, of course, for show. That's why we do call them the show matches, and we did definitely see that here. Like even the first moment when those Reapers did the bomb, and we we're just like, whoa. That's what I love about it, you know, all the new fresh things that are here, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're waiting for Kelazur to hop into the game. We're going to be moving on to the next map. The next map is going to be Orbital Shipyard, a map that I have played a few games on. I actually haven't seen any TVTs on it, but I mean, tempo, the in-base natural expansion makes it much easier to take that base, and I feel like Reapers and that kind of stuff may be a little bit harder to make work on this map, just because it's like a one surface area edge. Yeah.
Like you can definitely catch them a bit better. On that last map, what was it, Leralac, Crest?
Yeah.
It's a bit, they were just coming in out of nowhere, and Kelazur had his natural secured for finally. And then all of a sudden, 3 Reapers just kind of like popped in, and it was like, oh, they're in the main already, and it's like, uh-oh.
Yeah, exactly. With this map, when the Reapers pop in, they will not be able to just go straight into the main base, or sorry, straight into like the natural expansion or the main. They have to go through the main to get to the natural, so it makes it a little bit easier to secure and figure out where to defend. But I think that we finally have Kelazur in, and thank you very much, Kelazur. I gotta say, one thing that was annoying me that last game was the fact that it was light blue and it was blue, and I was having a little bit of trouble.
I know.
But Kelazur, Kelazur's he's a smart lad. He's been in WCS Premier League. He sets himself to red this time and saves us all a lot of headache.
Yes. Oh. It was pretty confusing a little bit, but I was like, all right, I know who the Reapers belong to.
Exactly, yeah. That was the nice thing, is that I don't think they had any overlapping units, because Kelazur was making siege tanks and marines mostly. It was like siege tanks and marines mostly, and then EJK was making everything else. Everything else. There's a lot of units. But let's go ahead and jump in and introduce the players as we spawn up here in the top side of Orbital Shipyard. We have the red Terran player representing Team Root for Root. It is Root's Kelazur.
And his opponent, currently teamless, I believe, at the moment, but still putting on a show. It is going to be the Teal Terran player, EJK.
So already seeing some slight deviations from the last game, where I believe both of these players, I think, are opening up barracks before Gas Geyser. So we're not seeing that super early Gas Geyser coming up from EJK like he did in the last game. So probably not going to be going for, I would say, like as fast of Banshees. I guess it's still a possibility, but seems a little bit less likely.
Yeah, EJK saying, whoops. I'm not sure why. Maybe it could be a mind game as well, you know. But nothing too serious at all.
Yeah, I think he might have just like pulled a couple of guys that were mining from a mineral patch off to another area, but nothing that's going to be, as you're saying, too game deciding.
Like misclicks. I meant to put these 2 barracks on the other side of the map. My bad.
Yeah, but I mean, this 2 racks opening from EJK is going to be pretty interesting. I can't actually communicate and tell that this is a 2-player map, but I want to note something. We saw that last game that EJK has obviously been able to take the first game of the series with some really great aggressive play, but he has not been playing much Legacy of the Void at all.
True.
In fact, all the units he was making, it was Marauders, Banshees, a couple other units. Like, they've had changes, but they aren't drastically new units. He's been playing around with mostly like Heart of the Swarm units, and it kind of makes sense. Those are the units he feels comfortable with.
Indeed. But I think a thing to note too is like the opener that he did was a very unorthodox one as well.
Yeah.
Where you probably wouldn't ever open up like that in any other circumstance, right?
Yeah.
And even him asking here if it is a 2-player map does show that as well.
I feel like EJK is just getting ready to do massive amounts of barracks aggression again. And oh, we got some mines going down, and that mine actually adds in an extra little bit of DPS versus those Marines, and he's able to take slightly better engagements with them.
He will be able to, and once again, showing that he does like those Reapers. They will be coming in. Oh, even a bunker here.
Oh, this is actually pretty frustrating. There's only one Marine out, and I mean, he's doing a good job of making sure that that Marine is not able to get into a nice position, and that bunker is most likely going to finish, but here comes that Cyclone Tempo.
Yep, gonna take away that Reaper real quick, and it was getting pretty dangerously low, but that Cyclone does come in to save the day. And we'll see how they actually interact with each other, because there are 4 more Reapers on the way. It's going to be a lot of them. But I fear for EJK a little bit here, as Kelazur was able to stabilize in the early game. You know, didn't really lose much mining time. And he's going into Banshees, like you said. So guess what? EJK has nothing that can really shoot up. He has the way to produce it, but I don't think he's expecting it just yet, even though he was there.
He's just going mass Reaper. He's going 4 racks Reaper right now. And he's expanding behind us. He doesn't have an engineering bay. But you know what? Here's the beautiful thing, Tempo. I know a lot of Terrans are celebrating this.
Yep.
You do not need an engineering bay to build missile turrets.
Yeah, so it was that wonderful day when we didn't need Evo Chambers as a Zerg player to build Spore Crawlers.
Can't wait till Protoss players don't need a forge to build photon cannons. That'll be the day.
I don't know about that one, man.
No, can't be too racist here, man. You gotta have equality for all, but EJK is gonna be moving in with all of those Reapers, and even though the Banshee is out, the Banshee might even want to come back home to defend, because this is an absurd number of Reapers. Oh, and it's very important to note that these grenades do not... It's kind of like a Psystorm. If the units are already in the air, they're not going to be taking multiplicative amounts of damage. You can't just drop like 8 mines and try and one-shot
the grenade while the Cyclone is locked on in order to cancel the lock-on. I think would you be able to do that? Yeah, that would be
that's
cool,
a good question.
Yeah, those Reapers
you might be able to. Yeah,
I think we saw it a little bit there, but I wasn't sure if the Reapers were just dying too fast or if it was hitting them.
Oh man,
Banshee though
invested a lot into this.
Yeah. The Banshee was inside the mineral line of EJK, and he had nothing that could shoot up.
Yeah.
At all.
Missile turret was going up, but unfortunately, it was just a little bit too late to really do too much, and we end up seeing a tied-up series 1-1. And Tempo, it astounds me when I look at the game timer, and I'm like, that was a 4-minute, 55-second game. I'm like, what?
Exactly, right? I'm like, wait a minute. And like, it was pretty much up to Starport Tech.
Yeah.
And another mining base as well. Like, wow.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, both of the players had expanded. But that is the way that Legacy of the Void rolls, with the different in-game timer using real in-game seconds. Or, sorry, real seconds, not just the in-game faster seconds.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's a little bit confusing, but it's still pretty fun. It's really cool to just see how aggressive. I don't know if it's just like the players, but Legacy of the Void has just shown so much aggression. It's actually quite exciting
to for sure, you know. I think going back to some play, I mean, I feel right now for the Protoss players all across the world, for sure, just judging from some of the Lycan League tournaments and whatnot, we've only really seen like Terran and Zerg champions, and these are people that are very aggressive, like QXC. We've always known him historically to be aggressive. Bly, like, of course, right?
Yeah.
So I would, I think that's a really good point to make.
In my defense, I would say actually one thing though, one thing I've always noticed about Protoss is that they've always been the race that is in the past has been very dependent on very specific timings where things have to come out of, you go for the 10-minute like aggression, or go for the 2-base attack that has to hit at 8 minutes, or they've always been very, very heavily based on that. And you think about how Legacy of the Void is opened, that's when, with all of the economic changes and the replay timers and everything changing and new units, and there's like a new gateway unit, so many things have changed that I feel like a lot of... I'm not saying that like Protoss doesn't need a buff or like Protoss needs a nerf. I'm not saying anything like that. But I think that it's very important to keep in mind that it's probably going to take Protoss one of the longest to really have that time to get settled in. Yeah, to get settled in.
They need to kind of find it. Yeah. Like change the way of because everything is changing so much, right? And it's like, well,
exactly. Well,
I agree with you, Fear Dragon. I do 100%.
Well, we're gonna go ahead and jump into the game and introduce the players as we spawn. Down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, we have the Teal Terran player. He is currently tied 1-1, and he's a semifinalist in the Breakout Invitational. It is EJK.
Wonderful camera work done by Current TV himself. But the other opponent that is spawning here, well, the player is in the bottom left corner of the map, representing Team Root. It is Kelazur.
Tempo, we got an early gas geyser coming out from EJK again. Gas first. I mean, we've seen 2 builds from EJK, and he's been shown that, again, I want to emphasize this. He's mentioned that he hasn't been playing nearly as much of Legacy of the Void lately. Of course, the Breakout Invitational happens in Heart of the Swarm. I know that's what he's been practicing. Yeah. So it's really funny to see him just going for like widely different things. And even doing things like mass experimentation with Mass Reaper.
Yeah, I feel like he wasn't expecting to get shut down that hard when the Cyclone ended up coming out, and it was just like, and then he looks back at his home, and there's a Banshee in the sky, and SCVs can't really defend against it. They could repair themselves until they died, but it just would be kind of delaying the inevitable, for sure.
Exactly. Very interesting movement over here from Kelazur, where he has that barracks being built in his natural expansion, kind of hidden, and that's just at a position where if EJK is moving into scout in that scout for Kelazur's base, he's not going to see the barracks. He's going to have to specifically go to that place to intentionally scout it out if he's looking for it.
And I mean, you usually wouldn't even check there. You know, looking like Kelazur giving EJK a little bit of his own medicine here, as he is making 2 Reapers at a time. But he has gone up to 2 gases himself. And I wonder if he will see a factory get dropped, or if he's going to go into that kind of crazy. Just drop a bunch more racks and do it.
Yep. Oh, Kelazur actually experimenting with something over there, I think. Using a mine to try and pick away the SCV and stop him from building that starport, but it apparently doesn't work that way.
Oh, okay.
Apparently, SCV continues to build buildings even if they get mined.
That's good to know. It makes me wonder then about the lock-on too, you know? Definitely some things that we'll have to test out and see.
I know that Widow Mines, if you have a burrowed Widow Mine and you use the what is it called? The KDS charge. The KDS charge mine on it, then it will stay burrowed. It will just take a little bit of damage, but it doesn't move or anything.
Okay, so it's like rooted in place.
Exactly, yeah. Some of the things that players will just be experimenting with as Kelazur. Kelazur trying to poke in and... Or, sorry, I should say EJK trying to poke in and see what's going on. And he does see the second barracks now.
Yeah.
And all the Reapers.
That's a lot of Reapers there. Now, yeah, that Hellion is going to have to get on out of there. Yeah, there are more Hellions being made, and that starport that EJK made, did he make a Banshee with it? I don't believe so. Looks like he only decided to make a Viking out of it.
Yeah, being used for later. And now these Reapers are going to be able to do some nice damage, going to be able to kill off the SCV, and I want to note the KDS charge really changes the way that these engagements end up going, because it stops your opponent from attacking for a little bit. You get free shots off, and look at this, these 3 Reapers or 4 Reapers able to take on engagements that honestly I don't think he normally would have been able to take on.
Yeah, I think it's like a little bit of a zoning thing too, right? Like they sometimes will move back to try to avoid it, and that's another free shot opportunity, but...
Yeah.
Viking saying, I don't want to get hit by grenades anymore, just flies on up.
Yeah. There's no grenades, there's no landmines in the sky, Tempo.
No, there are not at all, and the Vikings realizing that very quickly. But this is a little annoying here for EJK. He's trying to get his expansion up, and he's zoning. He's just using up the what is it? The KD8 charge. KD8. We'll just call it the KD8.
Oh, KD8. Yeah, I thought it was KDS, but yeah, it's doing a good bit of damage over there. He pushes back that Viking, segments off just the SCVs. Kind of well done over there from Kelazur. But EJK is finally going to be able to push this back, I think, with the Banshee popping out and going to be able to put on some counter pressure.
Yeah, And I like that Kelazor was expanding behind it. He already has his orbital command done. And EJK, finally, this SCP finished the job. And it's already at half HP. But it will get repaired
Oh my
up.
god.
But look at that.
Does the KD8 charge do damage to buildings?
That is what I'm wondering. I think it might have been the Reapers, but
yeah.
It's not even like the grenades that they used to have that used to do damage to like massive.
Oh my god, those grenades were so much fun. The occasional time you would see like a, oh my god, did actually the Widow Mine actually killed off that Banshee?
Wow. Yeah. Okay then.
All right.
Kelazor. He's actually been very known for that. Putting his Widow Mines in really good spots. Yeah. I think he actually beat. I was watching the SC2 Improve League. Was it SC2 Improve? Where he beat. Oh, who was it? That was a Protoss, like a really strong, Korean Protoss. I even want to say Rain. I can't. I don't know. It might have been Rain. I think.
Oh my god,
Rain.
Banshee hit by Widow Mine Part 2. Oh, it does survive though. It's gonna cloak, but I mean there are so many missile turrets that, I mean, I feel like Kelazor should be able to get something over here to defend relatively quickly. If he has a couple Marines,
can he do it? No, I don't think he can, Fear Dragon. he's kind of contemplating life right now, like, you know.
3 kills. I mean,
really
not terrible. Yeah, 3 kills not terrible. I mean, he's gonna get some map control, but now the awkward moment where both Banshees are in visible range of each other. But unfortunately for Kelazor, there's a Viking on the side of EJK.
And yeah, he needs to be very careful there. Kelazor though has a little bit of a supply lead as well. And is he going into mech? You know, like a lot of Terrans nowadays have been going straight up into mech. I mean, it doesn't look like it. He has Stim on the way, but it's more EJK that's getting the blue flame.
Yeah, blue flame I think is definitely going to be an indicator, especially with the multiple factories that are coming down. EJK definitely feeling like he's going to be transitioning out into mech, which I know that he's done a good fair bit of in Heart of the Swarm, so should feel relatively comfortable with just having mech plus the additional tools.
The Siege Tank might go down that Banshee.
Oh, this cute repair micro. That is fantastic. He was stutter stepping his repair micro to move the Siege Tank away as well.
Wow. Fancy stuff as this Banshee surprisingly hasn't really got any kills really. I got 1.
Yeah, it's done a lot of damage. It's like done damage and it's done delayed mining, but it hasn't gotten a lot of kills. It's kind of nice damage, but I don't know. It's questionable if it was worth it.
Yeah, I mean, he may even need it here. As well, maybe not. There's really no siege tanks here for EJK. There's 1 out so far. It's a lot of like that air dominance, but air dominance for what? There's another Banshee though. That's pretty big. Kelazor's moving out. He's trying to get aggressive here.
Yeah, but these blue flame Hellions are doing massive amounts of damage. As this army moves across the map, they're just roasting all these Marines, and now EJK is also sieged up, and Kelazor is not. He's going to end up losing a lot of these units. He might even just lose the siege tank to the Hellions.
To Hellions, yeah. I mean, yeah, they're going to go down. And even if those Hellions go down, it's not really the biggest deal. They are only minerals, and he actually gets away with a lot of them. So that was kind of not the best attack there from Kelazor, but I think, I mean, he lost 2 Banshees right before that happened too. So even though there were a lot of Vikings in the sky, there could have been a bit of zoning before the, I guess, Blue Flame Hellions came through, because they made short work of those Marines.
Exactly. Well, Hellion's going to be moving around over here and trying to put on a bit of pressure as Kelazor is finally trying to take a 3rd expansion. I think this is first taken 3rd expansion we've seen in the series.
Yeah, we've seen
so far.
builds, but I don't think anybody ever really got there to actually mine from one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've seen a pretty aggressive series, and even this game has been pretty aggressive, but I would say it's been less aggressive than the, like, big one-base attacks we've been seeing in previous games.
And here we go. EJK looking to get a little bit of pressure done himself. He's maybe trying to go for a contain. If he gets this position here, it's going to be pretty hard for Kelazor to actually defend his 3rd.
Oh, yeah.
So he decides to just get 2 medevacs full of units and just drop. We'll see what he can get done with that.
Yeah, EJK does have vision of it, though, with those Hellions moving across the map. Is he going to be prepared for it? Does he have a lot back at home? Well, it looks like the answer is no, and just immediately GG's. Kelazor going to be taking the series 2-1.
There he goes. Wow, what a series.
Yeah, I mean,
game where it's just like, oh, forget it. EJK was like, I'm not.
Tempo. There's one thing that's still true in TVT. Loading up a lot of units into 2 medevacs or plus more is still a game-ending maneuver in TVT, it seems.
Yeah, always 2+ medevacs, and yeah, you can definitely end the game there, and he sure did it. Maybe EJK not feeling like he could break Kelazor, or took too much damage, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see exactly how the next player is going to play against Kelazor is going to adapt, because we do have our next match coming up. It's going to be BioIce versus Kelazor. It's going to be a TVZ, and should be an interesting one. Following that up, we're going to have QXE playing versus the other two semifinalists for the Breakout Invitational. It's going to be Trace and Moose Skills. But should be, again, like, the matches are all for fun, right? They're not about like, okay, let's prove that EJK is capable of competing with WCS Premier League player like Kelazor in the Legacy of the Void beta, which is highly unstable and just is a lot of fun to watch. If that was an indicator of anything, that was a really fun series. Where I'm actually just looking forward now so much to seeing EJK in Legacy of the Void, because he's shown that he is going to be such a fun player to watch when he hasn't even done very much practice. In Legacy of the Void. But so when he starts to practice. Yeah, exactly. By the way, I actually want to announce something. First of all, big shout out to Base Trade TV for the host. You guys are freaking awesome. Yeah. But in relation, as long as we're talking about Base Trade TV, there's actually a very special announcement, and that is, Base Trade TV, I know that a lot of people are aware of this, had a very, very successful Kickstarter recently for Hell, It's a Boot Time, a name that I'm quite fond of. I think that's quite a good name. But there's actually going to be that LAN event, for those who aren't familiar with it, offline LAN event for the Base Trade TV, the very first offline event. Yeah. And they've been having qualifiers for all these European players and Korean players and everything. But I'm very proud to announce that the winner of today's Breakout Invitational is going to be offered a seed into the tournament, a seed into the actual tournament itself. They aren't going to have to play through like other random qualifiers or like the earlier stages of the bracket and everything. So this is going to be the invites for the tournament. So big thank you to Graham or Rifkin for providing us with that, and giving a little bit extra incentive for the players who play today to go for the event. I'm hoping to see them there.
Yeah, I think that's really cool of him to do, right? Like that'd be really cool. Just showing it, because I mean, it's almost like a passion project by Base Trade, and then so is Breaking Out is a passion project by you, and then all of a sudden it's like, you know what? If we put our passion together,
what if the passions collide
that we started out with?
Oh man. No, but I think that event is going to be fantastic, man. I am very much looking forward to that.
For sure.
With the astounding levels of kickstarted money that they are getting, it's going to be an absolute delight. So big shout out to Rifkin. And if you guys aren't familiar with it already, there is the Kickstarter still going on, even though it's fully funded past like all of the initial stretch goals and more. In the first day, there's still like 57 or something days left. So if you guys do want to contribute to that, you can go head over to there. Actually, I think I wouldn't be able to tell you like the link to it, but maybe we can post a link to the chat or something to the Kickstarter. And go support it if you're interested in North American esports.
Indeed.
Well, we should be jumping into the next series again, BioIce versus Kelazor. So guys, don't go anywhere. I think we're just going to cut to a short little break. And we'll be back with the next Legacy of the Void show match. You guys are watching the Breakout Invitational.
Don't you go anywhere.
Thank you very much for your patience, everyone. We are back, and we're going to be jumping into our next series. We apologize. It's sort of funny because we normally think, you know, best of 3, you have 7 maps in the ladder map pool usually, and you know it's a very streamlined pick ban process. Most of the players know all the maps, but in Legacy of the Void there are 9 maps in the ladder map pool, which means there's an extra set of vetoes, and the players aren't familiar with all the maps entirely, so it takes a little bit longer for the process. But we finally are ready. Tempo, we are ready for our next match, and it's going to be BioIce versus Killzor.
A TVZ starting out on Coda.
Yep.
Good on. I think we're good. Yes. Yep.
Tempo, you said you've been playing some Legacy of the Void. How has ZVT been going for you, man? Because I haven't gotten a chance to see quite as many of this matchup in Legacy of the Void.
The thing is, it's like really weird right now. I've been watching it more, you know, because like whenever I'm playing, it's usually like, you know, stomp or not. In those cases, I've had like a few really good games, but I haven't got to play much at the patch. But I have still noticed that mech is the more favored way to go. You know, just in general, and it's been a lot of at least when I see it, a lot of like Roach Hydra, kind of like how we even see it in Heart of the Swarm. But it gets a little bit more interesting because of the new Viper. Makes it so that Sky Mech transition isn't as strong, and I haven't really got to see as much bio. You know, just I don't see Terrans as much going bio anymore.
Yeah, that's very interesting to hear because, you know, you'd think like the Ravagers would just be like it force some degree of mobility, because a lot of times you think of like mech play immobile units, but I guess like, you know, the Ravager shots, they take a couple of hits to actually kill off the mech army, whereas like bio, it's like if you miss micro and your Marines eat a Ravager shot, like you don't have Marines anymore. They're gone. They're dead.
And it's also like the end game too, because the way that the Ultralisk is now. Like, remember in like Heart of the Swarm where you'd be going as
that Ultralisk.
And the Marauder nerf
not die.
The Marauder nerf too.
They don't die.
It's pretty big. But we are here.
For those who are, we're here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. We're going to be introducing our first player, the pink Zerg player. He is one of the other semi-finalists for the Breakout Invitational. Representing Team Ascension, it is BioIce.
I actually played against BioIce a few times with Intense in the Archon mode. Me and Loco played him a few times. But here on the top left, gonna be that blue Terran player that you may know from last series if you were here. But if not, you may just know him from being pretty damn good this whole year. It is gonna be your root for root Terran player, Killzor. But BioIce, man, it's good to see him get a little bit more attention nowadays.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like he's one of the better North American Zerg players. And he's also one of the players that helped me when No Regret was teaching me how to use banelings in every matchup as a practice
that's
partner.
a good person to ask for advice for with early gameplay. I'm just kidding. I love No Regret. He's like an absolute delight to cast, and every single time I watch him, you can always expect a good game from him.
Yeah, he's a really funny guy too.
Ooh, okay, so Tempo, I talked about this actually when we cast BioIce in Heart of the Swarm matches for the Breakout Invitational in his group stages. He loves 3 hatch before pool in ZVP. Now this is a totally different matchup, but I mean, going for 3 hatch before pool in ZVT, do you feel like this is a bit safer to do now, or do you think it's still pretty vulnerable?
I honestly think it is still annoying. Like, a player like Killzor has always been known for his Reapers in TVZ.
Yeah.
And, yeah, look at that. Already making a bunker here. So, it's going to be really annoying here for BioIce. I'm wondering how much of an impact it'll have by getting those kills with the Reaper, and how much pressure actually will be put on, and the amount of time before the Lings and whatnot are out, you know? It's a little bit different than Heart of the Swarm because of how many workers you do start with. Maybe? But...
SCV, it's gotten very low on health. I've got to say, Killzor was a little bit unlucky with how that SCV was moving around. For those who don't know, it's kind of random. And he keeps trying to move the bunker.
It's still alive,
Yeah. That's actually really well controlled. He keeps it alive with 5 hit points. It's 1 hit point away, and all his drones.
It gets me every time I can't.
It feels comical to watch that. It feels a little bit silly.
Yeah, look at it, right? And the fact that they stopped mining is so funny to me because it's almost like they get stunned. They're like,
oh, the Reaper! Man? Oh, look at that whole position from Bio Ice. He stops the Reaper from getting in for a little bit longer, but well, second Reaper. That's actually an interesting thought. The second Reaper, or the Reapers can actually lob their grenades out and stop the full surround on, say, bunkers, and allow them allow another opportunity to get in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pause.
Pretty cool. I was looking at that too. Yeah. I think it was the funniest part was when the drones got knocked out and they were just like not even like the animation wasn't even there either. They were just like stun grenade.
It was gone. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. All right, so it looks like Bio Ice is ready. I'm not sure what was going on. Hopefully, he resolved whatever issue he was facing. But, dude, tempo. These Reapers in the early game, I mean, you're seeing what happens when you don't have an earlier speed or when you just have trouble, because this is what happens. Reapers already murdered slow Zerglings.
Yep, and they're even stronger now because even if they do, say Kelazor doesn't miss micro, he does have that kind of that safety net in order to do that. Like that's really what it does. It's they're never gonna get in range of those Reapers, but that speed is almost here, Fear Dragon, and that's a lot of lings that have been made for Bio Ice actually.
It's actually really interesting, also because now I'm wondering, could you? If you get surrounded with the Zerglings, or you know you're about to get surrounded, could you just place a mine on top of your Reapers? You make everything jump up and displace everything, and suddenly you're not surrounded anymore? You can do like really weird plays like that.
Maybe
like
so.
Right he's gonna, if he wants to... Oh, okay. Just gonna back up. Oh, this is actually a smarter move. Yeah.
Just gonna go for the
I was trying to be a little bit cute. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's nothing here. I mean, you know...
Yeah.
That bunker's not even up yet, and even if it does get up, there's gonna be nothing inside of it. There's nothing here. Literally zero units.
Absolutely. Yep. Well, he is at least gonna be walled off up to his main base. He's gonna lose a couple SCVs on the low ground over there. The Reapers do actually get cleaned up, but he's done quite a substantial amount of damage. He's killed a total of 7 workers, but now we end up seeing Bio Ice, of course, getting some return value with his own SCV kills.
Yeah, definitely returning the favor and forcing up that command center into the main. And that 3 hats before pool is going to be paying off pretty well, you know? Not having a Terran mine from their natural and then having 3 bases up yourself. Speed, you have that map control. And what is Bio Ice going to do, you know? I wonder what his style now in Legacy is. Like, I love to be able to see what different approaches people take when there is no real meta. Like a specific way to play.
Yeah.
With at least,
I mean, especially when you've had a weird, like, we talk about in Heart of the Swarm, oh, you know, it's a weird opening. How do you transition out? How do you go from here? You kind of have to read the situation. This is like that on steroids right now.
Oh, Tempo. Yeah. How do you even do that? You really have to have some game sense, and your game sense may even be wrong because it just doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't.
Exactly, right? Like, when you see those Reapers, you don't expect them to do that much damage, but they do because not only are they killing off slow Zerglings, but they're also using those grenades that actually just turn the tide. It's like AoE damage on Zerglings. It's not about the fact that it does a lot. It's the fact that it's AoEing down a lot of units.
Yeah, units that love to clump up and kind of rely on positioning themselves. Like, they're melee units, so if they get displaced, then they have to reset their location. But this is great here for Bio Ice. Regardless of what it is that he decides to go into, he's just been droning up. He got a lot of that counter damage done, and though he didn't really get a good scout, I don't think, he still was able to do a lot of damage. He got a decent scout.
I mean, he's, like you said, he droned up to a very, very comfortable amount, 56 drones. Now, I want to note, Kelazor, he's got to deal with these Zerglings over here, but he has a 3rd CC finished up. So again, it's that magic thing. Tempo, I think one thing that probably hasn't changed is that 3CC is still a magical place where all Terrans just feel like they've gone up to heaven, man, because no SCV damage will ever phase them.
No, not at all. Like, we saw a perfect example of that in the first game against DJK, where it was pretty intense, man. He made 90 workers that game, lost about 45 of them, and was on equal workers. But here come the Banshees.
Yeah, we have
some Hellbats right behind it. Uh-oh.
Oh, this is going to be a bit scary. The Hellbats is going to go to the 3rd, and there's absolutely nothing there. The Zerglings are going to try and run over there to try and defend, but Tempo, it's Hellbats trying to defend, or Zerglings trying to defend against Hellbats.
Yeah, and I don't even know if they have the speed yet. Yeah, Bio Ice is getting the 1-1 and getting a few Banelings here, but this hatchery might even go down beforehand. If Kelazor does a little bit of splitting, he might not even lose all of those hull bats before those lings do come in. Yeah. And there goes the third. Here come the banelings, though. They don't have the speed yet. Kelazor needs to see that, but nope. Really efficient hits, I would say.
Yeah.
Or more. I mean, that is as efficient as you get when you use gas units against.
Oh god! But the queens have all of every single queen except for one in the main base have been picked off, and that actually signals Kelazor. He doesn't need energy for cloak. He just murders all the drones at this natural.
There's nothing that can really shoot up there except for that spore crawler. And yeah, wow, that was a lot of workers that were killed here, and he even lost a third. And you know what? That 3, that magic number, is pretty magical for Zerg too. And when you lose it, and now you're on a lower base count than a Terran player, it's going to be kind of a sticky situation, especially when you're going for the kind of more standard Ling Bling Muta play.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we have BioIce trying to retake this third. Whoops, that awkward moment again.
Bailing attack into the natural, it looks like. Kelazor's in a little bit of trouble as far as those workers are concerned, but he does do some good splitting. Did not see that one coming, and neither did Kelazor, that's for sure. And that's a lot of lings.
Oh god. Supply depot also lowered. That means that he can get on top of the production facilities, and that is going to be devastating for Kelazor. Kelazor has done a lot of damage to BioIce, but every single time BioIce returns the favor.
He does. We've seen that happen like multiple times here, and that is really something that you have to take note of, because he would have been so far behind had he not done any damage here. And yeah, that's the lings inside of the natural still. This command center might go down. It won't.
There's some Marines on the other side of the map. Kelazor is returning the favors that have been returned and moving into the natural expansion, killing off some more of the drones, killing off overlords, and both of it, it's like a quasi base trade, but they only have about 7 units in each other's bases.
It's like a Yankee swap, but they just like keep giving the gifts back and forth, and they just never actually go home with anything. You know, they're just like, no, man, you can have this too. And the drones are actually going to get into this as well, but they're going to lose their lives. Well, at least some of them will. 40 to 45 workers killed, man, and now they are about on even supply. Wow, what are we watching?
What is this? What is this game? Because we got, again, I want to note, Terran players, if they have 3CC, it's a magical place where, you know what, they can still make do with mules and all of that good stuff. And he still has 21 SCVs, so he can still mine whatever gas he needs, etc. But BioIce also is on a higher drone count, but he doesn't have that third. He's still trying to retake that. And actually, he's going to do some nice damage. Oh, Tempo! That 3CC statement was dependent on not losing all of your mules to a Zergian counterattack.
You do not want to lose those mules, as that is what keeps you back in it. Oh, man, but, you know, this is actually still such a weird situation. You know, I think the main is about to be mined out here for Kelazor. As well as here, BioIce. He does have a few more patches, but that third base, he does need to get it up. BioIce, it is so desperate. I would really hope that he gets it up soon, and even think about getting up to that fourth base as well. You know, we do get into the later stages of the game.
I mean, Legacy of the Void, again, those mineral patches mine out faster, so you think about, even with how many drones BioIce has been losing, he does not have that many minerals left on a lot of those mineral patches as natural. He's just going to be relying on that third, which is actually getting attacked by a Banshee. Luckily, he has an Overseer and a Queen over there to take that guy out.
There you go. Definitely proud of her work there. She does just walk away from the scene. Like, that's a movie scene right there.
We just saw a lot of Banelings just get morphed in somewhere. We got 27 Banelings, but they're on the other side of the map. Not in place for this drop. That's going to be taking out the spawning pool.
Oh, the spawning pool. That is pretty big, because this is a counterattack damage here. So there's not going to be any real follow-up, because there will be no more Zerglings that are able to be made. Oh, but all the SCVs at the... Yeah, that's going to help out with your mining out problem. Just kill all the SCVs. You won't mine that out anytime soon.
Yeah, exactly.
But Kelazor doing once again.
Oh, Kelazor. He is murdering. He's saying, you know what? Let me return the favor again. And kills off quite a few drones over there, and good Baneling hits, but Kelazor has some nice reaction time, lifts up his Marines, and is able to keep a decent chunk of them alive. You gotta be able to move over to the third. There's only 10 drones left. Oh, Tempo, those are very important drones.
Yep. Oh, even that third gonna be under fire afterward. I think that BioIce, he might have to tap out here. He's down to 12 supply.
He can't make any... He can't make units. He can make maybe Mutalisk, but he doesn't have any mining. He doesn't have the minerals. I think that this is it. I think Kelazor has done it.
Yep, I think so too. I mean, he's even on 1-1, not even investing in the 2-2. Yeah, he's just like, you know what? It doesn't even matter. Bio has just finished 2-2, but guess what? He just
he's got a Baneling. He's got a Baneling. This has got to be the money Baneling hit. He's got more Banelings morphing in. Oh, but some of them are going to get canceled.
Oh, this is, I think, like the
one
final.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is that baneling.
He's trying to go out with a bang here.
Yeah.
You know, it's just not gonna happen.
A literal bang.
Helazur takes game number 1.
Ooh, that was game 1. Oh, Tempo.
Wow.
Legacy of the Void, man. Legacy of the Void.
Just like starting it out from start to finish, like, you know, that's what I really like about it, where the pace of the game is set so early, you know, because usually it's always Reaper harass, right? Cool, and then Hellions or something like that. But the way that the Hellion, I mean, the way that the Reapers do the grenades and whatnot now too, it's like a whole nother level where it doesn't even seem like there's any break before the Hellions or Hellbats come, and then the Banshees.
Oh god.
That was really
Tempo,
good.
I'm gonna need like 5 or 6 months to stop laughing whenever I see
Whenever
those
that
units
happens.
Whenever those units pop up, I'm just gonna break out into laughter every single time for about 5 or 6 months. Maybe until Legacy of the Void gets launched.
Until it
Then I'll
actually
start
gets
taking it
launched,
seriously.
yeah. I know exactly what you mean. It is like nothing funnier than that. It's a bunch of drones that are just like minding their own business, and then they just like stand there after, like, the hell did you do that for, man?
Yeah, exactly. Really quick question, Tempo. Just because do you see in the lobby that it's a 2 versus 1 right now, or do you see it's a 1 versus 1?
I see a 1v1.
Okay. It must be a bug, because I know that it was mentioned before. There's like this weird bug in Legacy of the Void, it seems, where occasionally the host of the game will also still appear, even though they've moved to the referee slot, or like an observer slot, they still stay in that slot as a player. So it looks like we're watching a 2v1 with Kelzor and Master Dalk facing off versus BioIce. Kind of like weird Archon mode or something. But that's not the case, thankfully. And we're going to be jumping into the game and introducing the players in this 1 versus 1 in Legacy of the Void. As we spawn, down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, we have the blue Terran player representing Team Root for Root, and actually a former Breakout Invitational semi-finalist, or sorry, finalist. It is Kelazur.
And his opponent, the other player, spawning in the top right corner, representing Team Ascension. It is the Pink Zerg player, BioIce. I'm just like having these kind of images of Master Dog trying his hardest to get into like a 2v1, like without anybody noticing. Like, come on, no one's gonna see this.
He does it Archon mode so that we don't notice when the game actually starts. Like, if the only problem is that it would say like Team Teal Archon or something in the nameplates, but he would just he would start rigging the game by messing, like start making certain drones, like stop mining and stuff.
Yeah.
That would be beautiful, man. That would actually be a really fun event where you
it'd be like that. What was that? Tralazal Naga is what I'm thinking of. The closest to that, where like, you know what? Let's just drop a nuke over here.
Oh, that would be sick. I just imagine like you have 2 players who are on a team, like they're teammates, but they're not Archon moding together. One person's Archon mode with the other person.
Oh my god.
And they have to do their best to mess up the builds as much as possible. The only rule that I would say is you're not allowed to like kill your own stuff. Yeah. Because I think that would just be a little bit too imba. That would be a little bit too ridiculous.
Just be drones killing each other or something.
Yeah. Or like you're not allowed to like manipulate workers or something like that. I think that would be a really fun thing.
Like, you know, they try to split, but you put them together, you try to clump.
Yeah. Exactly. There's like some
fight on creep. No, take it off. I'm trying to clear the creep, not like push.
You spread your creep backwards.
Yep. So you can stop.
You're spreading it off into like this random corner of the map instead of actually toward your opponent.
Toward the opponent.
Oh, that'd be beautiful, man. I want to see this kind of show match happen. But for now, we got some just regular Legacy of the Void show matches and an initial Reaper popping out with a bunker again.
Yeah, BioIce went for the 3 hats before pool again.
Yeah.
Oh, he tried to actually blow up that drone before it could turn in.
That would have been sick.
Yeah. There's a little bit of delay, I believe, so.
Yeah. It's a small little animation. You can actually see like the ticker count down from like 0 to 5 or something. Although it happens at like in 1 second. It happens like entirely in 1 second. So it's a very, very fast countdown timer.
An actual second, Ravi. An actual second.
An actual second. Not
an actual real
like
in-game second. Real in-game second.
Really cool over here, though. We're seeing like Kelzor trying to preemptively plan where those Zerglings are going to be coming from. And he does manage to pick off one of those Reapers. 2 Reapers, though, do manage to get into the bunker.
And will he get the salvage here? That's a lot of lings once again, and we've seen BioWise really not take this like as a joke. He always does this, but he does a lot of them, and he's not playing around.
Yeah, I mean, if you've gone for the 3 extra 4 pool, I guess it makes sense that you can like afford to make a couple extra Zerglings. You're gonna have extra queen production, you're gonna have extra drone production, extra mining, etc. But gotta be very careful. God, these 4 Reapers are gonna be able to do so much damage, and Zergling speed is still very far away from finishing up.
Indeed, and he just needs to hold on here. And oh man, that's a lot more Reapers though coming out. There are 3 Reapers being produced at a time actually. So
oh my God, yeah.
Kelazor, yeah, he dropped a few racks behind all this. He has 4 in total, mining off of 2 gases this whole time as well.
He's
and he hasn't even dropped an expansion.
He's gonna kill that queen with just the grenades. Oh my God. This Reaper harassment is doing absurd amounts of damage. Kelazor is unrelenting, and I mean, once Zergling speed finished up, it's going to be a much better situation, but I mean, is it going to be that much better?
I mean,
the
that's
Reapers
the
are such a high number.
Yeah, well, luckily, I mean, here for BioWise is that he does have 3 hatcheries to work with, so he is going to have that larva. But this bunker, when it does finish, it does give them a little bit of a safe haven to kind of chill out in, get their health back on up.
Spine crawler. Like, a spine crawler would help out so much over here.
For sure, but it looks like he's just going to rely on the queens as well as the lings. Speed is complete, but he doesn't have enough lings to actually deal with it. That's a lot of Reapers. It's more so the queens here. They're going to keep on getting blown up.
I think he's been saving energy and not actually injecting larva, and obviously just microing against us, because he's starting to build up some minerals that could have been Zerglings if he had a couple of larva injects going out. He doesn't have that much larva left over either. And this is, again, it's spiraling out of control.
That's insane.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Sure.
He's playing like... Wow. It's like that Halo, the Halo RTS that like nobody ever really played too much. I heard it was actually pretty good, but no one really talked about it enough.
Halo
that's
Wars?
what, Halo Wars. That's what Kelazor is playing with the Reapers right now, just like throwing grenades all over the place and building stuff. And oh man,
he's got a lot of Master Chiefs, man, and all of them doesn't afraid of anything.
He's just building the. Oh man,
some sick games out of
RTS on an Xbox controller. Might not have been the hard. Might not have been the best.
That'd be the ultimate thing.
It's almost as bad as trying to play an RTS on an N64 controller. I'm just kidding.
Oh man, I recently got that. It is difficult. It is difficult, man. Congratulations, Kelazor. He got actually both victories in both of the show matches.
Yes, he did.
Pretty awesome.
Wow. He's $50 richer now, eh?
Yeah, $50 richer, and of course this is all just kind of for fun show matches. A lot of the players, I think even Kelazor, I'm not sure how much he's been practicing Legacy of the Void, because when I told him, hey, hop on, we're getting started, he was like, okay, and Legacy of the Void or Heart of the Swarm, and I'm like, Legacy of the Void, like we talked about before. But apparently he's got some fun builds, and I think it kind of just goes to show you, like, the players are willing to experiment, and it's all about just kind of seeing what their potential is in the expansion. But I think we're going to be getting ready to jump into the next series. I'm not sure.
And
it should be Trace versus QXE. I see QXE is in a game, so I think that we might take a short little break while we get the map intros, or sorry, not map intros, the map vetoes and picks done.
Okay.
If you guys are watching the Breakout Invitational, there are a couple things you can do in the meanwhile. First of all, there is a giveaway going on for these adorable, adorable Zergling plushies from StarCrafts.
I know, I want one.
All you have to do, dude, exactly. All you got to
tweet under a different name.
Oh my god, there was somebody who was Team Ascension. Team Ascension tweeted under both the Team Ascension and also Travis Yang, the owner of Team Ascension, tweeted. Yeah. So I was like, does this count as the same person? Do I count this twice?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
All you have to do, guys, it's very simple. We're talking about like tweeting and stuff. All you have to do to win one of these is you get entered into a raffle as long as you follow both myself, because I need to direct message the winner, and the player you want to win, and tweet at both of us. And you can tweet whatever you want. You can tweet poopy butt face or whatever you want, and you'll be entered into the raffle to win this at the end of the day. We've already given away 2 of them. One was a winner, Daniel Fenner, and the other one was M.Y.A. Hallican. Both really, really awesome people in the community. I swear it's not rigged, because trust me, again, my excuse is I would not rig to ship to Australia. That's actually kind of expensive. So
I agree, yeah, man. I mean, Fenner even made a post today. I think a tweet about how much it costs to ship a chair from Amazon. It's more than the chair itself.
Oh my god, I believe it, man. I believe it. It's insane. But in the meanwhile, there is that raffle, but also I want to give a huge shout out to Psystorm Gaming. You guys have been seeing their logo all across the screen, on this screen, on the in-game screen, on the player screens during the interviews, and that's because Psystorm Gaming is sponsoring the event. They put up a large portion of the Breakout Invitational prize pools. Awesome. Be sure to check out Psystorm Gaming, and actually, if you're interested in, you've been playing StarCraft, you've been feeling like, I'm improving a lot, either you're in, between like even silver or gold or platinum, bronze, diamond, they actually have an academy team where they have recruitments open for that. So if you're already interested, go check out Psystorm Gaming, see if you can make it into their academy team, and of course they are also recruiting for their pro team as well. So you're aspiring or actually just a really solid pro player. I mean, maybe EJK should be hitting up Psystorm Gaming, man. He's a pretty solid player as well. It's currently, yeah. But go check him out. But besides that, we're going to be back in just a little bit, guys, with QXC versus Trace as the next show match. We obviously also have the Invitational coming up later on. We're going to be starting off with the semifinals later. I believe we're going to be starting with EJK versus BioIce. EJK versus BioIce is going to be the first semifinal match, and nice. It's going to be a little bit later on after the show matches. But you guys are watching the Breakout Invitational. We'll be back in a little bit. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from that short break. We have our two players. We have QXC and we have Trace. And we are getting started with our next show match. It's going to be a PVT, something that I'm very, very excited to see because Tempo, Protosses have been struggling in Legacy of the Void.
Yeah.
But we've had some changes. We've had a couple of changes, and I'm not sure if they address all of the problems Protosses have been facing, but I want to see what Trace has in mind because he said that he hasn't been playing as much Legacy of the Void as with I think a lot of the players haven't because they've been practicing for the tournament. But he did say he was playing a couple of games this morning. He was warming up. He wanted to make sure he showed at least some fun stuff. And
cool.
We'll see
and
what
that's what we're all about here today.
Exactly. It's all about having some fun, man. That's what these show matches are about.
Yeah. That's what StarCraft is all about, Ravi. That's what StarCraft is all about.
That's very true. Well said, Tempo. And we're going to be jumping into the fun as we spawn down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map on top of the player representing Team Complexity. It is Complexity's QXC.
He has been on Complexity for a very long time. His opponent, I believe representing Team Gravity, it is going to be your pink Protoss player. It is Trace. Or Jimmy Russell from YMTT.
It must be Trace, man, because
it has
invited two players into the game.
Yes.
And through the process of elimination, we know he's not QXC.
Yeah. Or Moose Guild.
Or Moose
Guild. His name would have been
been
Kendrick if it was.
And he's also the only Protoss player that's the semifinalist. Unless they're off racing.
See, what if, it's actually QXC and Trace, but they switched accounts.
They switched accounts entirely, and they're off racing both.
And off racing against each other. Wow.
It's definitely a possibility, Tempo, but I'm going to count it out for now as we assume Trace gets the scat off to see exactly what QXC is up to. And this is actually going to be, I feel like this is going to be a pretty difficult match for Trace because QXC has been playing a lot of Legacy of the Void, to my understanding lately. To my understanding, he's been playing a decent bit at least.
Yeah, he's definitely been, and also participating in a lot of these online tournaments too.
Yeah.
So, QXC, we'll see what he does show here, but I mean, he is in a position where he has been playing, and like, it's very scary to play against someone like that when you're like trying to figure the game out. And this guy's been doing it a lot, playing against some top Koreans as well that aren't even figuring the game out, and that may have really good mechanics, but he just has a better understanding, and he's always been a very smart player.
Sorry, I can't stop laughing whenever I see that. But okay, one thing I want to confirm is that it looks like probes just do automatically go back to mining. I've been paying attention to that, and it doesn't seem like it's actually something that gets halted. But QXC canceling that block over the natural expansion of Trace. Trace can finally has the opportunity to expand, but I mean, opportunity is different from intention, Tempo.
Yeah, well, I don't know if he's gonna really hurry that out. He did scout those 4 gateways, and
5 gateways.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know if he saw the Chrono Boost on it, but I mean, I think you can kind of assume that those aren't just going to be to make defensive units.
Huh, this is very interesting. So because we are both friends with Jack Attack Tempo, we both know that Jack Attack has been very, very adamant about saying 1 gas geyser perfectly supports 3 gate adept production continuously. Okay. But we have 5 gateways and 1 gas geyser from Trace. I'm not sure if this is just because he was not sure. He's not like really played a lot of Legacy Void, so he doesn't know exactly how many units to make.
Yeah.
But, oh, we got an adept coming in on the Reaper. He's trying to pick it off, but gonna have to be careful here. God, those adepts do so much damage.
Yeah, it's still good. He has like a little air animation too. I love it. And yeah, I mean, this is gonna be fun. I think the wall it does stop the adept, right, from the shadow clone, or can you shadow clone through?
No, you can't shadow clone through a wall. You cannot go through a wall, but you can actually. You have to be careful about where you position those Reaper shots because you can jump over to buildings if you get knocked over. If the adepts are at the top of the ramp and the Reaper uses its grenade, it's going to knock the adepts over the wall. And
wow, really?
Yeah.
You could do that, like, I don't know. Imagine this little strategically, like a mini force field. You just get a few. But I don't think you'd want that to happen.
You could go for like a Reaper siege tank push, and if they walled off, you can use the Reapers to knock your siege tank over their wall in, and then the Reapers just jump up.
Wow, that
It's
is
like an
actually really
elevator.
cool.
It's like a medevac tempo.
It's like a trampoline.
Exactly. I think that's the best way to describe it. But okay, 5 gateways have finished up the 5 warp gates, and he's going for a robotic facility and a nexus behind this now. I mean, I guess he's gonna deny mining for the natural for a little bit, but it's interesting. Time warp going down in the mineral line. This is like a legacy or a Heart of the Swarm beta tactic.
Where
Slow down
like, it's gonna be a really sick harassing unit, the mothership core, you know.
Yeah.
But you know the thing about what he did too, I feel like it might put him a little bit behind, but QXC really prepared for this defense, right? Like double bunker was making siege tanks.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
There's still adepts here.
Here's the thing, Tempo. Siege tanks in Legacy of the Void are a bit more useful in this match.
Exactly.
You get out your medevac and you suddenly can do some really fun stuff. But ooh, gotta be careful. Adepts moving in, and look at how tanky those
They're
adepts
really tanky now, right? Is
shots.
that new?
Yeah, they've
got a buff to their...
I think not the most recent patch, but the patch before that, they got a big shield upgrade buff. So they can actually take those siege tank shots, and still, they have not taken any hull damage.
Yeah, you always think about a unit like that as soon as they get hit by a couple siege tanks that they're dead, but no, he's doing pretty well with them so far, and I think he also made a warp prism. Yeah, he did. So Trace has warp prism on the way right now, and if he gets those adepts inside of the main of QXC, he's not going to really realize that in time, perhaps, but I don't even know. I'm actually so behind on adept micro and how, I've never seen it like really done well. So I'm pretty excited to see Trace do this, man.
Yeah, it's going to be very fun to see, and I'm actually kind of curious if Trace is going to go for the shield upgrade. You can actually upgrade, I mean, we talked about how tanky those adepts are. You can upgrade their shields by 50 extra shields, which is an absurd amount. So I'm actually very interested to see if he's going to plan to go for something like that. But for now, he's doing a lot of good damage over in this SCV.
Yo, look at how fast they kill workers as well. Wow.
Yeah, two-shotting them. Oh, he's going after Stim right now, actually, but he's going to back off. Not going to be able to do quite as enough damage quickly enough over there. But, Widowmine drop going on in the main base. And Trace, oh, man, is still a huge thorn in a Protoss player's side to deal with those Widowmine drops.
No matter what, right? I don't even know if he, yeah, it looks like he did skip the Observer. So he has no way to detect, except he does have a Forge out, but that cannon would not be done in time.
Yeah. Oh, Siege Tank doing some nice damage, too. Adepts going to be moving around. I believe you can cancel the Adept Psionic Transfer now as well.
Oh, you can? That's good. That's really useful now, because I remember I was trying to do it. I played random a little, and I'm like, I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, you're like, I regret this decision. Look at how tanky those Adepts are, man. Like, this Siege Tank has been firing.
They're not as tanky
Adepts,
as the tanks that are trying to actually
chill
on them, though.
Especially when the Adepts can't attack the medevac, which does cause some problems. So QXC has been doing a great job with this harass.
Oh, for sure. Definitely something that we've seen a bit more in Legacy of the Void. Just these siege tanks getting a lot more use. And even if they're not there as part of the main army, like just getting a ton of them, having a few of them can be pretty annoying. You mix that up with those Widow Mines, and yeah, that's pretty annoying. You don't just need a detection to deal with that. You actually have to focus your attention the whole time.
Yeah.
And look at that.
Exactly.
Fear Dragon is going to be a Robobay actually used here.
Whoa.
For Colossus.
Okay, so this is very interesting because a lot of Protoss players have, I would want to say complaining, but they've been just kind of saying, they've been venting that, Colossus, they've had a big nerf. Not only do they have one less range, but they also do less damage.
Exactly.
And a lot of Protoss players have been feeling, it's not maybe worth making the Colossus. You just go straight for the Disruptors instead. But very interesting that Trace is still going to be going for them.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see how they do work out here, as QXC has been known to go for mech, but, he's actually just going to be going here into his straight-up bio style, and I'm interested to see how they actually fare against each other. I wonder, though, now, too, Marauders can't be as good against Colossi either, then, right? So, in a way, with the Marauder
that's a good point.
Yeah, I don't know how much armor they have, though. How much armor do
Colossus only have 1 armor.
Oh,
so,
never mind.
I mean, it's not going to make a huge difference. It does help them out a little bit. Yeah. But look at this rally across the map from QXC, man. I think that the Marauders is still going to be pretty goddamn good.
I think so.
Trace has a small little force over here, but look at this. The Colossus, it just doesn't feel like it does quite enough damage, as much damage. Maybe it's just because I know it doesn't do as much damage, but
yeah. I mean, yeah, usually they will opt to go for that Disruptor instead. And yeah, Disruptor can do a lot of damage here, but luckily for Terran, they are able to at least pick up their medevacs if they time it at the right time. And this is a very scary position here for Trace. He has to defend his third. He doesn't really have the beefiest of armies here. Does he still have his Adepts, or did they all, for the most part,
I think that they got picked off. The Warp Prism also ended up going down, but here we end up seeing the big engagement, and QXE is engaging head on. He's getting on top of the Colossus, or pretty close to the Fort Seals are keeping them back. The problem, as you said, is that there's just no beat, and QXE is going to be taking game number 1.
Well. This is like straight dominant play, and
yeah,
I like the fact that he was able to use the siege tank like that. Because I mean, at first he was like, "Hold up," he scouts like 5 gateways coming on the way, and he's like, "Oh crap, this is gonna be a little different now, isn't it?" Yeah.
Yeah. I like the fact that Trace went for some of that kind of cooler play with like the Adept opening. I think the Adept opening, it felt like it kind of set him behind a little bit, just because. When it's not just the like economy when you go for something like that by delaying your expansion. It's also the fact that he was very delayed in his tech. He wasn't able to get up. I mean, think about how late he was finally getting up splash damage units like the Colossus. It was very late into the game.
Yeah. And if QXE didn't wall, if he hadn't walled, say he opened up like a very much more greedy opener, that probably would be pretty strong. You know, it's just the fact that they couldn't get up there and there was a siege tank. So he's like, okay, well, I better. Get a Warp Prism, and you saw how fast they were killing the workers when they got into the main.
Oh yeah, it was a little bit brutal. But QXE still handling it relatively well, and also able to put on that counter pressure, especially with the siege tank drops and everything. So I'm looking forward to seeing how exactly, because Trace, again, he's one of those players that I think will do well with these small bits of harassment. That's been his playstyle, especially in PvT, where he'll get the Warp Prism in PvT, he'll put on small bits of harassment, but for the most part, he's a pretty reserved player. He'll keep his army back at home. He doesn't like to do the big move outs and do big attacks unless he's ready to do some big damage. He's not just going to have his army out on the map. So we'll see how well he can handle just finding other ways to do that harassment as we move into game number 2 and spawn up here in the top right-hand corner of the map. Orbital Shipyard. Got the purple Terran player. Representing Team Complexity is QXE, sitting up 1-0.
And spawning opposite to the bottom of the map, representing Team Gravity, down 1 himself, trying to bring it back. It is going to be Trace.
Alrighty, Orbital Shipyard Tempo. It's an interesting map because you got that in-base natural expansion, and God, it's one of those weird things where you're like, in-base natural expansion. This seems like a great place to defend. Like, it's gonna be so easy. And then a Terran drops you, and it's just you just rage because you're got all your units positioned at the front, and it's always a little bit frustrating to deal with. But at the same time, I feel like with some good observer placement, you can actually handle it relatively well on this map. There's only one real angle that the drops can come in from, right?
Unless they just like boost over your main.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's always like that, even on maps like even Overgrowth, right? Where it's just doesn't matter, no matter what. Those observers getting them out, but it's also a thing of balancing what units you're trying to make because it's so weird right now. I feel like at this point of the game in Heart of the Swarm, Protoss know how many units they can get away with, and what they can pretty much get away with, right? Like without just straight up dying.
Yeah.
And now it's a little bit different.
It is a little bit different, and what else is different is the build that we're seeing from Trace over here. Because you know what, Tempo, there's something. Oh, don't forget to build the Stargate, Trace.
I know, right? Oh man,
that was very close. That would have been scary. Like he thinks that he's building the Stargate, he looks back there a minute later, and it's just like, where's my proxy Stargate? That was the entire purpose of this build. But this is gonna be a very interesting situation because I don't feel like the proxy Oracle build is nearly as strong as it used to be because Terrans don't have to go for an engineering bay anymore. And look at this! QXE is scouted and he's seen the double gas geyser, he's seen that there's no natural, and he's saying, okay, let's get up a missile turret. Where's your second pylon?
No matter what, it's gonna be there. And did he go for Rax into CC? I can't remember, but I don't know if it was CC first or not, but he's only just now getting his gas.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he doesn't even need it to deal with this Oracle that's going to be coming.
Yeah.
But you know what? Maybe he'll do something with like the Stasis Ward, or I don't know how much energy it takes to do it, right? That would maybe be a better idea.
Yeah, I think it's really important to note that like Oracles and just Stargate openings in general, yeah, this is a proxy Stargate. It's looking to try and get some damage done because he delayed his natural expansion for this Oracle, but he's expanding behind it, and if he can just do some amount of damage, then he can transition out. He can, again, as you were saying, use the Stasis Ward. The Oracle has proven to be very useful in the mid and late game stages of PvT.
Yeah, for sure. And gotta be careful. Only gonna get those shields hit, so that's not bad. He does get how many kills too, and it's always a thing to keep your Oracle alive. Rather than going in for those last extra kills, having it as a threat for the rest of the game is much better. Getting that long-term investment as opposed to just like, I got one more Marine, yeah, or something like a worker SCV.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that Trace did expand behind it.
Exactly, yeah. The expansion is going to be very, very important over here. And he's kept that Oracle alive. And I kind of want to give a shout out to QXC, because I know that we've been saying the show matches, they're for fun. I mean, we're not putting $1,000 or $2,000 on the line for the show matches, right? That's for the tournament. For this is just about like having some fun, showing what you're capable of in Legacy of the Void. And I know that a lot of pros players have been struggling against the Cyclones in PvT. And I think it's really cool of QXC to say, you know what, you don't have to go Cyclones in this matchup. And he's just playing Bio, man. He's just playing Bio.
He's just playing Bio, yeah. And a lot of people were talking about, like, oh, I really hate how Legacy of the Void has made Bio, like, kind of, you know, it's pretty trash. But he's about to go ahead and make it work. He's just dealing with that Oracle. A little bit annoying, but, you know, he's actually dealt with it really well.
Yeah. I think it's so much. I know, like, I've heard so many Terran players say, it's so frustrating that every single game, if like we had to be very, very careful we don't get a full scout off on our opponent, because we have to be ready for having that engineering bay down. We have to commit to the early engineering bay in case they're going for Oracles or DTs. Like, being able to build a missile turret without that is so nice, but oh, tempo. I like what I see in that production tab. We got a Disruptor on the way for Trace. Finally experimenting a bit with that unit. And I think that that unit, it's such a hit or miss thing. But it's beautiful when it works.
And nothing is more satisfying when you're using it for the first time.
Oh!
No! Uh-oh! That is nothing. There's nothing else here. And those units that are warping in have to be very careful, as they do take a little bit extra damage. Oh man.
That was scary. That was a little bit frustrating, losing that sentry. But he's controlling the Oracle. That's where his attention was. He's doing some nice damage over there. And does manage to get out of there with it still alive, but Disruptor is.
Yo, they're just gonna walk in. Yeah, the Marines are just gonna walk in. They're like, yo, sup, the door's open, and they just go on into the natural, and that's a lot of probes that are gonna go down. But the Disruptor is on the way in a Warp Prism, gonna try to equalize on economic damage. Will it be able to get it done while all this attention is being focused here by QXC?
Yeah, I mean, these Zealots are doing a nice job. They're tanking pretty well against the Marines, but the Mothership Core is also trying to pick away. He might be able to clean this up. I mean, he might even have to pull like a probe or so too, but no, just barely managed to clean it up, and here comes that Disruptor.
Yep. And QXC not reacting right in time, but
8 kills?
We'll get a few kills. 8 kills, not bad at all.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the workers kill tab.
Yeah.
After all that.
More workers.
A little bit scary. Beforehand, you know, Trace was looking like he was in a lot of trouble when those units walked up that ramp.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we end up having Oracle still available. And I want to note, like, think about that. That's a very important thing to know. The opportunity for Trace to do damage is still very much alive, because he has the Disruptor and the War Prism and the Oracle both still alive and ready to move in. And I feel like that's going to keep QXC more on the back foot. Normally in PvT, you'd think, oh, you know, you're going to have all your units out on the map doing drops and putting on harassment. But I wonder if QXC is going to have to be careful about making sure he doesn't commit too much for the aggression, because otherwise this kind of stuff happens and there's no way to punish it.
Every single time. It's almost as, you know, whenever a Terran player would leave the base and then it was like Warp Prism, Zealot warp-ins all day, every day. Now it's like this really swift, you better be paying attention or you're going to lose a lot of workers.
Yeah. Immediately. But, I mean, same thing still goes true for Protoss as the double drop comes in and, a recall over to the natural expansion from Trace. Gonna be able to save almost everything.
Yeah. Doesn't lose much there. That SimCity might work against him at some point in this game.
Yeah.
The Zealots won't be able to deal with them. It's actually a full wall from there. So not even a funnel of Zealous would work. Oh, there's come some more Marauders. Kiting as best as they can.
Yeah, Colossus doing some nice damage over there. Not quite able to kill them, the Bio Army, as fast as they have in the past. But Disruptor is moving its way across the map. And actually, Trace warping in some units, warping a Sentry and 3 Stalkers. This feels like he wants to put on the aggression as he moves across the map.
Yeah, but looks like QXC wants to put on the aggression himself. He's going to snipe the robotics facility, so no more Disruptors, no more Colossi. And now Trace is in it. He is going to go on in. Where is QXC's army, though? It is inside of the main for the most part, and also across the map. Does he have enough?
Very awkward. I mean, I think that he might. It's going to really depend very much on the Disruptor hit over here, but QXC, he's doing some big damage. He's taking out Warp Gates back at home, so Trace is not going to have a lot of reinforcements to back this up.
Yep, and remember, no more Robo units either. Oh, they were a beautiful position here from QXC, but those SCVs are going to funnel. Oh, just too much. QXC. I wasn't sure. I was like, wait, was that? I wasn't sure who, who had done this.
Yeah, right?
I was like, wait, was it Trace? Did Trace just win? No, it was,
no.
QXC ended up taking it at the end.
I think with the additional units inside the main base of Trace, I mean, he was taking out Warp Gates, he was cutting off the potential for Trace to reinforce, and he was eventually just going to start working on the workers. And the combined fact that QXC had a 3rd up, so Trace had to do a lot of damage. It was just a little bit too much. QXC really taking a solid lead in that game. And a solid 2-0 victory over his opponent.
Yeah, he does it, man. And is this like... What's the next one? Isn't it QXC again, right? Versus
QXC versus Moose. Yeah, these are teammates, man. This is going to be a fun match also.
Like what we've noticed so far, right, as the player who won the first show match appeared in the second one and won that one too.
That's very true. That's very true.
How confident is Moose feeling right now in his Legacy of the Void?
He's... Hold on. You're gonna have to give me a second because I'm gonna go find the exact conversation. Okay, the exact conversation goes. Oh, haven't really played much Legacy of the Void. Oh well. Okay, so yeah, it was a little bit less funny than I thought. There was someone else who was just like, "Oh, I'm gonna get effed." Just like, it was like, "Oh, it's Legacy of the Void. I'm effed." Like, that's it. I'm just like, oh, well, thanks for the vote of confidence. But, you know, I've got to say, even the games that, like, players are losing and stuff, they're still showing some really fun and cool stuff. So I'm very much enjoying it.
Oh, yeah.
And also, I want to give a huge shout out, as long as we're waiting around, to all the people that have been doing awesome stuff. And actually, yeah, since you're mentioning the Ryan Shooter, one of the people that actually just recently subscribed to the channel during the Invitational. You're freaking awesome, man. And I know we also had one other subscriber who I need to like locate, because it happened at some point and I totally missed it.
Oh, I hate when that happens. And I'm like, I feel so bad.
Oh my God.
Watching, and they're not going to say anything in the chat, and you're going to feel even worse because they're watching, man. Right now.
But Tempo, you know this man. His name starts with T and it ends with Jock.
Oh,
Jockas.
Yeah,
dude, thank you very much for subscribing, man.
What a boss.
Very much appreciate it. But we are just waiting for the
he's so funny.
all the vetoes and stuff. We're waiting for all the vetoes and stuff to go down between Moose Skills and QXC. And as stated before, there are 9 maps to veto instead of just a lot of 7.
It's a lot of maps.
Yeah,
because they have like, I mean, the map pool is pretty much what they just want, the widest variety of maps, perhaps.
Yeah, they want like a big experimentation because they want to see like what the map should look like, how different games play out on different maps. I'm sure like Blizzard's looking at like average game time on different maps and that kind of stuff, and seeing how things play out, which is really cool.
A lot of the maps are like really different though. Like that's a thing too. Like,
super different. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh man.
I mean, yeah, we got like the big massive 4-player maps that have like really easy expansions and stuff. We also got like the fairly small, like, I actually got to say, Orbital's Shipyard, it kind of feels like a pretty small map. It doesn't feel like that big of a map in terms of like getting to your opponent's base.
Yeah, and the distance is it doesn't feel that big, and then it feels like a lot of your bases are like all compacted, you know, like. The 3rd is right below the main, and then the natural is right behind the main as well. So it's not like you have this 3rd to defend that is like way let's say, I don't know, Iron, what's that other map? Iron
Fortress.
Fortress? Yeah, Fortress.
Yeah. Iron Fortress. Actually, speaking of Iron Fortress, we were seeing. I'm just taking a look at what the maps are. It looks like there are only 3 maps left over right now, and it's going to be between Coda, Echo, and Iron Fortress. Coda going to be the first map, Iron Fortress being the second map, and Echo being the ace match if it goes to that in our final show match of the day.
Indeed.
Before we move on to the semifinals
of the Breakout Invitational.
Yeah.
Or as I like to do, the Breakout Invitational.
I'm trying to tell. Were you about to do your? Did you do your Echo?
Yeah. But what I thought would happen was that it would actually do the Echo, and you know what happened? It just decided to do it. There's nothing else that I got to say there, man.
Oh, happens.
I just decided not to do it. Like it just mutes me completely. Like screw you.
Sometimes you got to make those strategic decisions, man.
Yep.
But unfortunately, that is the way it is. But we got an awesome game coming up, guys. It's gonna be 2 teammates. QXE versus Moose Skills in Legacy of the Void. And again, for anyone tuning in and wondering what these show matches are, these are show matches that are happening before the Breakout Invitational tournament that aims to highlight up-and-coming players in the North American scene. And the players in the tournament, or these show matches, are 2 established North American players, Kelazor and QXE, very much proven themselves in the North American scene. Some would say South American scene for Kelazor, but he lives in America, and he was born in America, so ha. And QXE, of course, just yeah.
Is he at the Root House right now? I think
Kelazor? He is at the Root House. Because when he was showing up like 15 minutes later than I asked him to, I got to message someone in the Root House and be like, "Hey, can you go tell Kelazor he's supposed to be playing right now?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." Yeah. Kelazor is actually like, okay, people say Sheth is the nicest person in StarCraft. I know Sheth is not quite as active in StarCraft anymore, but Kelazor is the nicest person that exists in StarCraft, okay?
Wow.
He is the nicest. I will defend this to the end, because I think that there's like points in time where he will like try and give confidence boost to his opponent who's like feeling unconfident. He's like, no, dude, you'll do fine, man. You're gonna beat me easy. Like, he like tries to help them feel better because he doesn't want them to feel bad. If he's like favored. Yeah, even if
I think you were saying that. Yeah.
Oh,
that's killer.
It's hilarious, man. He's fantastic. But we're gonna jump in and introduce the players as we spawn up here or down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. We got the purple Terran player representing Team Complexity. It is Complexity's QXE.
And also representing Complexity, he is in the top left. It is gonna be your orange Zerg player, Moose Skills, aka Kendrick Lamar.
He does love his Kendrick Lamar.
He really does love his Kendrick.
I'm both happy and sad that his Legacy of the Void account is not named Kendrick. For those who are wondering, that's how it is in Heart of the Storm. He just has an account named Kendrick.
But here we go. We get to see a TVZ once again, but this time it's gonna be with QXE and also Moose Skills' teammate.
Yeah, but Tempo, I think we might also be seeing that continuous Reaper aggression in this game, too. He's got 2 Raxes coming down, and there's Reaper number 1 and Tempo. 2 Rax Reaper was scary in Heart of the Swarm, but now you pair that up with those grenades, man, and it is just it's hilarious, but it's also it's even scarier.
Even scarier. But I think the cool part about this series, at least, is I know BioIce was going for the 3 before pool against Terran pretty much every time. Yeah. And Moose Skills not. He's actually going to go for a more, I guess, quote-unquote standard with the hatch gas pool. So, you know, we saw BioIce struggling with it. You know, Kelazor picked it on a map where I bet he wasn't expecting. I don't think BioIce was expecting that build on that map. Like, you expect it more on this kind of map. But QXE going for it straight up no matter what. I think it will still surprise Moose Skills still.
Yeah, it might catch him a little bit off guard over here, especially since his Overlord is not exactly going straight into the base. He's not going to be able to see that initial, or that second Reaper coming out, but he does see the first Reaper. He's getting some Zerglings out. Should be okay-ish. The Reaper shouldn't die here, though.
And, well, wondering how QXE will... Okay, you're right. Fear Dragon, look at that. Back at the home of QXC, he is going to be adding 2 more additional barracks. And I wonder if this is something that people have just been doing because it is double gas every time that I've seen it too, Yeah,
and EJK also did a very similar, like, he got the similar barracks count and everything. This is looking very, very similar, but 3 Reapers, I think MooSkills must know what's going on now. He's going to be producing non-stab Zerglings, but he is going to have a much earlier Zergling speed than I believe BioIce did.
Yeah. And look at that, zoning out on the ramp too. 1 more of those charges will go down, and these Reapers, I don't believe any of them have died yet. And how many are here? There's only 2 at the moment.
I mean, QXC hasn't lost a unit yet. Let's put it that way.
He hasn't.
But then again,
Zerglings on the way here.
Yeah, MooSkills has only lost 2 drones and a Zergling, which is not too bad, but he's going to be losing a lot more over here. A lot of those Reaper mines going off. That means he doesn't have the opportunity to use them now. And Zergling speed is finished up. He's going to be able to survive a lot of these Reapers.
We saw what you were talking about too, you know, trying to blow up the Zerglings if he gets surrounded, and it worked for a bit, but it was just too much damage at that specific time. So well done, MooSkills, man. Not gonna die to the wrath of the Reaper there.
Couple more Zerglings chasing after those Reapers, but they buy themselves a bit of time with those mines and push those Zerglings back. This is so interesting because you think about how TVZ goes usually, and it's when Zergling speed finished up, the Reapers can't really be active on the map anymore, right? Yeah, you have to.
They're chasing Speedlings right now.
Yeah. You have to be a bit more careful, but you have the opportunity to do stuff like this. Look at this, those Zerglings are so low on health. The splash damage is starting to add up. He's starting to do massive amounts of damage to kill them all.
He's actually destroying all of the, he's killing all of the Zerglings right now. He actually is gonna do it.
God.
No way.
Oh, no, that is... Every Zerg player in the chat right now is crying. I know it. They're gonna be crying in 3 minutes when they see what just happened. And 4 more Reapers still on the way. QXC is not halting this, but a Spire on the way.
Wow.
Spire could put an end to this, but is he gonna survive long enough for him to put an end to this?
Yeah, I don't think that MooSkills was expecting that. He was pretty much using those lings in order to secure his droning for the next few minutes, and then maybe take a third at some point. But
yeah.
Wow. Do they kill creep tumors as well? I believe they do. That took a little bit of HP from the creep tumor.
It's a little bit crazy right now, but the Zerglings are getting a nice... They get a nice surround, but the Reapers get out. Once again, every single time he gets out and... managed to get on down to the low ground. It's going to be able to do some nice micro over here. What? Are you serious? Plants in one of those on the high ground, hops down and hops back up. Gets additional shot. QXC is just pushing the void.
What is the APM at for this guy right now? That's what I would like to know. Jeez.
Man. I'm seeing pretty decent APMs. We're sitting around 250, 210. And I want to note, I believe that the APM counts, they're actually going to be lower than in Heart of the...
Exactly, yeah.
A second and a minute lasts a lot longer. Is that correct? Are they lower or higher, actually?
It should be lower, I believe, yeah. So...
Yeah. Well, we'll go with that for now, because we're not going to do math on stream. But yeah,
I was trying to save you. I didn't want you to actually go for it, because I'm like, you know what? I'll take the hit. I'll take the hit, man. I'll do it. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, missile turret's coming up. I mean, you have to remember, QXC has been seeing everything going on, and he should also have a pretty good idea. Like, wait a second. Okay, even if you haven't seen the Spire directly, which he has, I mean, just the fact that there's no third, just the fact that MooSkills has got to been doing something behind all of this.
Yeah.
He knows there's going to be a lot of Mutals coming out.
He hasn't seen any real gas investment out of MooSkills, and he's seen the fact that he's been mining it too. So, you know, getting in with those Reapers, he was able to at least check. Didn't see Evos, so that could be weird. And then he didn't also see the Roach Warren. So here come the Mutas, though. There's a turret in the mineral line as well.
They're going to be able to go after the Stim over here.
I think he's just going to go for it.
He's got to be careful. He doesn't want to just sacrifice the mules because, I mean, he's lost so much of his economy, but at the same time, getting Stim would just buy him so much time.
Yeah. And, is there a third command center here? Yeah, there is one here for QXC. MooSkills finally getting some breathing room, if you will, and now he's going to go for what it is that he wants, and that is going to be that Ling Bling Muta style. And we'll see how he takes it here.
He's got a decent drone count, too, to boot. I mean, he's a Canadian, so that seems like the most phrase to use. I say as soon as I said it.
Two of them? Okay.
I like a boot. But, yeah, I mean, 59 drones. He's going to be going to those 3 bases, and the Reapers are still alive, but there are some Zerglings, and if he pulls back those beetles, he's gonna have a great opportunity to kill these guys off. I mean, those Reaper mines are only so effective versus the Mutalisks, and by so effective, I mean not effective. They're not. They're
at
not.
all, right? So I really like this too, and you mentioned it in the last game. QXC going for bio once again here in TVZ, and that is something that I feel a lot of people have been saying is kind of like a death wish, like just you don't go bio because ultras. But there is that mid game still that they still could be good, and I don't know actually if they did any changes to them. Did they? Has there been any changes to like
to the ultras? I don't
anything like that.
So I don't believe so. A lot of Zerg players have been just messing with, or sorry, Terran players, I think have been messing with mech because of that, as I'm saying. Like, they've been staying away toward bio. But, I mean, when you start upgrading, like, stim and all that other stuff, combat shield, +1 weapons, you feel pretty forced into it, I think.
Yeah. All right, so... I mean, he did open up with, like, 5 barracks, so, I mean, maybe he just felt like I probably should make use of these in the mid-game. There was a run by, I believe, inside of the natural... No. Slight one, but it didn't really do anything.
Yeah, a lot of Zergans coming out, and I want to give a shout out to Ninja Knight 7. He's saying, "Hi, I'm the whiny Zerg player that Fear Dragon predicted." Oh, yeah, there it is. I mean, it looks pretty ridiculous. I'm not going to make any balanced judgments, but it looks pretty silly.
Yeah. That is pretty funny. But the Reaper's
Zergans
trying to get a bit.
Oh, might be able to get this. Oh, they got surrounded on the Reapers.
They stopped. Whoop.
Oh, getting up to the high ground, though. One Reaper gets up to the high ground, but isn't able to do anything. It's dead.
Yeah, he's just trying to get as much damage done with his Reapers as possible. Yeah, they're getting low. And they are going to get cleaned up. So not that much damage done by them right then. Musko's reacting accordingly.
Yo, Tempo. You know what I love about QXE? Is that
what do you love?
He is experimenting with the Reapers, and not as just a, I still have them alive, so I'll do some harassment. He's produced 2 more Reapers. He's continuing to make sure he has at least some Reapers out of the map because he's getting ready to use them in the engagements themselves. He's realizing the value of them.
Yeah, that's actually a good point that you made. He did lose a lot of them there, but he probably wanted to trade out a lot better than he did and even get a good scout. And you know what? He did see the Hydra Den, but I don't think he saw that it was turning into a Lurker Den.
Yeah, the Lurkers.
So that's going to be cool out of Mooskills. We're going to see some Lurkers in this game.
Tempo, Lurkers are scary, man, especially if you don't notice them attacking your army when you're moving in.
They don't really make a sound, it's just like the silent death.
It's like burrowed banelings, except they just keep firing. They just keep exploding on your army.
Yeah, it's like burrowed banelings, but you don't actually hear like the bacon sizzling in the pan. It's just like
you just hear like your forces are under attack. And you're like, okay, let me finish building these supply depots and I'll go over to my army. But your army has just been. I mean, if you don't scan, your army walks on top of the Lurkers. They take more and more damage.
So crazy. 10 Hydras on the way. There are no ranged upgrades here, I don't think, just yet. So he is going to continue to go into those melee upgrades, but 5 Lurkers are going to be morphed in. And remember now, they don't need the Hive in order to get that ranged upgrade, so they're not, like, quote-unquote useless until Hive. He can stay on Lair Tech on this Ling Bling Muta and then add Lurkers to the mix as well. So that when QXC gets fed up, he's going to walk into a big field of Lurkers, perhaps, and that'll be fun.
Oh, God. Lurkers are another one of the big reasons. Yeah, and Lurkers are another one of the reasons why I think a lot of Terran players have been very hesitant to go for this very bio-oriented force, just because, I mean, the Lurkers, they deal so much damage per shot. We're seeing 30 damage per shot. They're going to be 2-shotting these Marines. And when you have Lurkers 2-shotting the Marines in giant AoE, like line splash, it's hard to take an engagement near them, especially after they get the range upgrade. They're going to be outranging, out-damaging, doing out everything on those Marines.
Yeah. And even having, like, without having a Raven or something, like, you have to scan. And usually, you scan for creep. But I think the range, like, what's the range here? Yeah, maybe he would be able to see it beforehand if he stays right at the creep. I think that really adds a new dynamic to Zerg, too. It's almost like when people have been trying to do with Burrowed Banes and being successful with, but it's so much more difficult. Lurkers are going to add that like in almost every game if they decide to go for them, which is cool to me at least.
No, definitely. I've seen some pretty like funny Lurker games where they just are so difficult sometimes to break. Like you can theorize about, oh, well, you get up a siege tank, or you get up whatever like air units and you just kill them, right? Well, it's really difficult to invest into all of that and to go for that. But this Zergling run by over here at the 3rd expansion or 4th expansion, it can do some damage.
Yeah, that's actually a lot of damage here. They're trying to turn to a planetary, actually. Too. And it's going to have to lift up. The Banelings are going to keep on rolling, and not getting, like, amazing connections, but that is, like...
They clean up.
A lot, yeah.
Yeah.
What else does QXC have?
Yeah, QXC, I mean, he would look to be in such a dominating position in the early stages of the game, but Muskos is really showing the capabilities of Zerg in the later stages.
They ran into the Lurkers at the creep at the top, and... yeah. Really nicely done. A lot of dead carcasses there, man. A lot of dead carcasses. QXC does manage. I mean, he was focused in on the Zergling run by that was happening again, but look at how many Zerglings Muskos has again, and he is getting close to maxed out. He's sitting on those 2-2 upgrades that, he's tied up with the QXC for. He's going to be very tied up very soon once those +2 armor upgrades finish up for QXC, but a really, really crazy game. Yeah, this is really awesome. Like, Muskos is securing this base here, and now QXC is going to be thinking twice about moving out whenever he goes anywhere. Big attack here, but there is a planetary to provide some support.
Yeah. Gonna be able to do some
the SCVs.
There's the Banelings.
There's no longer a planetary to provide support. But there's a lot of things go down.
Yeah. A lot of things have changed between Heart of the Swarm and Legacy of the Void, but one thing has remained the same since Wings of Liberty. The Banelings right-clicking on the Planetary Fortress kills Planetary Fortress dead.
So this is the stage of the game where every Bioterran should start to get pretty scared, as the adrenal glands provide an additional 20% than they used to, so it's 40% also for the Zerglings. But also the Ultralisks are, they get like +6 armor, right? Or what is it? 4 armor? It's something ridiculous.
A lot of armor, man.
It's a lot of armor, man. That's all
Feels
I'm
like
trying to say.
+30 sometimes.
It does.
Well, a pretty decent engagement over here from Muskos. He's going to be able to kill off some of the Mutalisks as well. And that Siege Tank splash damage really murdering a lot of those Zerglings. But here's the interesting thing. QXC, because of the way that this army is positioned, I mean, there's not that many Mutalisks left over. He can actually just utilize Medivacs and pick up and go to the main. Yeah, I think he's going to just do that.
He's just like, go. He doesn't even care that the Mutas are there either. He's like, you know what? Here I go. Who cares about your Lurkers out of position? I'm just going to go. And you know what? He did a big attack on the top right. QXC took out that base. And I think that he should be at least, well, thinking about the possibility of Ultras, right? So he's just like, oh, God, I need to do something to win this game.
But they're not even down yet. A lot of damage. Yeah, Banelin's doing a lot of damage right now. But yeah, as you're saying, like, I mean, Ultralists are not going to be out, and he doesn't even, he does have a hive up. But yeah, he needs to throw up an Ultralist Cavern if he wants to start going for that. He's gotten 3/3 upgrades on the way.
For Ravi, don't
or at
you
least
think?
+3 weapons. Yeah.
If you were to throw up an Ultralist Cavern, I don't think that'd be something I'd ever want to do, man.
It's going to be pretty scary, man. But I mean, you have to remember, it's like... Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, this attack that is coming here. I wasn't sure if QXC was actually in a much better position than we may be thinking, right? Because he has the supply lead actually here.
It's that mobility playstyle that he's been going for, Tempo, where he realizes actually that, yeah, sure, Zerglings and Banelings, they're still fairly mobile, but they aren't really nearly mobile enough to deal with the Medivacs. And as long as you split up the army, then guess what? The Lurkers are the immobile units. They're going to have a hard time. Look, the Lurkers are not going to be able to participate in this engagement over here. The Mutals all go down. GG gets called, and QXC taking the game.
Holy moly. That is some classic QXC right there. Being everywhere, you know? Like, as soon as you said that he was going to possibly load up the Medivacs because of the lack of the Mutas, and he just did it, and then he was also on the right side. That was, like, really perfectly done. And he didn't. I don't even think he had +3/+3. You know, usually you think in those Bio versus Zerg situations, like, 3/3, GG. But he was on 2/2 right there, getting 3 attack. Just well done.
God, I just love so much about the adaptations there from QXC, where again, a lot of players saying can't go Bio in the late game versus Zerg because, you know, either they get out the Ultralist or, I mean, you just talk about the Lurkers just doing massive amounts of damage to you in AoE splash. But QXC, you have to remember, like, right, he was continuously being aggressive. So if there was a big investment from Muskos at one just given point to just go straight up to Ultralist, he probably dies to a lot of that aggression because he's invested into the Ultralist, he's invested into all these things before they pop out. and the Marine Marauder Force just barrels in and kills everything, and then he just has an overwhelming number of units. But the way that QXE handled that was just this continuous aggression, making sure that Moose couldn't get up to there, and poking in from a lot of different sides, exploiting the immobility of those lurkers. That is really important to keep in mind.
And keep it, yeah. He started that out with the 5 racks with the
5 racks Reaper. That went up to 5 racks. Tempo is a 5 racks Reaper.
That is ridiculous, man.
We're back.
Yeah. I love how we're gonna have these, like, you know, 7 Roach Rush, like 7 RR. Now we got like the 5 racks.
Yeah,
Reaper.
7 Ravager Rush now. Also,
now it's 7 Ravager Rush, right?
That
like,
was Dragon Tech's build, man.
Oh, I love it.
All right.
That was a really nice game 1. Really fun. I did not expect that had to happen though. Like the way that he just pulled it out. QXE went Super Saiyan, man. Yeah. Well, I guess here in the top right.
Wants to say the Super Saiyan.
You can't take him out of it. So it is that teal Terran play representing Complexity, up 1 game, and also up 3 games in these breakout show matches. It is going to be QXE.
And his opponent spawning up here in the top left-hand corner of the map, representing his team, Complexity, teammate of QXE. It is Complexity's Moose Skills.
I think, yeah, you made a good point too. Like the way that getting to that Ultralisk is always the most difficult, I would say, task for a Zerg. And QXE knew that. Like, I think he recognized it when he did his the drop too, where he's like, "Oh, there's a hive here. All right, well, you must be trying a little. You know, you're teching. There's a little bit of vulnerability here for you." And he just took that fight with all of the mutas. Like, that was a really nice trade, and just kind of gave him, I guess, the confidence to just go for it.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of experimentation with Legacy of the Void in how the army compositions look, because you think about like how that went. Moose Skills was trying to make sure that he had enough Zerglings to, you know, soak up his shots and, you know, do attacks, etc. Adrenal glands is good also, but also have enough Banelings that he can get some good splash AoE shots off.
Yeah,
and still have the Mutalisk available to make sure the medevac count doesn't get ridiculous. But then he's trying to add in. I wonder if he just added in too many lurkers.
Yeah.
And if maybe he should have just gotten more Mutalisk instead, right?
Yeah,
a lot of times
because they're very expensive. Yeah, lurkers are not cheap, you know. And QXE was sniping bases, so he wasn't actually getting the gas that he probably wanted. And yeah, you might be exactly right. And also the lurkers weren't really participating in the locations that QXE was pressuring them at. QXE kind of just, you know, circumvented wherever they were, and Moose didn't really like spread them out or at least relocate them, I would say. It's kind of hard to sometimes when the medevacs allow that mobility too, though. So, you know, it's another definitely something that people are gonna have to get used to, and I love it. Adds another layer. Adds another layer into the onion of StarCraft.
Because you know, StarCraft wasn't layered enough. It wasn't
not already.
Enough.
Yeah,
so I had to make it even more complex.
Yeah, I mean, we do have 2 complexity players, man. So
we're
gonna be reigning supreme as Legacy of the Void does roll around. See them show their true colors, not just the black and red and silver.
Very much so. But we got some Zerglings doing some nice damage on the other side of the map. The Reaper should be able to clean things up. But great target fire over there from the kills off the SCV, and
it's so silly. I swear,
it looks so silly. It's like the Viper pull. It took me a really long time to get over the Viper pull.
Like the first time you saw a Colossus get pulled by a Viper,
you're just like, what? What just happened? What did we just watch?
Idea. Exactly.
Because I mean, it's something that I still like look at sometimes and I laugh. Because the Viper, when it pulls a Colossus, you just see the Colossus legs like kind of flailing a little bit in the air, because it's like trying to start that movement animation, and it looks just like, oh no,
I can't. Yeah, it's really funny. It's just like so sudden too, right? Where
exactly.
It's not this graceful leap. It's just like you get over here, like yank through the sky. This gigantic mechanical. Wow, even all 3 queens getting hit there.
Yeah.
Oh, but now they're gonna get their revenge. It looks like.
Really solid over there. And, you know, I'm wondering maybe David Kim decides to patch in weight requirements for, you know, the Queens and Zerglings. So maybe Zerglings start flying a little bit further, Queens start flying a little bit short of a distance. Because, you know, you got to factor in the weight. We can get some extra information.
Everything, yep.
Yeah, man.
And, like, the distance from the explosion, too. You know?
Yeah, exactly. All these kind of physics that start getting weighed in, man, that makes that Reaper ability super duper complex, and I don't actually like the idea of all of that stuff going in. That just makes it a little bit too ridiculous.
A little bit too much, right? But hey, that would be interesting. Like, well, actually, if he had just put that down about like, you know.
Yeah. Well, C-Shank drop coming in from QXC, and I've got to say, this is something that we've seen Terran players do successfully.
Yep.
But
I mean, I hate it, but you know, I love it.
Yeah, most of the time that I've seen it be super successful have been in Archon mode. It's just so APM intensive to make it work and make it efficient.
Mm-hmm. And it really, he really shines, and it shows the true potential of Archon mode when you do this type of strategy. But you know, Muskos is actually going for Ravagers himself, so tanks are going to be a good opener already. Usually 2-base Muta or something like that is what shuts this down. But if you go for the Roach style, this is going to be pretty annoying to deal with.
Very much so. And, I mean, QXC, he's doing a pretty good job so far, but it's like, again, I usually only see this be super effective in Archon mode because of how much APM you need to make it work. And he is trying to do it with 2 siege tanks while also macroing up behind this. And he's doing a great job with the macro and everything. But I think he's having a bit of a hard time finding the clear openings. He's doing some nice damage here, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Stopping that creep spread is nice. But yeah, what is Musko's gonna go into? He has a Roach Warren down. He's getting a Spire too. So he opened up with a Ravager kind of Ling and realized that maybe it's not gonna be the best idea with a tank opener. Yeah. And he's transitioning into Spire and Banelings and melee upgrades. So
and he's going to be up against Bio. So this is going to be a pretty different game, I think, than we saw in game number 1. Where we're sure we're going to have Zergling, Banelings, and stuff. But we're going to have the Ravagers maybe mixed in. That would be kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, just like a few of them, right?
Yeah, maybe just a few of them. I don't know if he's ever going to reproduce them if he ends up losing them, though.
True.
Especially since he's going to, like, the melee upgrades and everything. It seems like it might not just have the same level of synergy. Because you're going for melee upgrades, you're missing on missile attack upgrades.
Yeah, and it's not even like it's against Protoss where you would use it for the utility of breaking the force fields.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see C-Shank harassing. Okay, QXC is starting to change my mind on this. He's doing a pretty good job with it so far.
I know, he's making it, he's getting the best out of it pretty much. If you look at those siege tanks, I think one of them had 19 kills. The other one, I'm trying to click it, but he's
might kill a Ravager or 2 here too.
Yeah.
He might kill those only 2 Ravagers that exist. There's one down. Oh, and second one. Low on health.
The Mutas are going to be popping soon.
Oh, he's going to drop on the low ground.
Do it. Oh, yeah. I love how the medevacs give you that high ground vision when you do this.
Yeah.
But actually, you know, you got to be careful for the Ravager shot. They can still hit that medevac if Muskos decided to. But I don't think it would kill it.
God, yeah, I'm just looking at the APM tab right now. These players are going absolutely insane with the APM. Just like dealing with his drops and everything. QXC is definitely, and Muskos are both spiking up to around 300 or so. And it's, I mean, it's Legacy of the Void, man. But the Mutals are finally out, and that should push these guys back.
Yeah. Unfortunately here for Muskos, he did show the first 2. I don't know. The Bio is going to try to save it, but one of them does go down, the medevac, with that siege tank inside. And we're just going to see Ling Bling Muta once again.
Yeah, missile turrets are going up. The Mutals may be able to dart in over there just before they finish up, but the Marines, QXC knows he needs to buy just a little bit extra time. SCV goes down, but the rest of the missile turrets should be finishing up. Yeah,
he should be okay here for now. But Muskos has been expanding like a boss. Like he's at 4. His drone count is it is at 73.
Oh,
which is pretty good, I think, when the bases do mine out a bit faster. But surprisingly, it doesn't look like the main is like completely dead yet, you know? Like, not like a Terran players here. If you look at QXC's, it's a little bit more bare. But,
yeah, players have just been doing a good job of keeping, like, not 16 or, you know, however many, like, more than, like, 16 workers on those bases. They've been doing a good job of expanding relatively quickly and spreading them out. QXC has a little bit of oversaturation at his 3rd, but I think that he may be thinking about expanding soon with the 4th going up.
Yeah, And I wonder which one he will take. Do you think he'll just take the one on the south? With the location that he put it, I would assume.
Yeah.
Right? I feel like that's a very bold expansion if you do take the other one. But
he's doing it, though.
He's doing it.
Wow.
He's just going to go for it. That means he does want to be quite aggressive himself. And it doesn't spread him too thin either. So he just has this kind of solid location that he has to defend. Mutas are going to get into that natural, though, but still trying to find their place in this world, this cold, cold world. As they haven't really done too much. Just being annoying as Mutas usually do.
We're starting to see actually like probably the most passive game. I mean, it's not that it's been a super passive game. We've seen like bits of aggression, but it's the most passive game that we've seen. It's not like crazy just throwing units and like also taking massive amounts of damage yourself. We're seeing a little bit more of a reserve game. Like harassment is what I would say, not big army engagements yet.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, from both sides too. From the Mutas to the tank drops. Definitely. But once again, Muskill's showing that he does favor those lurkers. Even though he doesn't have that ranged upgrade, you don't need ranged upgrades too much. If you overstep into a lurker field,
Yeah, they still have a pretty solid range. I think they have like 9 range, right? Starting off. Yeah.
Oh no, I meant the
oh no, sorry.
Like the actual upgrade for attack. He is getting
yeah.
Like range attack, sorry, yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. +1 missile attack coming out, and that's actually a really good point. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, if you get the missile attack, I mean, he's gone for like the melee upgrades and the carapace upgrades, so this does kind of make a big shift, and if he starts going for the missile upgrades for the lurkers, then you start thinking, well, does he start maybe thinking about producing Ravagers then to also help out with the forces?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too. Like, even Muskills says he's done Roach Hydra in the past anyway, like straight up, but
yeah,
it's going to be a very unique unit composition, I think, as the infestation pit goes down too. On a map like this, I feel like with the base that QXE took, he could be really cool.
Oh, Bailey's
cool things. Whoa!
Getting a lot of good shots off on the SCVs and kills off a lot of them. QXE down to 46 workers, and this is really surprising because we don't actually see super big maxed out armies that often in Legacy of the Void, I would say.
No, I agree. His bank is actually pretty big too. He's going to just continue to make a lot of lings. And with the siege tank count and the locations of QXE's bases, I don't even think that flying locust would be a bad idea either. There are a lot of turrets though.
Yeah. There's a lot of turrets over there. I think probably too many. I don't know if it's actually too many for the mules. I feel like the mules can start to pick some of them off at least. Maybe find like a window of opportunity. But QXC's starting to push across the map, trying to do some counter-harassment damage as well. And actually, I wouldn't say it's harassment. It's actually eating the bandit
straight up.
God, to the face.
He just literally... I think QXC's army just face-checked the whole squad of... I don't even know if you call them squad, but that was just a big, giant group of banelings that QXC... Were they cloaked?
Oh, I know, right? Were they burrowed and moving? David Kim, please. The Mule's going to be doing some nice damage in the main base as well. He's going to have to back out as QXC starts to get some reinforcements and starts to pick away at a lot of those Mules. But, man, that was a big loss. Oh, but this is a big loss over here for Mule skills if you lose too many of those Mules. I mean, he has a nice bank that he's spending and getting a lot of lurkers. He's trading out the supply, but he needs that anti-air for things like this.
Yeah. Oh, another Doom drop, but the lurkers are in a much better position this time. As they do spot. And you notice it's a very common trend between those two times is as soon as he got a really good engagement on the Mutas, he lifted up into the medevacs and was like, I'm going. But that time Muska was a little bit more prepared. Saw it coming with the creep. And he's going to have to go back home, QXC. He's struggling a bit here economically.
Yeah, it's he's starting to mine out again, like as we would expect, fairly quickly. He's got this 4th expansion, but I mean the 3rd expansion is starting to run a little bit dry, and that is something you have to keep in mind. Terran players especially, they already mined out pretty quickly, but in Legacy of the Void, they're going to mine out even faster than they already did with the Mules. So you got to be careful about how many you throw down.
Yeah, I mean, at least he did take that other base, but like, oh, it's already. Every time I look at that, 15 minerals remaining at one of the patches.
Yeah,
that is like a relatively new base. So
it's a little bit insane, but you know, I gotta say, Moose skills.
Please,
Moose skills though
disregard.
Muskos has got a pretty healthy amount of mining. I mean, he's mining as 3rd, still a little bit, not by a lot, but he's still got a little bit. He's mining as 4th pretty healthily, mining as 5th pretty healthily. He may even just decide to, hey, say, let's take a 6th, because I got 77 drones, and I only need 16 of them mining at a time.
Yes. because he's kept that out. Like, he hasn't lost too many of them. He's just starting to get that 3-3. Keeping up with the upgrades. A big attack here. Oh, speaking of economy, getting just obliterated.
Yeah. What's the nice thing for QXC? I mean, he's going to have more army supply moving into the later stages with 37 SCVs left over. So maybe he can make some magic happen with that, but he's really going to need to take some cost-effective engagements against this army, because Muskills also, he's getting time to get up his upgrades and catch up on missile attacks. He's up to +1 and +2 carapace armor. He's getting the Ultralist out and getting up his melee attacks. Oh, this is looking scary for QXC.
Yeah, this is like... It's really well done by Muskos. I feel like getting to this stage is really tough, and the fact that he's doing all of this counter damage, he did lose a few of the mutas, but he did remake some of them as well. So he's just getting like a really well-rounded army. He has this kind of group of lurkers as well, so if those Marines try to stem in and get some damage, then they are going to get taken out. This is a bold expansion if I've ever seen one. That is not a scouting command center, my friends. The mutas are going to find it here.
I mean, the Zergl is also finding that other expansion at the 3rd, and they're going to be able to actually do a lot of damage over there, but yeah, as you were saying, that command center may actually just end up going down. QXC's not pulling SCVs to repair it. Oh, it's going to go down.
And it goes down. Almost lands on the SCVs. That would have been scary. That's close. Does he get like, they're just mining, and all of a sudden these pieces of sheet metal just like flying through the mineral line.
QXC's got a drop going down at the bottom left, but the Banelings come in, and boom. That drop is gone. The medevac is going to survive, but I mean, no units to deal a lot of damage with, and he's in enemy territory. But Muskills, he's got all the expansions he needs. He's got the time that he's needed. He's got the Ultralist, the famed Ultralist in Legacy of the Void. But
that's GG, guys. Nothing else to see here.
God, it's going to be so difficult for QXC to make this work. He's down in supply, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only that, the fact that the Ultras and whatnot are out in the 3-3 upgrades, it's more so the fact that the economy, man, Muskos has been going behind all of this, like, taking out the command center, and just, he's gonna starve QXC out at this point. And it sounds funny, you never really hear about, you know, Bio or Terran, like, Bio play getting starved out, but he's not letting QXC take another base. He's just not letting it happen.
Yeah. Well, he's moved out to the center of the map, and this is going to cost him because the Mutals are now moving in to do some harassment. And guess what? All those missile turrets, they're gone, Tempo. They be gone.
Yeah. Well, that command center is under fire. These Mutas do only have the +1 upgrades, though, so that's something to note. They're not going to be able to just kind of dive in on missile turrets either if there are a lot of them. But there are a lot of Mutas. The upgrades may not be that great, but... Wow.
The command centers, the orbital commands are actually unbelievably important. It's more important than I was even thinking about before, because he needs scans to scan the lurkers now.
Oh, yeah, he can't even just go up and try to attack. Oh,
yeah,
man.
He has to be careful with those.
Yeah.
He only has 3 left, and I mean, he's got a couple scans that he's starting to save up now, but he's got maybe like 4 or 5. If he loses one of those orbitals, that goodbye goes like half of his scans.
Yep. Well, QXC finds an opening here. There is one lurker in the mineral line, but that's not going to really come into play. Wow, that base went down so fast. Once again, though, QXC is only on 2-2, and he doesn't have any upgrades in sight. It's a little something strange that, yeah, QXC could have overlooked here.
Oh, Ultralist having some trouble going up that ramp, and there's not a lot of the Mutalists over here. The Mutalists are coming in. They're trying to intercept this drop, and the Ultralists are giving chase as well.
This is so scary. Do you drop into the, you know, the hugging arms of the Ultras, or do you just take it while you're in the medevac and crash and burn? Oh, this is such a difficult decision to make. But QXC just sacrifices a few. Those poor guys.
I mean, he kills off one of the bases, but Muskills has that other base that QXC, quite frankly, is starting to run very dry on. Even some of the healthier mineral patches at this 4th have 500 minerals left over. It's not going to last very long. I mean, the lower mineral patches are 55. GG gets called. Muskills going to be taking game number 2 in a fairly awesome late game series that only went to 18 minutes, but tempo. Only 18 minutes. Real-time minutes, and not only that, but we got like 7 bases out of Muskills, so that is pretty late game. It's pretty late game.
Yeah, he took that whole side of the map. The left side of the map was pretty much his. And QXC was not. I mean, you even saw QXC tried to float a command center. He was like, you know what? Maybe. Yeah. Can I just have one of them? And Muskills said, no.
It's like, cross my fingers. I hope it works. No, okay, Moose Skills is gonna stop it.
We were teammates, but no, not right now.
No, man, teammates. I don't know about you, Tempo, but your friends are the people that you're the most brutal to. Like
I know,
have,
yeah.
I'll
It's like tough love.
Exactly. It's the tough love. So I'll have like friends that I'll play StarCraft with, acquaintances and stuff, and I'll be like, okay, yeah, I don't want to be like that jerk that just cheeses them. My friends, I'm like, okay, let's play StarCraft. Let's play StarCraft mode. Whatever. Like, and I remember, this is a true story. All right. Wings of Liberty. I had a friend. It was one of my friends that I was going to school with. I was in college with him, and he played Terran. And we were like good friends. We were like roommates and stuff, right?
Yeah.
I said, let's play some StarCraft, man. Let's play some StarCraft. I want to see how good you are. All right. And I'm like being cheeky. I know about the whole esports scene. I know that he doesn't like really follow it. He's like aware. He's like vaguely aware of it, but he doesn't really follow it.
I bought the Brady Game strategy guide. He's like,
I bailing busted him 7 times in a row. And he quit StarCraft. I'm not joking. He quit StarCraft. I was like, I'm not having fun anymore. I was like, oh, I regret everything. I got him to start playing again later on. He race switched to Protoss because he was so scarred by the events.
By that, 7 times in a row.
Your friends, those are the people you're the most brutal with.
I agree. Like, those are the closest to you. Always want to put a few banelings a little closer as well.
Yeah. Those are the ones you cannon rush and proxy 2 get. You're like
over and over again.
You want to play some StarCraft? Yeah, sure, man. Why did you ask me you want to play StarCraft? You're just gonna cheese me every single game, man. Like, that's where the fun is.
That's like my friend too. I had a friend that was like that too, but I wouldn't even like bailing bus. Like I do like an attack, right? Like so can I be throwing behind it. It's like, why? Ask me. He's alive.
He's alive. He's alive.
Hey, Karen, man, you okay, bro?
I think we're okay. I think we're okay. I know that we had a little bit of lag going on in the last game. Hopefully, it's resolved. I'm especially looking at the stream. I know that there's a good chunk of lag, but yeah. Hopefully, you guys will bear with it. Moose Skills has 0 APM, and this is concerning me. Okay, he's back. He's back. He's back.
Okay.
All right. Well, Tempo, take it away with that first player introduction, man.
All right, sure. Okay, here we go, everybody. Spawning here in the bottom right corner, representing Complexity, showing is pretty strong in that macro game. It is going to be Moose Skills.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left-hand corner of the map of Echo. We have the purple Terran player, also representing Team Complexity. It is QXC. Tied up 1-1. Tempo, man, I feel like maybe QXC will call me out and be like, no, I actually think Bio is the strongest way to play in Legacy of the Void right now, or that's the strongest way I feel like playing. But I have to say, Bio does feel like one of the styles that is less figured out, and because of that, it feels like one of the weaker styles, especially as you move into the later stages of the game.
Yeah.
And I wonder if QXC just kind of says, you know, I'm not gonna give you that kind of nice advantage in not going for Bio. I'm gonna start going to mech. I wonder if he does that this game after how that last game went.
Yeah, I'm wondering too, because like I've seen QXC do incredibly well in this matchup, even in this Legacy of the Void, and he definitely was favoring mech. So I'm wondering if it's just like, you know, does he pull it out for the last one, or
yeah,
what will he do? Like, I'm waiting to see it.
He's going for the factory follow-up after a Reaper, so he's not actually going for the super duper let's build lots of Reapers build, which was fun to watch. But I'm glad he's mixing it up. This is looking a lot just like a Wings of Liberty / Heart of the Swarm build. You know, command center after barracks and go for your reactor factory. Get some Hellions out.
Yeah. Even, you know, that drone is very dedicated. Even keeping the Vespene gas in its mouth as it got blown up by that Reaper. Didn't drop it.
He's got some zoning going on with the Reaper grenades, and gonna be able to kill off a couple more of these. But you know,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I can't stay focused, man. I can't stay focused.
I think he just dropped that grenade there. He didn't actually throw it. He was like, "Oh shoot, whoops! I better pick it up before it detonates so I can throw it again," and it blows up.
I know. That's like he was just holding on to it and he forgot that he was holding a grenade and it's just like, oh shoot.
Yeah.
Dude, I would love it. Wouldn't it be cool if we had grenades like this in real life that didn't actually like blow things up? Like maybe they did minor amounts of like pushing, but like
yeah,
that's it. It would just like pop people up into the air. Wouldn't that be cool?
That'd be really awesome, especially at like events like PAX East or something. Like that'd be great. You know, I just kind of like head down the escalator and just throw a bunch of grenades all over the place. Now this is not like my plan to throw grenades at a esport event like that, but it's more so just to get people out of my way so that I can get to the booth that I need to get to.
Indeed. Well, we got Lair Tech coming up from Moose Skills on these 2 bases, and I don't know, what's he planning in Legacy of the Void? You got a lot more options when you get to that Lair Tech, and it could mean that it's not as weird of a thing to do.
Yeah.
To stay on 2 base for a while.
Well, we'll see. Okay, I was wondering where the gas was when it was gonna come, and there it goes. It's gonna be up to that 4. And we may see some kind of 2-base Muta, which is really good against what QXC had opened up with when he did the Siege Tank opener.
Yeah.
I don't think QXC is doing that, is he? Oh, he could
really
be. He is.
Oh, snap. Yeah. Got the Siege Tank opener. But I would love to see... Moose Skills are just some Zergs in Legacy of the Void do like lurker drops. Just like rush up to lurkers and drop them. Because I remember that being very much a thing in Brood War. That was just like a thing that killed me. It like killed me in the game and also made me want to kill myself
in
like,
real life.
Terrible. Oh god, I felt so terrible whenever it happened. It was a very terrible feeling. But we'll see if he decides to go for something like that. Well, Infestation Pit is going
that's
down.
what I'm saying. Like, what is this going to be for? He's going up to. He's delaying his 3rd base is what I meant to say. And what?
Hive Tech? I mean, the infestors have been changed, so maybe it's infestors?
Yeah. Oh, well, look at this, though. We're switching it up here on the QXC side of things.
This is awkward.
There's a lot of units here now, are there, Ravi? It looks like these Hellions are going to get quite a few kills here.
Yeah, that's what happens when you just go for a fast 2-base Infestation Pit. You don't have that many resources to make units. But, I mean, the Hellions are going to get in. They're going to get a scout off. I would say that's the most important thing, because they kill off some Zerglings, but they don't do a lot of, like, drone damage. If they did any drone damage, though, that would be pretty devastating. There's the Hive Tech. Wow. Is he Wait, Tempo.
I think he's just going to rush Ultras?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because
of the Queens. That's the only thing I can think of.
Because, I mean, Tempo, Ultraless Imba right now in Legacy of the Void. That's what a lot of people are crying. And Moose Skills here, he's going to test that theory, man. He's going to test
this
theory.
Invictalisk build, man. One of my buddies. It's the ninja push. You make a bunch of Queens, too, in order to transfuse them so they never die. But something that you have to take into consideration here is that QX he's going for mech. He's adding a bunch more factories.
Ultraless in low numbers versus Cyclones? I mean, Cyclones block onto the Ultraless. I mean, it's pretty easy to micro against them if they're in low numbers. You could just easily like stick around and kite against them all day. But you gotta be careful. Of course, like Zerglings will catch up with them. And I think Ultrals actually probably move faster than the Cyclones as well. So,
and if you get backed into a corner too, like if you engage it in the middle of the map, then yeah, sure. But if you're getting surprised Ultralisk at like 10 minutes, it could even be less than that. But there's no upgrades. That's the only thing that was a little weird. But he got him. Yeah. Oh, okay. He has double Evo
saving up a lot of money. Yeah, he's getting double Evo. Hive Tech finishes up. Siege Tank drop is going to come in, and that might delay the Ultra's cover, but no, it finally does go down. And Moose Skills going to have to deal with this because he doesn't have a lot of anti-air besides those Queens.
Yeah, it's all up to the Queens here. Creep Spread is going to help quite a bit, and QXC is probably confused himself. He did see the Infestation Pit, but you're like, well, is this guy really going to do this or what? But
yeah, I mean, there's so many options, right? There's like, could have been going for fast Broodlords for some reason. Could have been going for Ultras. Could have been going for Vipers. Like Flying Locusts from the Infestation or from the Infestors. Could have been going for all kinds of things. So it's hard to really eliminate all the possibilities. The meta is not that developed yet.
Yeah, but I mean, he does have an idea of what is capable. What his opponent is capable of. So he was luckily able to see the Hive itself. So it wasn't like he only saw the Infestation Pit. Oh man, these Hellions again.
Hellions though. Yeah, doing some good damage over here. Killing off a couple of those workers, but Zergling's coming out as well as those Queens. Going to be able to pick these guys off. And I mean, on 3 bases, considering that he's been mining from his main for so long, I think that 63 workers is still a very healthy count to have.
And there you go. boom, QXC getting that final confirmation that he needs is going to be in the form of a scan. He sees that the Ultralisk Cavern is right there. And what does he go into now? Did he just like drop like double starport and just made a bunch of Banshees? He is getting a fusion core.
You know what I think actually the right response to this from QXC would be, Tempo? Or at least I won't say the right response. A good response would be. Just, oh, yes, QXC, I love you, QXC, dude. He is so smart. Has anyone ever told you that QXC is brilliant? Just walling off. Just creating structure walls. Yeah. I mean, like, think about the way that these Ultras are gonna have to engage. You have 7 or 8 Ultralisks. They're gonna have to knock down the supply depot wall in while they're taking massive amounts of damage, or they go for the third. They have to knock down the destructible rocks while taking massive amounts of damage. Just make it awkward. The Ultralisks are still very awkward units when they're moving around, and you can still exploit
how are they gonna break through? And like the Cyclones are gonna be shooting at them. Well, what's the tank count at? Does he? No, he's not even going for them. It is 12 Cyclones, 1 tank, and then 2 Vikings, and these Hellions, of course, that we've been seeing pretty much all game.
Oh. God, I love that QXC is using Hellions to kite Ultralisks.
Like, oh, this guy.
I mean, they outrange them. They technically can get free shots off and never take damage, I think.
And he's also dropping the Siege Tank in order to get a few shots off whenever he can. Takes a lot of micro to do. QXC can't get too caught up in that, as he does have to, worry about his macro behind it at home. And what it is that he wants to do as far as unit composition, right? He's seen Queen Ultralisk, so...
Did I just see the Banshee speed upgrade go down? I didn't recognize the icon. So I think it's one of the Legacy of the Void upgrades, but he's making a Banshee. I think he might be just got...
Wait, oh, he got the Cyclone Air upgrade as well as the...
Oh, yeah, that's
he's investing heavily into the Cyclones right now. Okay. So what is it? Cyclones, they get it at the Fusion Core where they can shoot air, but before they couldn't.
Yeah.
And then the targeting optics is the range one.
That's actually a very interesting... I mean, I guess it makes sense since he's making the Cyclones, but he's not exactly going to be up against Brute Lords or anything anytime in the future. I guess it's just a good to have.
Overlords, he's going to go for the mass supply block? It's like, I don't know. But this is a little interesting to me, though, from Moose Skills. He rushed out these Ultras, like, really fast. And then he was like, I'm not going to really do anything with them. Maybe forcing QXC to make a decision on his unit comp. And then kind of do a really nice tech switch in order to counter whatever it is that QXC is doing. But I don't think he knows the real composition of QXC right now. That's something that I was thinking about, like it wasn't like he tested the water to see what exactly it is that QXC was making.
Tempo. It's not often that I get to say at the 11-minute mark, we're sitting on 8 Ultralisks and a giant, nearly maxed out mech army with the 4th base being taken from QXC. But it's pretty interesting. It's pretty cool to say. And this is getting a little bit meta. It's going beyond just this game, but I mean, these show matches are kind of like for fun show matches. I assume that these players are having fun. I'm having fun. So. But I worry that Moose Skills is going to be wearing himself out for the tournament also.
Oh, yeah.
Because that is coming up after this. He's playing like these really long macro games, but here the Ultras come. Cyclones locking on, dealing... Oh, my God, they're actually murdering these guys.
Wow, those Ultralisks are just getting wrecked right now, and even the Queens are like trying to keep up with the Transfused.
Yeah.
And I don't think
goes down. One unit. I mean, one Ultras goes down, but it's not. Yeah, it's not the matter of the fact that the Ultras are dying super quickly. It's the fact that he's not doing any counter damage for all the damage he's taking.
Yeah. And now we realize it's like, okay, I guess
pathogen
I'm gonna go for Infestors, try to keep him in place or something, right?
Yeah, man. The counter
we'll see if he can.
to Cyclones is to stop them from moving back.
Or if you get a good flank, that would be pretty sick too.
Oh yeah. Tempo, I want to see some Ultras drop her ass.
That's what I'm saying. You need to get him that Overlord drop upgrade, and also put some lurkers in there while you're at it too.
That would be fantastic, man. That would make my day. Let's see. Actually, hold on. Overlords. I mean, Overlords are still not going to move that fast.
They don't have the speed one.
I guess Ultras, yeah.
The Suppy drop harass. Oh, this is a massacre right now. The Ultras just can't even connect here with these Cyclones.
That's a real problem.
I can't tell if it's the high-pitched sound from the Cyclone shooting or from like Zerg units dying.
Yeah, exactly, right? I think that what I really feel, it's what you were saying before. Oh god, these Hellions managed to kill a lot of drones over there, it seems, but I think that's like you were saying, he needs to get a flank, or he just needs to have the engagement happen on QXC's side of the map somehow. Yeah. And I think the only way he can do that, because I don't think he needs all of these Ultralists to defend and push back this army. I think he sends half of them over to just like go kill off the third or go like put pressure on QXC, and he sends the rest of them to defend.
Yeah, because I mean right now they're kind of just taking a beating. And, here comes just a gigantic push. They're trying to squeeze in through there. Oh, that would be very uncomfortable. But they wish they had the Reaper thing themselves. But getting caught here. There isn't a good amount of infestors here for Ravi.
Well, gotta be careful though. He doesn't want those infestors too close to the front because they're just gonna get immediately focus fired down by those cyclones. Well, knocking down the rocks. It's not a bad play. Well, got some Banshees in the mix though. Queen's gonna be useful for that.
Yeah.
This is very tense.
Yep. I mean, he's gonna try to go here. This is this ultimate Sim City. Because I mean, after you break through the planetaries, there's still some more supply depots you have to get through, and then there's the army. So
QXC is way too smart, man. I think he's just too smart for this.
Yeah, I think Muskos is trying to make this work. Here they come, no fear.
Fungal growth.
I think the fungals are gonna go down, but now they're getting targeted. The infestors are now getting hit, but there goes some really good fungals. QXC is standing and fighting. Can the Ultras and the Queens push through, or is it too much?
Queen's able to clean up those Banshees, and they are all taken out, but the Ultras count has dwindled so heavily, he needs to start throwing down some transfuses on these Ultras, but he doesn't have enough energy for the fungal growth anymore. The Cyclones still have room to kite back, and the Planetary Fortress also just decimating everything. Mooskills has the minerals and gas to remax, but it's just, what do you make, Tempo? GG gets called.
Exactly. QXC bringing in the mech for the final game. Ends up taking it. Wow, he wins. You win one show match, you gotta win the other one. So that's the name of the game.
QXC and Kelazor taking both of the show matches, and I want to note, yes, this all the players that are breaking out and did end up losing, but here's the thing, guys, it's all for fun. The players are practicing Heart of the Swarm mostly, and I'm not even sure how much like Kelazor was practicing Heart of the Swarm versus Legacy of the Void. I think QXC's been practicing a little bit more Legacy of the Void, and it kind of shows the fact that he's able to play Bio. It's like he was going for Bio instead of Mech during a lot of those games.
A lot of the games,
He wants to have fun. He wants to have fun. There's show matches. That's the intended purpose. So a lot of fun. I hope you guys enjoyed the show matches as much as I did.
Yeah, that was really fun. Like, just from the game one, like, I'm like, I wonder what we're gonna see in TVT. Cyclone versus Cyclone. Nope. Like EJK and Kelazor. That was really cool.
Very much so.
There's one thing that I've taken too is that Reapers are pretty good now. Reapers are fun.
Oh my god,
F word,
Reapers are so much fun.
They definitely put the FU in fun.
Tempo.
They definitely do, Bobby. They do.
Oh. that is what the F in fun stands for, man. Because it's also gonna be the F is also gonna be something that your opponents are gonna be exclaiming when those 4 Reapers are killing like 30 Zerglings. Oh man. Okay. Well. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are not done with the broadcast by any means whatsoever. In fact, in a way, we're just getting started with the semifinals coming up next. I'm going to be joined by Zombie Girl Up Tempo. I know that you're going to be taking off. It's been such a pleasure to cast with you, man. Thank you. You know what? For those who don't know, Tempo is the only caster who has cast for every single Breakout Invitational.
Snap. I have.
There's a reason for that, man. He is my homie. He is absolute pleasure to cast with every single time, man. So Temple, where can people catch you at?
Yeah, if you want to check me out on Twitch for some mediocre Zerg play and some other shenanigans, and it is twitch.tv/tempo_SC, and Tempo is spelled with a 0. And if you want to follow me on Twitter, it is @TeamTempo. And the music that must be making its triumphant return as passion is being restored, of course, with Legacy of the Void. YouTube, just search Tempo because I always have the different spellings for all of my stuff. Go to YouTube and search TEMP0 for some cool StarCraft 2 and other video game parodies as well, and music. So,
indeed. Go check out Tempo, guys. He's freaking fantastic, and you're making mistakes if you're not following his stuff. But with that being said, we're going to be jumping into the semifinals very soon, guys. And by very soon, I mean we're going to take a short 30-minute break because I don't know about you guys, but those are some pretty actually long and interesting games. We're only 10 minutes away from our perceived start time. But I want to give the players a little bit of time to rest. I want to give myself a little bit of time to eat.
Yeah.
Because that's something that I got to do before we go into 2 best of 5s and a best of 7.
Indeed. Good luck, my man. I'll be tuning in for sure.
All right, but we'll be starting off with the matches at about, I want to say, probably in about 40 minutes. I want to give the players 30 minutes, but we might as well start it off at a nice even time on the hour. So we'll be starting at 3:30 Pacific. If you guys want to just leave the stream up, we'll be returning, and that's going to be with Zombie Grub for the semifinals and the finals. And of course, we're going to be seeing more of Trace. We're going to be seeing more of EJK, Moose Skills, and BioIce. Starting off the series, the first series should be EJK versus BioIce. But thank you guys so much. Be sure to tweet out to your favorite player that you want to win, as well as to me, and be sure to be following both of us to win your Zergling plushie. And we'll see you guys in about 40 minutes. You guys are watching the Breakout Invitational.
EJK, the Gift Master Terran. Move skills, the preparation zerg. Trace, the reactive toss. Bio-Ice, the dark horse. You will be the most likely player to break out. EJK, the Gift Master Terran.
Better known for his awesome micro GIFs that he posts to Reddit, EJK is a returning player to Breaking Out that tries to get small advantages early on that he can utilize in the late game. He does have a habit of overextending at times though. This definitely carries over to his TVZ.
I guess my biggest weakness would be trying to end the game quickly. I will always try to push that advantage. My biggest strength, I guess, would be getting those small advantages. I get them very often. Once I have them, I really try to push it, but sometimes I just over-push it and things go wrong from there.
His TVT sees a similar trend.
My strength is that I can find small advantages. My weakness is that I don't use them properly, and I can, I'll try to parade push and win, and that might not have been the right decision, or I mess up, and then as a result, I'm kind of far behind, and I have to try to work myself back into the game.
TVP is his worst matchup, where he tries to play a tempo-based style.
I try to play a more tempo-based game. I like to use aggressive strategies and try to get an advantage so that when I do get into a Ghost Viking stage, they won't have been sitting on their butts all day. As long as the tempo is in my favor, it's okay.
EJK has a pretty flashy playstyle and will generally be a fun player to watch, so check out the Gift Master Terran on Breaking Out.
Bio-Ice, the dark horse.
Bio-Ice doesn't have a lot about his play that will stand out too much. He's a solid macro Zerg that loves to play just whatever is standard at the time. His ZVZ is feeling good, and he really likes going for a 2-base Beetlesk style.
A lot of players prefer to go Roaches and then go into Roach Hydra Infestor as their mid game. But I think it's 2-base meat is the strongest way to play right now. I'm pretty confident with my early openers and my macro and getting in my opponent's head, but my weakness would probably be I mess up my injects a little bit in the late game if there's a lot of micro going on.
In ZVT, he plays a very safe style that sometimes puts him behind.
I usually play really safe. Late game, I think ZVT is pretty straightforward. It's just Ling Bling meta, and if you can macro well, then you'll do fine. I think my macro is pretty solid, but I open really safe the majority of the time, and that puts me behind right off the get-go.
ZVP varies a bit more, where he tries to get an early edge so that he's situated well enough to scout and react to his opponent properly.
I usually open as greedy as possible, and I try to do some sort of 3-base timing. And if that doesn't work out, I usually either go a Meta Switch or Swarm Host or some other specific composition to counter what my opponent's doing. I have solid macro and reaction against 2-base timings and 3-base timings, but I'm not too confident with my Swarm Host, so super late game, if they just turtle up on 3 bases and take a fourth, that's when it gets hard.
Bio-Ice is often overlooked in the North American scene despite getting results because his play is so standard. Make sure you don't overlook the dark horse on Breaking Out. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're going to be going into our first semifinal match for the Breakout Invitational. I know you guys have been patiently waiting, and today I'm going to be joined here now by Zombie Grub. First of all, Zombie Grub, how are you doing?
Hey, I am doing fantastic. I just managed to beat 2 hornets in my house to death, so I am victorious.
Wonderful. I think that we're actually hearing a double of you. Could you actually mute yourself on Skype really quickly?
Yeah, I thought it did.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, sorry. Congratulations on defeating the Hornets. We'll see if Bio-Ice and EJK are going to be able to do quite as well as you did. But EJK, how are you feeling today, man? Thumbs up. All right, awesome. So first of all, we're starting to go into the semifinal matches. These are the matches that you probably haven't like really done as much preparation for. You haven't really worried about as much. Feeling pretty good versus BioIce. You seem pretty confident during your groups, though.
It's not really confident. It's just this calmness.
Calmness. It's just don't want to get phased. You know, every opponent's just.
I'm
like
not gonna like trash talk BioIce and be like, oh, I don't lose to him. I'm gonna easy him. Blah blah blah. No, I respect him as an opponent and as a player, and so I think it's gonna be a pretty uphill battle.
Fair enough. BioIce, how you feeling, man?
I don't remember playing EGK too much in recent memory, so I can't say, but I'm feeling pretty good in the matchup, so I think I'm gonna win the series.
Alright. Respect on both sides. I can dig it. Well, if you guys have any final thoughts or final things that you want to say to your opponent before we get started, now's the time to say it. BioIce?
Nothing in particular, sorry.
Alright. EJK?
Good luck.
Alright. Well, head over to your player list, gentlemen, and we'll get this series started. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get this series started as we give our admin the go-ahead. And Zombie, we're going to be moving into the first game of the semifinals. It's going to be a Terran versus Zerg on Vonnie Research Station between EJK and BioIce. Yeah, how are you feeling about this?
Well, I know a little bit about BioIce. So I know that he, as far as we know, is quite aggressive. We'll call it. But I've actually known EJK a lot longer, and I'm fairly confident in his TVZ. Remember casting? I think we did the what do you call the segments?
Yeah, the breaking out like the game segments.
Yes.
We cast EJK's games. Yeah.
Yes, there you go. Yeah, whatever you call those. I don't know if you had official word for them or whatnot, but yeah, he looked really strong. Especially with a couple of mech games. So it should be exciting.
Yeah, EJK is one of those players that he used to be a really micro-oriented player, but then he kind of shifted over. He has done a lot more macro-oriented builds, and I'm interested in seeing how he's going to play, especially against a player like BioIce. They seem to have a lot of respect for each other, but let's go ahead and jump into the game, and we'll see you guys in a second. Alright, still loading up. Sometimes PCs are just made of wood, and there's not much you can do about it, but hopefully it won't be crashing and burning, as wood was quite flammable. I don't know where I'm going with this, but up here on the top side, we have the pink Terran player. It is going to be EJK.
In the bottom position, as the purple Zerg, it's BioIce.
Alright, so Zombie, I was talking about how EJK has been a little bit more macro-oriented lately. He's been trying to focus on bringing it to the later stages of the game. And I've heard some players even call him to be a little bit of a greedy player, someone that players sometimes like to punish. What kinds of things can you do to punish a greedy Terran player?
A greedy Terran player? Well, first of all, you have to scout that they are in fact going greedy. So, I mean, if you do scout all of that, so you say that, you got natural expansion, okay, that's good. And then they get a third expansion, you barely see the glimpse of that, then there are a couple of options. Roach Baneling, even when scouting be difficult to hold off, you would think on a map like Vanai that wouldn't happen, but it's actually kind of a, I don't know, what do you want to call it? People think they're really safe in this map, and then that's when you bust them. And it's actually a little awkward for Terrans to put down bunkers on this map, as you don't have the wall off with the wall of bunkers behind it. Like, usually your factory and the barracks are in the way, so they bust one way and just wrap around and say goodbye to your bunkers on the left side or the right side or wherever.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's really easy to just get a bit overconfident and say, oh well, it's it's a small ramp. I can easily wall this in with like 3 supply depots or 2 supply depots in a barracks, and then that's when the big aggression happens and you're just unprepared for it. But really early drone scout coming out from BioIce.
Yeah, maybe thinking, is it a best of 5? Sorry.
It is a best of 5, yeah.
Oh, awesome. So maybe thinking that, a very strong maneuver that Terrans can do, and every Terran should be a good 2-raxer, basically. It's like the bread and butter is that, you can 2-rax. So to be able to scout that and, just cross that off your list is really nice. You can see this versus Protoss, right? Like, if you can cross off the list they don't have a forge, you can 3-hatch for a pool. Well, what BioIce does is not only does he see that it's not a 2-rax, he also sees that it was a CC first. So he actually gets away with a 3-hatch 4 pool, which is not something you usually see in TVZ.
Yeah, and he's also doing a nice job with the harassment on this with his drone. Almost picks off an SCV. Gonna be running away. Just getting again double check. Sees command center there. Sees the gas geyser, and he has really good information of just exactly what's going on. And he doesn't have, as you were saying, like he can go for the 3-hatch before pull and not really worry about any kind of aggression. Normally, this does also kind of delay a lot of the other Hellions and everything else. Just every form of pressure that EJK could have put on is going to be coming much later.
Yeah. And that also means that BioIce can technically get away with going gasless for quite a while, whereas, Reaper into Hellions comes out kind of fast, and of course, if they happen to Reaper rush you or 2-rax and you don't have the pull down, well, you're screwed. And if you don't have speed out, then you're going to have difficulty taking care of the Reapers. But with all of that out of the way, like, you don't have to worry about it. They can get pretty greedy, and that's the other way, of course, to punish a Terran player playing greedy. Unfortunately, like, you say that and you're like, well, you never want to let the Zerg get away with being too greedy. That's always kind of like the rule of StarCraft. If a Terran's allowed to get to 3 base, though, like 3 CC going up to bio, I don't think they actually mind that much if you're also greedy. And then it just comes down to, like, greedy is great, okay, who's better at control?
Yeah, definitely. And I know a lot of Terran players, they just feel comfortable, regardless of whatever their opponent's doing. If they have their 3 CC, they're feeling good about moving into the later stages of the game. And we do have that 3rd CC finally dropping on down. Factory also going to be finishing up alongside that reactor. But one thing I really like about this map for Vani on Vani is that if you can just get your queens over at that natural or that main base wall in, that ramp, as long as you make sure that your 3rd expansion, you don't have any drones that are just going to be stray over there and dying off, you can really easily hold off any kind of early Hellion aggression by themselves.
Yeah, definitely. We do have that 3rd CC, as well as the Hellion starting to pop out. It's the build order's a little funky, so you get one before you usually transfer over to the reactor.
Well, barracks coming down, and yeah, just EJK just kind of getting ready to move into the later stages of the game. But I mean, with the Hellion aggression, I'm kind of wondering, like, at this point, what does it really try to do? Maybe it kills off a couple of the drones over the 3rd for BioIce, but actually, wait a second. Now that I say that, BioIce still is not making any Zerglings whatsoever. I mean, he's not making anything. He's just going to be relying on Queens, I guess, for the defense.
Yeah. If you can get enough Queens, then they can certainly be good enough. Now, the only problem being is that, well, technically the Hellions can get around them, so you are risking maybe like one Hellion run by that kills a couple of drones off to the left. Where, if you do that and Lings are on the field with speed boost, you're almost suiciding the Hellions. And you don't want to do that because you do want the Hellions to be paired with your push, with your first push with medevacs.
Yeah, it makes sense. EJK finally getting up that starport, getting up a reactor next to the factory, getting up stim, and just, I guess, preparing for the bio transition eventually. But the Hellions coming in, going to be warded off by the Queens for now. Pretty nice creep strike going, actually, also from BioIce. It's going to be hard for EJK to shut down a lot of this creep spread, just with how many queens he has and just the different directions that these the creep spread is going in.
Oh, there's the kind of runaround I was kind of talking about, but doesn't want to commit too much. The thing is that even though there's slow Lings still, any amount of Lings will, Hellions only have that one shot, right, in one line. So as long as they can get any type of surface area on the Hellions, suddenly they do drastically decrease in how many good shots they're going to get, and they actually, they can't escape. They're actually quite vulnerable. So, again, rather keep them alive and have them later for the push than try and maybe get 10 drones.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially if you eventually go up to, say, well, I mean, when you eventually go for the big push and everything, it's kind of sucks if you don't have like the Reapers and everything that you'd normally see with this kind of Hellion opening if you had that Reaper opening as well, but Hellions still do some nice damage. They still tank a lot of those shots or hits from the Zerglings, and they still deal out a lot of nice splash damage. But BioIce up to Lair finally, and has a Baneling Nest coming out. We'll see if he decides to end up getting the Spire anytime soon. But for now, just, I guess, contend with the Zergling Baneling defense.
Yeah. So this can be the way that you decide to use your first 2 medevacs. You just load up all of your Marines and go over to the other side of the map. Now, it is Van Eyne. This would be an expected build, but I think what's going to be unexpected is what direction he's taking it. Of course, Van Eyne with the natural, it's usually, you know, yelling, drop me, drop me. He might not be expecting having to defend his 4th base, which will probably have to be canceled.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not that many units over there, though. He's making a couple more Banelings, but they're going to be a bit late to the party as the Marines stem on forward. They're going to be going straight after this 4th expansion. The Banelings starting to come in, but great focus fire down from EJK. Gets all of those Banelings, and the medevac does get focus fire down by BioIce. EJK, though, doing some okay damage.
Yeah. Quite surprised he didn't do more damage on that main base, and I think that's...
Yeah.
Kind of, I don't want to say a failure, because he did get out with like a full medevac, so it's all right so far, but it's not what he was looking to do. Now, mutas still aren't out, so he does have, you know, more opportunities to drop, but they're on their way, so we gotta be careful.
Yeah, I mean, moving in again with these Marines, gotta be very careful that medevac's getting low on health. But I mean, it's good to trade off Marines for some Banelings. Has to make sure that he keeps those medevacs alive, though, at least. And I like the fact that now he finally has enough medevacs and Marines that he can start putting pressure on multiple fronts. And that's where he's going to really start to find some more damage being done. But BioIce is already prepared for it. He's seen the drops on the right-hand side.
Yeah. You know, because BioIce did go for the upgrades before, you know, mutas, they're not here to, you know, help this. And it might be a questionable choice depending on if he's able to defend just with the units on the ground, which it looks like he is, or not. So, I mean, because like if those actually did damage, they find like a good spot in the mineral line, they take on the Banelings with focus fire, and suddenly you're in really big trouble. And you're like, man, I wish I had, you know, gone for mutas, especially on this map. You know, you make a mistake. But BioIce has so far held really well. His mutas are still not coming out though, and I wonder why that is. He's getting +1 carapace as well, and instead of the attack. It's stylistic, but usually when you get carapace, you're saying that I kind of want to use these in more of a brute force kind of way.
Yeah, I mean, it's at the point where he has 25 Banelings, and he's got 1,300. I mean, he's just banking gas and minerals at this point. So you kind of have to wonder, I mean, he's making more Zerglings. That's what he's spending his bank on, that he's starting to build up. It's just more and more Zerglings and Banelings, and no Mutalisk. It concerns me because you let a Terran player's medevac count get a little bit out of control. It's starting to get there. It's up to 8 medevacs. It can be problematic.
Yeah. Upgrades are in favor of EJK right now. So far, he's just been running around the map with medevacs. That's the style that he chose. And he even gets a really, really quick 4th behind it. So definitely a different way to play than some of the, you know, other people that we see, like a lot of Koreans, for instance. They start the ball rolling on 3 base, and then they may even stay on 3 base the entire time, like Maru. But having a very good economy behind this means that parade pushes like this are actually pretty good to just exchange.
Yeah, he's actually trading out quite a few units over there. I mean, a lot of the Banelings get used up for BioIce, but still, BioIce has a scary army, and I don't know if EJK has a lot. He's just going to be relying on the Planetary Fortress for this defense, I think.
His units do get surrounded, so the Widow Mines may even just cause more backfire than anything else. The medevacs are still alive, but they have nothing to heal, and EJK, he has this great economy, but maybe he pushed out too soon, you know, like, or expected a better trade.
Yeah, lowers the supply depots to try and let his units in, but he lets all the Zerglings and Banelings in. I mean, now we have that awkward situation that everyone knows. You let the Zerg on top of a Terran production facilities, and this is what ends up happening. It's just absolute slaughter of everything. And GG gets called. BioIce taking game 1.
I feel like this is actually kind of like a common like thread in TVZ that a lot of people have difficulty with. It's actually like kind of like a hump they have to get over where, you know, they'll have like this really good solid early push, early drop as EJK did, and then they'll decide, well, I can push now too. And they get overwhelmed. And sometimes that makes Zerg like really look like, okay, what did I do wrong? Did I do anything wrong? And sometimes the answer is simply like the only thing is that you didn't wait for more Widow Mines, for instance. Like You should have waited until you're at 180 supply instead of 160, you know, just waiting a little bit longer, and suddenly it doesn't look nearly as overpowered, and BioIce moving off of creep is suddenly like a really terrible thing.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of goes back to the whole, like, you know, at that certain point, if you aren't taking really, really strong engagements, you have to have just a lot more units, and if you don't have one of those two things, you're going to be in a lot of trouble, and that's kind of what we ended up seeing from EJK, so... You know, maybe he needs to wait a little bit longer, let that third base really start to power him in, let the production facilities start to power up, but BioIce is being really, really successful on a very low mutals count. Not something I was really expecting to see, but it's working well for him so far.
Yeah, I mean, there are two different ways to play. It just seems that lately mutas have gotten like even more powerful or more used, because they are powerful. So we've been seeing, like, you know, for instance, a lot more Zerg, especially Korean Zerg, go for two-base layer mutas like as quick as possible, because it's just, you know, they're very good units. They're very they can take control of a game and just put you in a good mindset. But in that game, BioIce was reactive. He didn't actually force any issue and just waited for EJK to push, and well, he was totally ready for it. Yeah,
it's really funny too, because BioIce has, you know, said in the past that he is a player that really does actually like a lot of the two-base mutalist play. Because it gives him so much control over the map so early on. It shuts down a lot of those drops. But, you know, looking at how he handled the drops from EJK and the aggression, like, I almost wonder, like, did he ever need to go two-base mutalist in the past? He seems to be pretty solid for it. We'll wait and see, though, as we go ahead and jump into the game, and we'll see you guys in a second. All right, spawning up here in the top left-hand corner of the map, we have the pink Zerg player representing Team Ascension and currently up 1-0. It is BioIce.
In the bottom right, as the blue Terran, it's EJK.
Once again, seen a very early drone scout come out from BioIce, and it feels like such a Zerg versus Protoss move to send out the early drone scout. And in the last game, we saw him go for like a 3-hatch before pool immediately after seeing the CC first. But this game, he's going for the much earlier pool.
Yeah, interesting. I'm actually a little confused then why he did this. So, I mean, if you scout that it's a CC first, then you can go for the 3-hatch before pool, then you're agreed, you know, match the Greed even who surpasses it. But if your plan is to go for the pool and still scout the 14cc, the pool actually doesn't finish in time. The links don't get over in time to stop the command center from finishing, as opposed to if it was like a 1-rax expand. So, I don't know, like, the timings aren't going to really work out, and he hasn't really gotten anything from the drone scout, it seems. Unless he punches the SCV a few times, and EJK's control isn't that good.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Maybe it's a sort of situation where he scouts out, like, then one base and says, okay, maybe I get lucky and I scout my opponent out first, and if he was in the top right, he gets enough time to go for a hatchery instead of the spawning pool. He goes for the 3-hatch before pool then. I don't know. Maybe it was a risk. It's a 4-player map. It's...
To bring up something that's really quite old but is possible is that also, like you said, like, he gets the lucky scout, and if he does, then he'll do this. A proxy hatch would have been interesting, because I think if it would have gone down before the 14cc. So if you proxy hatch and they're playing a 14cc, and it does get a little awkward, as they have to put it in the main because lings are on the way most likely, and then they would have lost the command center on the low ground, but not what happened at all in this game. And now it's kind of 6 awkward lings. They're going to be able to, like, get the N1 SCV on the low ground, I guess. But that's it. Yeah.
I think the main thing is they'll just, like, deny mining for a little bit, since the Marines don't really want to move down until, I don't know, it's safe, until there's actually not, there's an overwhelming number of them to actually take on those 6 Zerglings. But in the meanwhile, Drone going to be getting a nice scout in the main base. stealing a gas geyser over here. Ooh, EJK is actually really upset about that. He's using SCVs to try and take that down.
Yeah. It's probably part of his plan here. Doesn't have enough to build a factory, so he's a little late on that. It's actually, I think, a mistake.
Yeah. Is he going to let this gas... I guess he might just let this gas geyser finish. At this point, I mean, there's more beams there, so...
Well, again, this awkward kind of opener for BioIce doesn't actually affect the game that much. It just, didn't exactly get what he wanted. Luckily for EJK, he did have an SCV already out in the map scouting. If that dies, you don't have any vision. You don't know if they're about to Baneling bust you. You don't know if there's like 12 lings instead of just 6. So that was really important. That told him to bring the SCV up and bring the Marine up into the main base. Like, that was actually really good.
Yeah. And I actually really like what BioS is doing over there. He's using the Zerglings, just poking away at the wall and forcing a couple SCVs off the mineral line to repair the supply depots in the barracks. And he just doesn't lose a single one of those Zerglings. He pulls each one of them back before they end up dying. And EJK can be very delayed on getting any kind of early second gas guys if he was planning on it. And going to be throwing up that third command center instead.
Yeah. If he had an armory build in mind, or if he was going to try and go up to Banshees on this map, that did just stop that. It said has to throw down a third CC. But as he did that last game as well, it might not even been a plan, not even being that much of a bother. Now, it is Cactus Valley, right? And it's cross position. So I got to imagine BioAce is feeling pretty good. His 4th base, wherever he takes it, is pretty secure, but I imagine it's going to be in the top right.
Yeah, I'm actually, now that I think about it, like a Zergling speed, this is a super duper late Zergling speed, all things considered, because he went for gasless for so long. I guess the gas steal actually makes a lot of sense if you consider all that. I mean, you stop any kind of big armory, Hellbat builds, you prevent or slow down any kind of cloak banshees. You can kind of play a little bit more conservative on how late your gas geysers are. You just need to be a bit careful about the Hellions, I suppose.
Yeah. And if, EJK, he got what he wanted last game, but he got denied anyways, right? He ended up losing. This game, if he really was planning on going for one thing and forced into another, he might not be feeling very comfortable right now, like his mental state, because usually Zerg is the reactive race, and you're supposed to feel kind of in control until the big fight happens, but, you lose the last game, you don't feel like you're in control of this game, you might feel a little too shy, we shall say. One of the... a big problem is just being too defensive. So EJK, got that 4th command center last game. Is he really going to do that again here and let BioIce just do whatever he wants for so long again? It'd be risky.
Yeah, well, EJK is going to get some nice damage done over here. Kills off a couple of drones, gets out of there without losing any of the Hellions. Loses a little bit of health on one of them. But 7 drones killed total so far this game. Not too bad. And as long as he can just continue the pressure, I guess it's not the worst situation ever.
Yeah. Big drone right there. Big drone right there.
Oh, yeah.
14, 16, something like that, even more. He's going to get up to exactly what he wants, so up to about 70, most likely, and then just have a really killer economy.
Yeah, it's sort of funny, because EJK is putting on light bits of pressure. I mean, he's using these 2 Hellions at a time, and he's going to be able to kill off some of these drones. Oh, gotta be careful where you clump those up.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, it's small little squadrons of units that BioIce needs to defend against. He doesn't need a whole army, and that is allowing him to just, in a way, play as greedy as he wants. He's losing drones, sure, but again, he does another wave of 14 drones like the one that you were pointing out earlier. And look, he's up to 70 again, and there's no big threats. I mean, look at what EJK has. He has some Marines, and he has 4 Hellions. That's it.
Yeah, it's certainly true. But I will say the Hellions at least did their job somewhat. The creeps rate isn't out of control. The Queens are busy defending, and some drones did go down. Where if those, how many drones have we killed? If those 16 drones, actually quite nice, did not go down, he's at 70 a lot sooner. And a Ling Baneling flood is now 40 seconds sooner, and you have 4 Marines and injured Hellions. So I think it's actually not that bad so far. But EJK just. It can't be exactly the same as last game, but he is going for the super fast 4th base, and I don't know how much I like this play.
Yeah, I mean, it's a super macro-oriented play. He's going to try and put on a little bit of drop harassment over here, but I mean, speaking about Zerglings and Banelings, if BioIce is able to hold off any of the aggression that EJK throws at him, similar to last game, then this is just not going to be that big of a deal. It's not going to be that big of a problem. He's going to be able to defend with Zergling's Banelings as long as he can handle it, again, as well as he did last game, even before the Mutals pop out.
Yeah. I really wonder why EJK is doing this too. It's just like it's not that it's like a terrible build or anything. Like Paul would do it on like King Sejong actually quite commonly. It's a very quick 4th base, but to do it on 2 very different maps and losing that first one, it is interesting. But hoping to do, I guess, more damage with the drops. Not really working out so far.
Well, wastes a couple of those Banelings. Only loses 2 of the Marines. Could actually do some cheeky drops on top of the Banelings and sacrifice them, but ends up deciding not to. Prefer just to continue the pressure. And 4th CC, I mean, he's creating space for himself. This 4th CC is going to be able to land. He's going to be able to get up a missile turret before the Mutalists come out. So, I mean, it's not working out too terribly for him. I guess he's just trying to get to his comfort zone, like that macro-oriented style that we were talking about before.
Yeah, but like, I don't know, and it's personal, right? It's like, whatever he wants to do, but it's like you could be very comfortable as a Terran on 3 base. Like, that is usually the Terran comfort zone. They got away with 3 CC, well, great, then we're good to go. And then the 4th base is a kind of a decision you make later on how to play. But to get it so early, it's, I don't know. As long as he doesn't get overwhelmed like last time, then he is going to be fine. Like, say he actually gets maxed out, or up to like 180 supply before pushing out, that's going to be too big of an army to hopefully overwhelm. For JK's sake.
Yeah, starting to clean up some of the creeps right over here. Oh, gotta be careful. Lifts up just in time before those Banelings actually pop out. Some of the other Marines not quite so fortunate, but EJK at the same time pushing in over the 3rd expansion. That hatchery's actually gotten pretty low on health, but he's gonna have to back out of there. There's Mutals are there to support.
Yeah. Upgrades in favor of BioIce this game. The Mutas, yeah, they can't take that on. Going for +1 weapons as opposed to Carapace. Maybe that last game was a mistake, or maybe he just changes it up every now and then.
Yeah. EJK got some Hellbats out with the armory finished up. He can decide to get a little bit of extra tank ability and soak up some of those shots, not only from the Banelings, but also from the Zerglings. And EJK just continuing the drop harassment, sending another drop along the bottom left-hand side. But oh, the Mutals, they spotted it out at some point. They're going for it.
Yeah.
Oh, they're so close. Oh. Okay, there, they got it.
BioIce's creep spread really not that great, I think, for how passive it's been. The Hellions did a good job forcing the Queens elsewhere, and he just cleaned up about like 4 or 5 creep tumors. But I really thought with Theo, I thought he had extra, 2 extra Queens. I thought he'd be having a lot more, but I guess they did something else in this game. Oh, there they are. They're re-spreading their creep, so at least he has that going for him.
Yeah, and the one thing I will say that is nice about his creep spread is that it is at least going in every direction. He has it on the bottom left-hand side. He has it in actually literally every single pathway, except for the one that EJK just cleared out. So he has the opportunity to get the creep spread up, but I agree. He doesn't quite have the creep spread he wants right now.
For EJK, I'm not really liking his composition, but he is taking a fight off of creep, and it goes pretty damn well.
Yeah, those Banelings just did not make any good connections over there. One of mine also sitting up on 7 kills. Some of those Baneling kills. Gotta make sure he splits over here for these Banelings, and there's a lot of Banelings. I think that is just not quite enough here for EJK.
I do. EJK, I think, is just making a very simple mistake in of not getting enough factory units. So it doesn't actually matter what factory unit you get. All right, as long as it's a factory unit, it has splash, it has tank ability. Anything is better than just pure bio, which is basically what EJK has, and that's why he's getting overwhelmed here. Like, BioIce doesn't have to make any hesitations to running over an army. He just says numbers, my numbers win. Yeah. And the Mutas don't have to be worried about much at all. They can go in and snipe off medevacs, and the only thing they have to worry about is stray marine shots. This is kind of EJK is basically making the game as easy as possible for BioIce, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, as we were saying, the Widowmine count is very low. He's finally getting out some of these Thors, and he's doing some Q micro with a medevac. But I mean, the Q micro aside, it's just not going to save him. The Mutalists are actually getting on top of the production facilities again, and there's not even that many medevacs. The medevac count has just been murdered repeatedly, and the Zerglings are still doing SCV damage.
Yeah. One thing EJK has going for him is that he is on 4 bases. Got that really early, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah. I mean, people joke about Terran on 3cc, but even with Terran on 4cc, it's to overcome a 40 worker deficit, or close to 40 worker deficit. That's pretty hard.
Yeah. Typical case that Terran does have better upgrades. BioIce at any point really I think could have been comfortable enough to go up to a Hive, but chose to of course overwhelm before doing that. Now might be a good opportunity to do so. There it is.
Swarm host, one swarm host coming up. Exactly one swarm host. Is that a misclick, I wonder?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
There was a time where people were doing this as Widow Mines were a big problem because it would set off the Widow Mines. But as EJK just went over, has no Widow Mines, and that
not a concern, yeah. Maybe it's for the one swarm host aerial harassment, but well, Baneling's coming in, and there is not a lot of room to split away or run away from these Banelings. They get some magnificent hits off, and BioIce is just coming in for the cleanup job now with the Mutalisks.
Yeah. EJK goes down 2-0. He's one loss away, rather. He's just getting knocked out.
Yeah, and I've got to say, a little bit more surprising. Not that, you know, BioIce isn't a good player or anything, but EJK, I think by a lot of people, like from people that I heard talking about the Invitational and stuff, we're saying EJK looks like he's actually a really, really strong player. He's probably going to be making it to the finals. BioIce, I think, respected amongst a lot of players, but still making his name out there for a lot of viewers. He hasn't gotten quite as many achievements, I would say, in the StarCraft scene. So it's really cool to be seeing him doing well over here. But yeah, he's just not having that much trouble versus EJK. And I think it goes back to what you were saying. Like, it's the lack of Widow Mines, the lack of a lot of those other options that Terran players will usually go for.
Yeah. It's kind of funny because we've been casting Uthermal for the past couple of weeks in the EU ladder heroes as well as at Gfinity, and Uthermal is another Terran that actually has a lot of trouble. Like, he actually states that he just hates and does not get TPC. And there are a lot of yeah, right. There's a lot of similarities. You know, I don't know if EJK has admitted that he also doesn't like versus Zerg, but the way that he is doing it, which depends on these drops early game and getting a powerful economy late game, they might work against someone who doesn't expect it, or who is just, I think, afraid in general of Terran, with or without Widow Mines. But BioIce expects it, defends it, and has no problem going off of creep without Widow Mines especially. So EJK is just, like, whatever, like, he can't do the exact same thing a third time in a row. It's just going to lose.
Yeah, BioIce has said that he feels pretty confident in his ZVT. He feels pretty confident in ZVZ as well, and he only really struggles in ZVP. So I mean, this has been going really, really well for him in terms of you know, making it out of his group. He made it out of his group with the other two Protoss players. So after that, I'm sure he's feeling to be in a really, really good spot, knowing as long as Trace doesn't win in the other semifinals, he's gonna have a golden ticket all the way to the finals, especially if games keep going as they have just now. Well, the next map is going to be Echo, and this could very well be EJK's last chance, because again, semifinals, I wasn't expecting it to go this quickly, but I mean, we could be very well seeing a quick 3-0 from BioIce, unless EJK can make... I feel like he has to make some big adaptations in his play to make this work.
Yeah, yeah. I would say, like, maybe not cheesing, because you can always throw a 2-racks in a desperate attempt, and I'm not actually sure that's going to work. More so just doing very typical pushes. Like, they might seem boring and they might seem like they only work on the hands of, like, Maru, but, you know, 3 base, 11, 12-minute push with 2 medevacs, clear up creep, back away, get as many Widow Mines as possible, second factory very quickly, up to Thors and a couple Marauders, and, you know, you get going. But the way that he's playing is actually not like that. It's very passive. It doesn't have enough factory units, whether the Hellbats, Widow Mines, or Thors. It's not enough splash.
Yeah, and I especially feel like when we're moving on to Echo and everything, this is a place that has a lot of those kind of slightly narrower corridors and everything. This is where things like the Widow Mines and the Splash could actually be really, really useful, where the Banelings and Zerglings will have to funnel into small little chokes. So I would really like to see him either going for more Widow Mines or just getting up things that can sort of tank stuff a little bit better. We'll wait and see exactly whether or not EJK is going to be able to adapt, or if BioIce is just going to be able to continue on with this exact same style and take the series with a quick 3-0. We'll be right back in a second.
Are you ready bass. My DJ, yo, get on the case. Roots out, get down. Who's in the mic with the wickedest sound? Wickedest sound.
All right, spawning up here in the top left-hand corner of the map, we have the pink Zerg player leading up this series with a dominating 2-0. It is representing Team Ascension, BioIce.
In the bottom right, as the Red Terran, it's EJK.
So, EJK has been going for a lot of drop harassment, but it's never really worked out, despite the fact that, I mean, we haven't been seeing BioIce go for the Mutilus play. So, I mean, we've talked a bit about the engagements that have been happening and kind of the Widow Mines, or I should say the lack thereof of the Widow Mines. But do you feel like EJK has been accomplishing enough damage with the drops? Do you feel like is something else going wrong with it?
No, I don't think he's been doing enough for the drops to make up for what is a well, not a very good mid game. That is, like, if he was doing the drops and they were saved, they only lost a couple of Marines here and there. Like, who cares as long as your follow up push is pretty strong and take control of the game. But if that's your ticket into controlling the mid game, is getting a lot of early game damage, and that doesn't happen, well, then you're already feeling pretty terrible. And if that is the case, and he literally actually acknowledges that, like, this is my plan, if it doesn't work, I'm screwed, then his mental state is probably, like, in shambles right now. Like, he's about to go down 3-0, he doesn't have any other plans right now, he's going for the exact same thing again here. I don't know.
Yeah. CC first, again, coming out from EJK. Sends the SCV across the map just to say, okay, you are expanding, right? This isn't some kind of, like, weird early pool build or like a 10 pool build to try and kill off a CC first. And after seeing that, he's going to at least feel a little bit better that he's going to be able to get away with this. But yeah, what exactly is his plan and his follow-up going to be? Going to have the barracks behind this. But I mean, BioIce, I like the fact that BioIce has just been consistently going for the drone scouts, because he's always had a really good idea for what's been going on in these games.
Very simple. SCV denies the third base. Will not be winning this. Gets a supply depot down. Really doesn't want him to get reaction for pool.
Yeah. Well, he's going to delay for an extra, like, 20 seconds? 15, 20 seconds?
Yeah, I guess so. It does make him start the pool first, so it actually did work out. That's kind of cute, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Oh, no, he didn't do it for the pool first. He's got the third hatchery in another place.
Oh, whoa, this is a super aggressive location for that, too.
Yeah, it's not as bad as some other maps, you know? Like, it's not, like, just seriously going straight ahead towards your opponent, but it is not what you'd want.
Yeah, the thing about this is, like, I think about how EJK has sort of been doing a lot of the push-outs. It's kind of had, like, that whole rally point set up and sending his units across the map. It feels like this could be a problem, because we've seen EJK still going again for, like, the drop harass and everything. This is one of those places where you drop at the third now and you have a very, very short distance to just go back and forth between the natural expansion and the third and do that kind of maneuvers. So maybe this can actually work out a little bit better for EJK.
Yeah. And of course, the Helen harass, which was already pretty good last game, would be even better without any chokes for the Queen's cover and whatnot. So that's a bit worrying. Actually, speaking of Helen's, I guess, factories, I was just thinking that EJK impressed me with his mech when we cast that a long time ago. He submitted that replay with some really awesome, like, Thor control, for instance. I'm surprised you don't see that here. Not because it's it's this, like, strong suit, because I actually don't know. It could have just been like a one-time thing, but it mixes it up. Like, you already lost with the same two things you did, so mix it up. And it's also the case that the Swarmhost patch did hit. And a lot of Terrans are having good success with mech against Zergs who feel kind of lost without Swarm Hosts.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really, really good point, because, I mean, the game that we did actually watch of EJK was him being a little bit further behind in the early stage of the game, but he had a really solid mech control in the late stages, the mid and late stages, so he was able to bring the game back from a bit of a deficit by using mech. And Yeah, I really wouldn't hate that too much. I mean, it's not too late for him to decide to go for something like that right now. He's got a starport going up. He's got his factory producing reactor Hellions, and we'll see if he does decide to do something like that.
Really nice from BioIce to bother scouting, basically, because EJK has done the same thing twice. Maybe that last game he was forced into it, but still, same thing ended up happening. And now it's going to be a Hellbat Banshee push into mech, so we're getting our wish.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. EJK identifying, you know what? If at first you don't succeed, try again once, and then completely change it up, because it's not going to work anymore.
Good motto.
Well, exactly, right? Well, Hellions are going to be staying alive. That's actually very, very important. They didn't just sacrifice the Hellions to try and get some drone kills. He needs those alive to do the Hellbat push, and he has a decent number now. This is the moment of truth, how much damage he gets done. Ooh, supply depot drop actually coming out. I don't know if that was just a mistake. Yeah, with 3 supply depots on the way, I think that was just a bit of a mistake, getting supply blocked.
Yeah. It's a little unfortunate. Hopefully his push will make up for it, though. Firing up some drones for free, you should call it right now, before he's even revealed that it's going to be a Hellbat push. Abias, of course, scouted the Banshee. Kind of funny, can't see the starport in his vision as it was lifted, but didn't scout the armory. So I don't know if he's going to have Banelings. Does he even have a Baneling S? No, he does not. This could be really good.
Yeah, BioIce has been playing this game out relatively differently from the other games, where he is not, he's gone for like a slightly later gas geyser, or sorry, not later gas geyser, later layer tech. He's getting up his gas geysers before the Baneling nest, and yeah, this is it's going to be a really game deciding than how the next like minute or two ends up going, when I assume that EJK is going to turn these into Hellbats, or right around now, I'd assume, but still not doing it.
It's been a while. Yeah, I guess he's not going to do it. In fact, I mean, he didn't get the Banshee, or a lot of Banshees, to say, only up to 1 and no cloak. Yeah, no cloak. So not what I was expecting. And I think if he had gone like full bore with the Hellbat Banshee with cloak, he could have done a lot of damage. You know, the mutas he knows are going to be out pretty late, so those won't stomp him in the face. This is interesting. This is his own variation of the push.
Thor Hellion Banshee push. It's not something you see every day, but they're okay. Some Hellbats being made. It looks like he was waiting for the Thor to pop out so that he could use the medevac into Thor, and he can do some kind of cute drop micro with that, but yeah. Oh, actually, wait a second. That's actually a really cute thing. The Thor can be lifted up into the medevac, but then the medevac can still heal the Hellbats.
Yeah. A lot of transfuse energy on Queen to normally take care of this well enough to get the Banelings out. But, you know, with the Thor added in there, they pack quite a punch.
Yeah, Banelings going to be coming out. They get some decent hits on some of the Hellbats, but there's still quite a few left around. A lot of the Hellbats, actually. 3 of them dealing with a Spore Caller. Not exactly at the front line.
Blue Flame did finish up, by the way, so whatever Lings come out, they're getting toasted, even by only just 1 or 2 Hellbats. But he is slowly cleaning this up, and because the Hellbats didn't get the nice shots off and they died to the Banelings, he saved most of the drones. So this hold is messy, and he definitely didn't expect it. He might be okay, but I think he's got to recognize by now he needs roaches. He can't just keep filing Lings into here.
But he doesn't have anything on the way. I mean, the Roach Worm's coming out now, but I mean, the 3rd expansion is going to be going down. His 4th expansion was going up, but I think that EJK would just like more units. Well, I guess he's not rallying any more units across the map, but still, he's got to deal with these Blue Flame Hellions, and he doesn't have very much other than Zerglings and Banelings for at least another 30 seconds.
Yeah. Baneling's speed, kind of funny, is going to finish, as well as the upgrades for the Lings. So if they get the connects, dealing with a Thor is actually, Lings can do that. That's one thing they're good at against mech. Behind this, we had EJK trying to secure a 3rd. It's not really has a lot of SCVs, so while BioIce lost a 3rd, and he lost a lot of Lings, I think that's the biggest point.
Yeah.
He could, with some good positioning, lucky counterattacks, if they come back in this game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he has a 3rd up now, and he has, you know, a decent number of Banelings, so he's going to be at least safe for a little bit. So it's kind of a question of, can he just take a 4th expansion? Can he get some damage? Well, he's making a lot of roaches right now, so maybe he does just kind of put the pressure on and try and do some big damage at the 3rd.
Yeah. Unfortunately, while the Hellion count is high and his hand count is low, the Banshee count is starting to rise too, and that's usually effective enough to deal with roach pushes, honestly. Thor drops, not something you see every day. A little bit of a rest too. He doesn't know if the Spire was done, and he bothered to get 8 mutas anyways, despite the push, but it actually never started, so he's able to get away with this.
Yeah, there's actually, it's like you were saying, like the Banshees can be very effective, and really there's just no anti-air whatsoever. Infestation Pit is coming out, so I mean maybe you can get anti-air in the form of infestors or something, but I'm not sure what to think of, like what BioIce is going for. Oh, there's the Hydralisk Den.
Yeah, so I imagine the hive, the invitation pit is for a hive, and the hive will be for vipers. But of course, with the early game damage EJK did, in fact, he's pushing out again with the Hellions to look for more damage. The Roach Hydra Viper attack shouldn't be as potent as if it was like a very like macro-oriented game and just simply like, you know, push versus defend.
Yeah, Hellions coming in, but they're going to be chased off by Roaches and Banlings, two scary prospects for these Hellions. But, you know, still doing a nice job trying to do some kiting micro. Oh, God! Oh, talk about cutting it close with death. Thor drop, though, still going on. EJK really likes his Thor drops. He just loves the pairing of Thors with Medivacs.
Man, Thor drops are really effective. Like, if they don't have a Spire, which, I mean... Actually, in most cases nowadays, it seems like they're always getting Aspire just initially. Then I would say, yeah, totally abuse it. It finally goes down to a Queen, so good target firing for BioIce right there. And cleans it up. He is starting to get that army. In fact, takes good trades with the Banelings and the Hellions.
Yeah. And BioIce has been able to reestablish that 4th expansion right now, but for how long? There's a lot of Thors, a lot of Hellbats, and a lot of Banshees especially that are moving across the map. And the Hydras are coming out. They're in a decent number, so they got to make sure that they are ready to take out those Banshees.
I don't know if they are. The Banelings are going to take care of the Hellbats fairly well, which is something you usually don't get, but it's going to be very nice. There you go. And maybe there are enough Hydras to take care of the Banshees. The Thors aren't cutting it. They needed more time to deal their damage. They need those Hellbats to be alive. It is so close, though. The Banshees are going to win out. They can target fire the last Hydras.
Oh, yeah, there's not a lot of defense, but here's the thing. I actually like this decision from BioIce. You say, well, as long as I can't do anything, just go for a counterattack. Well, actually, no, he's going to be retreating on home. That does allow the Banshees, though, to just go straight after that 4th expansion again. Well, good to go after the hatchery instead of the drones. I suppose that's, like, a fair decision. You never know. Like, the Hydras are probably going to be coming out pretty soon, so gotta be careful. I'm sort of surprised that he doesn't have Cloak. He's just now finishing up Cloak. It's going to be done in about 30 seconds.
Well, now he starts the tanks that he's going to need just in the game as it goes along, but he did lose out on that advantage by losing out on that fight. The Banshees, they didn't end up reigning as long as I thought they would after they survived, because a lot of times what you see is the Hydras are torn down, and then you have 3 Banshees, which can kill a hatchery surprisingly fast. So they at least get a hatchery, despite losing the army. Didn't actually happen here. EJK was playing pretty safe. So he lost his army, he lost his Banshees, he has to restart almost every single count, Hellion, tank, Thor, Banshee count. And BioIce, he had enough of an economy to get up to the Roach Hydra Viper. And now we're back into a game that this could have been 14 minutes had nothing else happened in this game. You know, the Roach Hydra Viper attack about to hit EJK's mech army.
Yeah, EJK is sitting around 170 supply, starting to get closer and closer to maxed out, but BioIce, I mean, he's just hit maxed out. He's got the next wave of Hydralisk coming out, and I feel like after that point, he's going to want to start to move around and look for some good engagements, especially, again, since he has those Vipers. They all have a decent amount of energy, and he can start getting some great pulls off, but EJK sieging up.
Banshees, again, are kind of the scariest thing in this competition, and pulls a couple of Thors. They go down fairly quickly.
Yeah, I actually don't think the Overseer's gone, so these Banshees should go uncontested. A couple of them still need to cloak, as they weren't quite cloaked, but he should be able to clean up, and he loses a lot of the Thors, he loses a lot of the Hellions, but he keeps that siege tank count alive.
Yeah. I really wish BioIce had taken the Thors and then just disengaged and went to like the 3rd base, for instance, knock down the rocks. Because now we gave away an entire army, and the push across the map, Echo not that big of a map, is scary. And of course you have these ramps that the tanks can really entrench themselves in.
Yeah, EJK, he does have to be a bit careful because he's moving really far on to creep right now, so that's going to work out well for the Roaches and Hydralisks. So they try and get on top of them, as they do over here, actually, catching a lot of these siege tanks from the left-hand flank, where the Banshees and none of the other units really are, but some reinforcements come in, and it looks like he's going to be able to hold on a little bit. No, the Hydralisks are coming in too high a number.
Oh, there's no Overseer, though. Where's the Overseer? The Banshees realize that they can actually take down the Hydras. There they go.
Every time.
Yeah,
those Vikings.
4 Overseers. He's like not getting caught like that again.
We'll see. I don't know. Every single time, those Vikings just keep picking off those overseers. The Vikings and Thors. I think the Thors also have like a higher priority for air units, so they keep target firing down the overseers before anything else.
Well, it's been a very back and forth game, and now it's swung back in favor of EJK, who has a bank. He has extra command centers, secured the 4 base, of course, and has pretty decent upgrades as well. BioWaste, I think, has actually forgotten more than there's a not to get +2 missile, because if it had been a regular game where he knew it was mech and he got Roach Hydra immediately, your 2-2 timing is like what you're hoping to hit, but of course he got the +1 melee first, and well, his upgrades are going to really suffer if he continues to disregard them, as 3 vehicle weapons is on the way for EJK.
Oh yeah, EJK is, I mean, when the mech player is sitting on a large siege tank count and Banshee count, and they're up in supply, it's looking a little bit scary for the Zerg player, but you know, Banshee harassment's actually still continuing to do damage. God, these Banshees have been such an enormous thorn in BioIce's side. I'm almost wondering, like, do you start thinking about maybe getting some Infestors or something? Oh god, the Hellions too.
Yeah, well, what BioIce is doing is, I don't know if I like this, he's getting a ton of Vipers. Like 9 Vipers. You usually get 3 at a time. If they die, then you replace them up to 3. If they don't, then, you know, just replace them, and he's lost up to 3, maybe 4. To actually have 9 is it's unnecessary, I guess, is more so. I guess with 9, you're guaranteed to get a couple Blinding Clouds with as many Vikings as there are, but that's so much gas.
I mean, look at that air fleet from EJK of just the Vikings. I mean, sure, you can have a lot of Vipers, and yeah, you'll be guaranteed to get off some of those nice Blinding Clouds or pulls, but at what cost? There's so much gas investment going into those Vipers that you don't really have an easy way of defending against the Vikings. I mean, the Hydrals just don't have the range to contend with them.
Yeah. Well, what's funny is that the Banshee count really not getting up that high. If in the midst of a big battle, you could focus fire Banshees down, you know, the Viking out doesn't really help out that much. But unfortunately, that's kind of difficult to do in StarCraft 2. Bad actions happen quite fast, and he does have to just kind of say, okay, you have the air control, and I just gotta apparently make as many Vipers as possible and hope some Blinding Clouds get off.
Yeah, this is a little bit ridiculous. I mean, nice pulls, I guess, going on in the Vikings, but they're kind of also just pulling them into the Vipers to get extra shots off. I don't think I've seen an engagement like that before.
That shouldn't have happened because the Vikings shouldn't have been that far forward from the tanks.
Yeah, I mean, he killed off so many Vipers, though. Like, I think it was worth it for EJK. Like, that was the purpose of the Vikings.
It was worth it for him, but it wasn't his decision. He just went with the flow, you know?
Yeah, exactly. That's it. Well, now we have a really weird situation. God, BioIce, he's got a Roach Hydra army, which is not exactly cost-effective. It's not, or sorry, a supply-effective army, but he's also sitting on 91 drones. And with both of these players getting maxed out, I feel like this is just going to favor EJK more and more.
Yeah, that is a really good point. A couple of those drones could have been made into spine crawlers to defend his other bases, but now we have 4 Banshees out. Still trying to abduct his way to freedom, I guess, because he is right now contained.
Yeah. Abducting a couple of Thors and Sea Shanks wherever he can, but he's just, every single time he even moves into a close position to abduct, he's either getting hit by with the Vikings or he's getting hit by the siege tanks, and EJK just has a perfect situation. And I love this. He's just look at the depth of these siege tanks. He's just leapfrogging very, very patiently forward.
Yeah. BioIce, I think, just has to try and counterattack. You know, abducting as he is doing okay, but he's really running out of room more than anything else.
Yeah.
So he has a big bank, so remaxing Roach Hydra isn't a problem. The problem is that when he has to, it's all coming from different locations into a siege tank line.
And GG gets called. EJK finally going to be putting his name on the board with his switch up into mech.
Very nice.
So mech, it's a pretty good thing for EJK to go for. I think it's safe to say. Good adaptation.
Yeah, very good. But of course, you have to remember that a lot of that was because BioIce was not expecting it. So I have to imagine this next game he'll be much better about scouting and, you know, adapting.
Yeah, I'm also wondering, like, what exactly does BioIce want to... Because, you know, normally I think about mech and I'm like, okay, well, what is the unit composition you want to be going for? Because again, you don't want to just be. It's like we saw before, right? When the Hellions and stuff and Hellbats are coming out, you don't want to just be sticking around on the early Zergling style like BioIce was doing earlier on, because that you just lose all your Zerglings. You need to get out the Roaches. You need to eventually, utilize this Roach. You go into Hydralisk, you go into like Roach, Hydra, Viper, and it becomes like this awkward situation where that is where he ended up, even if there was like a big roundabout path to get there. Mm-hmm. So what exactly does he do differently? Just like change the place where he's engaging, make sure EJK doesn't get across the map like that? I don't know. There's like a lot of things that went into that game.
Yeah, that sums it up well, because you can't say like he did one thing wrong. It was really both players did multiple things wrong, and the pendulum kept swinging back and forth. So to be like, oh, you just did this wrong, do this, it'd be too basic to just tell BioIce that. He'd be like, oh, thanks.
Be like, okay, thanks, yeah.
Like the most obvious thing is like scout its mech, right? And I think he figured that one out.
Yeah. Though one thing I will say is make 4 Overseers right off the bat, because oh my god, those Banshees. I also really liked the constant switch up with EJK, where he'd go into like Banshee production, and then he'd go into like a lot of Viking production, and then he'd go a little bit back into like the Banshee production, and kept kind of catching BioIce like back and forth off guard, where he was like, screw it, I'm not gonna be able to contend with his Viking count, so I'm just gonna make like 15 Vikings, or sorry, 15 Vipers, and I'm like,
Yeah.
Yeah, that 15 Viper, I also just wonder, like, maybe at a certain point, you start going into the Spire, and you start getting out, like, Broodlords and stuff, and Corruptors? I don't know, it's one of those things I think a lot of Zerg players are just struggling with since the Swarm Host nerf. Yeah. Alright, well, we're going to be jumping into the game in just a second. We'll see you guys there. Spawning up here in the top left-hand corner of the map. He's finally been able to put his name on the scoreboard. Let's see if he can put it in the scoreboard once again. It is going to be EJK.
In the bottom right, as the pink Zerg, it's BioIce.
Alright. Oh, I see. Yeah, there's a weird thing where BioIce just seems to be repeatedly unmuted on his keyboard. Huh? Oh, okay. Yeah, that is kind of weird. Well, anyways, fix the problem. Muted him again. For those who are wondering, we are doing a pretty weird, crazy setup, and I know that we don't actually have BioIce's camera on. We still have EJK, so hopefully you guys will just at least be able to enjoy that. But, well, 4-player map, and EJK loving his CC first.
Yeah. Unfortunately, to hard counter this, you'd have to go for a quite dedicated build, and it might not be something that you're willing to give away on the off chance they decide to not go for 14 CC, so... That is what it is, but it is Iron Fortress, so Mech just showed a really great showing for EJK. He was like, yeah, I won with it, great, it's going to change it up, let's do that again. It's Iron Fortress, though, so suddenly the third base is quite difficult to take. BioIce is going to be on top of things as well, so where he got away with doing very surprising attack, both as it was Mech as well as just an attack in general, he won't be able to get away with that here, and as such, the mid game that was so good won't go into this really easy late game either. Hopefully, BioIce will do all that correctly and whatnot.
Yeah, from EJK, like, I wouldn't even hate that much to just see him go for some kind of really, really heavy, aggressive, maybe even like all-in-ish build. Like, bring out some of the kind of crazy, weird, aggressive builds, like, the old double factory reactor Hellion builds, or the blue flame Hellion pushes, or just a Hellbat, straight up Hellbat push. go for some of the crazy stuff, put on the pressure, because he's been playing so macro-oriented in the past couple of games, and when he does that and goes for bio, it doesn't seem to work out quite as well. When he does it and goes for mech, it works out better, but again, as you mentioned, this map might not lend that same way.
Yeah. It shouldn't, and BioIce, it's up to him to, of course, make sure that doesn't happen. If you let him get away with the third base, and they're allowed to use it and saturate it and defend it, then getting a fourth base actually isn't that difficult, even if it is like the entire the opposite way. Because by then their army is big enough to send the tanks around and really cover all your positions with the ramps. Because that's one good thing about Iron Fortress is that you got tanks, you got Colossus up on those ramps, and you're not going to be able to break them. It's really about the concave in the middle of the third and the fourth that make it difficult to get the first one.
Yeah, exactly. It's like that one big area, that one choke point between the third and the fourth, where it's a pretty clear-cut decision of like where you position your army as a meching player in that situation. But for now, we do have BioIce playing a bit more conservatively and has the double gas geyser down now. So going up to a very fast lair tech.
I really like this. You know, I was going to talk about it before the map intro, just like base. So like, two-base lair, we talked about it in the very beginning of the series, didn't we? Like, you know, mutas seem to be more popular than anything else. A lot of people going for two-base lair. And if you know that you figure, anyways, that you guess that someone's going to go for mech again, because it worked out so well last time, getting mutas as quickly as possible was a fantastic way to get control over the game.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not entirely unfortunate, but it is going to be a bit of a misguess, I would say, in that regard, just because we do see Stim being researched over here. BioIce is going to be scouting out the tech lab on the barracks, and that should be a big reveal if the Marines, of course, also popping out was not. And, yeah, additional barracks also being dropped down, so he should actually have a decent Marine count to deal with any kind of early Mutalisk play.
Yeah. At one point, like maybe 6 months ago or even further back, if you went fast mutas against a bio player, you were actually in trouble. Like that was more of a like a hard counter to mech, and people just they couldn't get out of it. Now, completely fine. It's an opener, like a perfectly good opener versus bio as well. But it is important that he also mindfully, gets the speed and a Baneling Nest, where if it was mech, maybe he only gets the mutas right into roach upgrades and, of course, roaches themselves.
Spire now plopping on down, and he is getting up that Baneling Nest, as you mentioned before. And he's got to be a bit careful, though, because over here he's got to deal with the Hellion Harass, which in the past has actually done a decent amount of damage. And oh, the Queens are not quite in position. Oh, that body blocking. Oh, he's playing with death right now.
Oh, that was quite scary. Luckily, there were also Lings behind there, too, so they wouldn't have gotten all the free shots that they wanted. Shouldn't have been too disastrous, but that is definitely something that we see when people go two-base Spires. Just the attempt to run by can be quite deadly.
Well, Hellions will find the third expansion and start to whittle away at it. It takes a long time to burn down metal. Or actually, I guess the Zerg buildings aren't made of metal. I don't even know. Why don't Zerg buildings take more damage from fire? I feel like organic material, they should be burning.
I don't know. It's a good question. Some riff logic on this one.
I guess they're made of the same materials like roaches or something?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Wow. Mysteries of life, man.
Maybe someone who's more of a lore buff. Yeah, maybe someone who's more of a lore buff can tell us. But regardless, the Hellions are not going to be doing too much damage to this third. They're just going to be poking away, whittling it down, waiting for drones, and more, I guess, just like trying to deny mining from the third for a bit.
We have those mutas out and about. They're going to go what looks to be towards the third, see if they can do anything there. This turret is going to be finished just in the nick of time. But you can get a couple of pot shots off on the...
that drop is going the wrong way!
No, that is so unlucky for you, JK.
And now we see the reason why a lot of Terran players like to send their medevacs all along the corners of the map.
Yeah.
Well, Hellions, though, going to be doing some nice damage over here at the third. He's going to be sacrificing these Hellions, but still getting a couple of drone kills.
Yeah. A couple of mutas going down as they were weakened from the engagement with the Marines earlier. Ooh. But they are taking out a couple of production buildings, and that's quite annoying for Terran to deal with. Now, you might be wondering why EJK bothered or tried to go for another fast medevac drop when this time mutas were out so quickly. And on one hand, it was questionable. As we can see, that's exactly what happened. They were caught. On the other, if they do get into an entrenched position, there could be a possibility of being a low baneling count because they figure the mutas will cover them for all harassment opportunities, and you actually do some nice damage. But obviously it didn't happen there, and it is going to be up to just the forward push, the very direct push across the map for EJK.
Very much a well-appreciated push. I know EJK is in favor of that parade push style sometimes when he has the opportunity to do so, but BioIce looking to do a little bit of counterattack. Has some Zerglings. Oh, turning into Banelings actually over by the third, getting ready to move on in. And there's going to be a pretty clear path. Oh my god, as if EJK had some sort of crazy star sense, started the supply depot wall off over there. I think there's still an opportunity for those Banelings to move around the gas geyser though.
Yeah, I think so. Of course, you can break down the cooling tower, but no one ever does.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Just
use the Banelings on the cooling tower. There we go.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Well, this is awkward.
That was awkward.
I don't think EJK realized there was a gap over there. But he's going to be able to bust down the bunker and get quite a few SCVs, actually, over there. Gets the entire mineral line, pretty much.
Yeah, yeah. We can already see that things are going so well for EJK, now down by 40 supply. 20 of that in workers, 20 of that in army. His upgrades are much farther ahead, though. Looks like BioIce, actually, it looks like he just kind of forgot to start 2-2. There it is now.
There it is, yeah. A little bit on the late side. EJK going to be able to pick up these medevacs, continue that pressure. And where are the Mulas? I know that he did end up losing quite a few when he moved in earlier, but he's replenished that a little bit. And actually, I think you should be able to chase down these medevacs to the ends of the earth.
Yeah, yeah. Well, EJK has nothing else going on right now, so usually when it's a dangerous move because you have another force going up in the middle, it's not. You can chase these medevacs for days. Also, EJK, with a very low Widowmine count again, is quite worrying. This pure bio isn't going to work. Even with the most beautiful splits, it's not going to work. Even with the much better upgrades, it's going to be hard to make it work.
Yeah, and I've got to say, since we're talking about that bio play again, there's also that concern about not only him not having quite as much army supply, but once again, he doesn't really have that many Widow Mines. I mean, right now his army doesn't have any Widow Mines. He's making Widow Mines one at a time, but it's one at a time.
This is very questionable. I know EJK is a guy that will, talk about replays that he studied for days, so this is not what Terrans are doing nowadays. This isn't like... I don't think, Maru's shown this type of play. Marine King might, but Marine King's not doing so hot. It's up to you to follow him, but this is very weird. It could have been a double reactor for a long time now with 6 Widow Mines and a Thor about to pop out. And suddenly that army composition looks so scary.
Yep, and these mules are going to be able to take out those missile turrets because, I mean, there's just enough that you need Widow Mines or Thors to deal with them right now. And neither of them are here. We got one Widow Mine, but let's say that gets one shot off on the Mutalist. They soften them up, and the Mutals just back up and heal up. But EJK going to be looking to get some damage done over on this side of the map. And he actually trades pretty decently with the Banelings so far.
Yeah, I would agree. BioIce, though, like any good Zerg player, just has more and more in the back. It's all about him buying time. And that's exactly what he's doing. Probably still going to be able to save his 4th. Again, no Widow Mines. These Bermudas can take on small packs Marines, no problem.
Yeah, and there's just way too many Zerglings and Banelings. The Mutals, as you were saying, they get hit by one of the few Widow Mines that are there, but again, they're all just sitting at the yellow, and guess what? Now all the Marines are cleaned up. There's nothing to finish them off. There's some more coming in, though, and he may actually force BioIce back a little bit, but oh god, there's still more Zerglings and Banelings left as well.
Yeah. Needs a bit more time, though. Maybe, just maybe, EJK can push to do something here, but the Muta count is still quite high, and even they, without the Banelings report, probably could take it on the army, and GG, good luck.
BioIce going to be taking the 3-1 victory in the semifinals. And EJK playing pretty well, had a really great game number 3, but BioIce showing some pretty dominant play, honestly, in the end. And we'll go ahead and get BioIce on the call as we unmute him and swap on over. So, hey, BioIce, man, how you feeling after that? I don't know if you can hear us. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Would it be possible to get your camera turned back on?
Is it off?
It is off, actually.
Oh, my bad.
All right. Well, while you're doing that, man, congratulations on your 3-1 victory. Was there any point in that series that you were actually worried?
I was pretty disappointed with the third game. Like, I kind of knew what he was going to do, but I didn't expect him to build up that much. And then I didn't have enough units to stop it. So I lost my third base, and that kind of cost me the game.
Yeah, is like the mech style of play something that you've been struggling with? I know that you seem like you were kind of trying to experiment with a couple of different things that you could do to try and deal with the mech play, including getting a lot of Vipers toward the end.
Yeah, I don't have too much trouble with it, but the thing is, like, I was just really far behind. Normally, you can be pretty far ahead versus mech players since they expand slower in bio. For that game, I was just too far behind.
Yeah, and the next match is going to be Moose Skills versus Trace. Now, I know that you've mentioned that ZVZ you're actually feeling pretty confident in, ZVT you're feeling pretty confident in, and it sounds like you're not as confident in Zerg versus Protoss. So are you hoping that Moose Skills just ends up winning so you can face him in the finals?
I'm really hoping Moose Skills wins. I'm pretty confident if I play against him versus Trace, it's more of a toss-up. So hopefully Moose Skills wins.
Alrighty. Well, I wish you the absolute best of luck, both in the finals as well as in getting the opponent that you would like. But we'll see you in a little bit. We'll see you in the finals, and congratulations, man.
Yep, thanks.
Well, with that being said, we are going to be moving on to our next match. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere and take a moment to learn about Trace and Moose Skills, who are going to be participating in the second semifinals.
Moose Skills, the preparation Zerg.
Moose Skills is neither Moose nor Gil, but he is a solid Zerg that does well when given time to prepare both before and during the game. Before the game, he loves to do his research, and during the game, he relies on getting the information he needs so that he can prepare and react to each possibility. His ZVZ is solid, and he prefers playing toward the late game.
In practice, I almost play it standard and safe like every single game. So that's kind of my strength, where if it gets to the mid or late game, I have more experience and have kind of the decision making mapped out in my head a little bit better than probably most players, but at the same time, being predictable in a mirror matchup can kind of screw you over if they decide to do risky builds that you don't punish or something like that.
In ZVT, he plays to get to the late game, often playing on the safer side.
I usually like to open up with like a 2-base Muta style rather than going a quick 3-base, just because for me I feel like it eliminates the variance of all like the kind of Hellbat builds and something like that it can be hard to scout for if your Overlord doesn't see what you want to see, and then just kind of play it out as a mech player.
ZVP is a weak point for him. The Swarm Host nerf has made the matchup even harder.
Right now my Zerg vs. Protoss is, I guess it's okay, but of all the matchup, it's kind of the matchup that varies the most, just because it's kind of the matchup I guess I'm most indecisive about. I think for my strength would just be my scouting and understanding of the type of builds that the Protoss has, and I guess the weakness is patience and not willing to play those long Swarm Host and drawn out games more.
Moose Skills does his research and relies on his comprehensive macro play to carry him to victory. So prepare for the preparation Zerg on Breaking Out.
Trace, the reactive toss.
Trace is not the Protoss that relies on all-ins for his victories. He's got a solid macro style that involves very patient and reactive play. If you didn't know any better, you might think he was a Zerg off-racing as a Protoss. His PvZ is all about information gathering and macro.
I like to basically play with little all-ins and just straight up macro. It kind of depends on the person I play. I'd have heavy sentries if I'm doing a macro base play. So that means I'll definitely have a lot of hallucinations to use. So the Phoenix would go, I would send out the Phoenix, the hallucination, and then I'd scope out what they're doing.
He struggles with his PvT the most.
It's actually my worst matchup. I think it's been my worst matchup for like 2 years. It's either I don't harass enough or I just like die to a big attack. Sometimes I like mess up my multitasking and I like die to like drops or something. Passive is a pretty big, it's the perfect word I would say it actually to describe how I play against Terran.
PvP is an okay matchup, but it is harder for him to play his macro style in.
Mostly I open with Blink Stalkers like quite a bit. Now I said I like to go for macro games in the other matchups. This is also true in PvP, but it's a lot easier to lose in it's the same army versus the same army.
Trace is a deadly Protoss that doesn't rely on gimmicks to win. Be sure to check out the reactive toss on Breaking Out. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we have our next two semifinalists. We have Trace and Moose Skills. Moose Skills, how you doing today, man?
Pretty good and excited to get up first in the group yesterday and ready to play Trace.
All right, and I know that you two guys are a little bit more friendly than, say, some of the other contestants in today's, or the Invitational. So, do you guys ever, like, practice together? Do you feel pretty comfortable knowing Trace's style?
Yeah, I mean, we don't practice that much or anything, but I know what he likes to do and his styles and stuff, so it should be pretty easy.
Yeah. And Trace, how you doing today, man? You're looking happy.
Yeah, I got some help from somebody I won't mention yet. Maybe I'll mention him if I win. Got a couple sneaky replays. I got to see what Moose Skills is up to in his PVZs, so I think I'm like pretty comfortable with how the series will go.
All right, and I know that you were also you mentioned during the downtime that you were giving a couple cheers for BioIce. You seem pretty happy that he won, feeling good about going to, if you get a chance to go to the finals versus BioIce rather than EJK.
Exactly.
Makes sense, man. You've said that you've struggled a little bit more in the Protoss versus Terran matchup, but
yeah.
Either you guys have any final words for each other before we get started?
Yeah, dude. Good luck, Mick.
See you on the other side, Trace.
All right, man.
All right, players, head over to your player booths and best of. All right, and we are going to be jumping into the series as we go ahead and give the go-ahead ready. And Zombie Grub, I had a dream once that, you know, as someone making the tournament and, you know, I get to decide the rules. It's something that, you know, as the tournament organizer you get to do. You're like, you know what? I'm gonna be a man of the people. I'm gonna make sure that the map pool is something that people like. People's complaining about Inferno pools. We'll remove Inferno pools. We'll replace it with another map, a great map. Ganymede, because, you know, Team Liquid map contests. It's a map of the people. And then every single player bans it every single time. It's like one of the first maps. Every single time. It's upsetting.
Sorry.
All right. Well, we're going to hop into Coda. We'll see you guys in a second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're beginning our second semifinals as we spawn up here in the top left-hand corner of the map. We have the orange Zerg player, Total Bro. It is Team Complexities, Moose Skills.
In the bottom right, as the pink Protoss, it's Trace.
I think it's always fun to watch like two players who are friends with each other playing in like the later stages of a tournament. When it's not like so early that you just kind of curse yourself and you're like, oh, can't believe we have to knock each other out at this early stage. But it's like late enough that they're just like having fun, and you can see that they're like gonna just do what they can. They're gonna enjoy themselves.
Yeah, it's nice. Can you break down the prize pool for me real quick?
Yeah, so the prize pool right now, actually, so for those who are wondering, the prize pool starts off at a $1,000 base prize pool, and after that, we have open donations to try and raise the prize pool, and we've raised it up to $1,900 so far. If you do want to donate, all you have to do is go click the link down below the Twitch stream. It's the big Breakout Invitational logo, and in terms of the actual split up, it's 50% going to first place, 20% going to second place, and then third through fourth, i.e. the loser of this match, is going to get 7%. Now, I'm not going to do math on stream, Zombie Grove, if that's what you're trying to bait me into doing. But 7% of 2,000-ish, $1,900-ish would be how much the loser is going to get versus 20% which is a substantial portion more, over double. Can do that match math.
Like $140. Yeah.
Wow, here's just trying to outdo me completely.
I'm trying to Google.
I'm gonna actually calculator that.
All right then, fine.
$133. Okay.
There you go. More perfect. The reason I asked is I want to know if they're already into a sum of money, and they are. So it makes the the broship even realer, right? Like, oh yeah, you suck and you lost because they're friends and they say that to each other. But at least you got some money, so there you go. Pat, there you go. Don't feel so bad.
Yeah, exactly. Feels a lot better to get over $100 than the I think 3% that we give, or actually no, it's like 4%. Yeah, 4% for the not making out of the group stages. So they've already made it pretty far, as you were saying. And yeah, they can be pretty happy. That's enough to buy at least like 4 different alt accounts in Legacy of the Void. They're set.
Exactly. That's like how many like Subway like $5 footlongs? Like so many.
Oh my god. I mean, if you live off of Subway, as I'm sure that one guy did, then you can be a very, very healthy individual.
Yeah.
I don't think it actually worked out that way, but.
Wow. No, legit, the reason I asked was for that, and it's very interesting. And of course, the other big news for the Breaking Outs is that the winner of this does get invited to the Base Trade TV tournament. So, of course, got to be excited for that. You can use your winnings just to go, or if you actually have a team that'll send you, then that's great too.
Yeah, I mean, use your winnings to go to the tournament and then just go stomp everybody and win even more money. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention, but that tournament is going to be absolutely sick. But you know what else is going to be pretty sick? How much of an all-in this is going to be from Trace. Look at all these gateways popping down. That's 6 gateways being built with the 7th one already finished up. Warp gate technology being chrono boosted. 1 gas geyser, zombie grub. Trace he's starting this off in not so friendly way for his friend.
No, not very friendly at all. But luckily, Moose Skills has at least one indication that something scary is going on. That the 4th gas geyser is not being taken. But oh, look at that! Oh, Trace, you so clever. So he throws it down, and he might put guys into it. Maybe afford 1 more, 2 more stalkers than you should, or he just might leave it alone. Moose Skills is in fact moving away from the gas geyser. He thinks that everything is dandy. It looks like.
Well, he's scouting into the main base, though. He's going to see one of the gas geysers relatively quickly, and if that's not enough of a tip-off, he's going to start seeing, wait a second, why do you have 5 gateways? Why is your warp gate technology done? Oh, God, and here's the thing. It might be a little bit too late, but he has 28 Zerglings on the way. That's not the worst situation.
Oh my god, but the pylon's already right there. The Zealots are already on top of the hatchery. The Lings are popping out. There's not too many units right now, but they need to get a full surround on those Zealots to really be effective.
Yeah, the Zealots are getting some really, really nice damage done in, and the Zerglings are starting to get the full surround. They're starting to get over there, but a very, very ballsy pylon goes up. I think the probe actually did get picked up, and it looks like Mooskill should be able to push this first wave of aggression back. Maybe he's not going after the pylon, though. He's going after the Stalkers.
Yeah. Queens go down. They can't take care of the mothership anymore. That is free damage. Spinecrawler looks like it is actually going to get up, and now we have roaches on the way. This is a desperate hold, but maybe he can do it. He's going to get the pylon. Maybe he can go for the other pylons as well. It's completely get rid of the warpins.
Yeah, the warpin still finishes over there, and there's just such an overwhelming number of Zealots over here. I think the question is not whether or not Mooskills will hold his 3rd. It's a question of whether he'll hold his natural expansion at this point.
Yeah, whether he'll hold the game. Oh, funnily enough, he's going to leave the 3rd hatchery alive. He's going to try and go for the throats.
And Time Warp goes down, slows down a couple of those Zerglings and Roaches as they try and retreat back. The Queen trying to focus fire down that Mothership Core, but it does get taken out, and the Mothership Core is just going to be that consistent DPS. There looks to just be maybe a little bit too much, even with the longer reinforcement path for Trace in this situation. He is just storming on in. The drones are being pulled. They might actually be able to help out quite a bit here.
Yeah, Stalker's not so great against drones once they get surrounded. And they just barely, well, actually the drones aren't needed. They go back to mining. He's still at 36 drones, so he still has a drone lead. And in fact, that 3rd hatchery, remember, didn't die. 2 Stalkers are warped in, a couple more Zealots. These should be able to just suicide if they need to.
They're not attacking him. The Zerglings actually managed to get out. If he can get in front of the Zealots. Oh, he gets in front of the Zealots. The Zealots are unable to attack the hatchery, and they're getting taken out. The Stalkers are also too far back. That hatchery might actually survive.
Oh my god, he actually might just hold this entire push. It is just a lot of Lings coming out, so the Zealots are slicing and dicing their way to what is hopefully victory. But they can't deal with the Roaches. Just need to micro back a little bit more. Don't lose the unnecessary Roaches.
Oh, there's none of the Zealots are focused right down. Oh my god, there's still a couple more Zealots out there. Oh god, GG gets called, and Trace gonna be falling after some brutal aggression, looking to be on the verge of winning that game. It just barely gets stopped by Moose Skills with a phenomenal hold at the natural. That was always killed the third.
Adrenaline going through the Zerg player there is probably insane.
Why do Protoss players do that?
All in?
No. Why do Protoss players leave the? I don't ask why Protoss players all in Zombie Girl. I don't know if you know this, but all in quite a bit on the ladder when I got a chance. No, but why do Protoss players sometimes leave the expansion up? I understand the idea of, well, you can always kill it later on and stuff, but I mean, you stop extra larvae from coming out, you prevent the possibility of that happening, where I think at least if you had killed off the third, he wouldn't have been like in a quote-unquote dead situation, where he was just like down and out.
Yeah, it's hard to say that though. Like that was a super dedicated all in. That wasn't like off of like 3 gas instead of 4. That was off of 1 gas instead of 4. So transferring over anything else would have had to happen like really, really soon, like right after like the first warp in, and then maybe you could have macroed out, but not the case. So I think it is just like, well, like even if it dies, it's not helping me. I need to actually finish the game. So like, let's not waste 4 more stalker shots. Let's go for the throat now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're going to be jumping into the next game. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be moving on to Iron Fortress. Alright, spawning down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, we have the orange Zerg player representing Team Complexity and currently sitting up 1-0 in this best of 5. It is Complexity Gaming's Moose Skills.
In the upper left, as the pink Protoss, it's Team Gravity's Trace.
I don't know if you caught that chatter in the lobby. Muskil saying, I thought that I was playing Casper, not Hitman over here. So, friendly banter. It's cool because you know what? After some kind of all-in like that, I would be a little bit peeved. Especially if I was doing the all-in and I lost, I'd be a little bit annoyed. But you know what? We get to see the player cameras. We see that they're all just smiling. They're all having fun. It's good to see. It's good to see.
As far as that opener just being the first game of the match, I really do enjoy aggressive openers as the first thing that you do. So I'd probably get hard countered like hell if I was actually a competitive player. Whatever. But for Protoss, I think they have like a nicer time because it's not just one aggressive thing you can do. It's not like one hellbat timing that they can like get a Bailey Nest at a pretty safe time and be okay again. Yeah. So Protoss, there are so many tricks they can do. There's so many different all-ins, so much harass options. They can hide a Dark Shrine. I mean, they have so many types of builds.
Yeah. And I actually really like this kind of build from Trace over here. As a follow-up to I Just All-In You, is going for, it's a 4-player map, Iron Fortress, go for the Nexus first. And even go for the Gateway expansion afterwards. It's a very low likelihood that you're gonna get heavily punished for it just because it's going to take a while for your opponent to scout you out, more likely than not. And he's gonna actually get the luckiest positioning with cross spawn in that sense. It's not gonna get scouted for quite a bit of time.
Yeah. Now it is Iron Fortress, so he just, I don't want to call it wasted, but he just used an all-in. So, like, now your opponent is prepped, right? They're like, okay, you can all-in. I'm just going to play a macro game for 5 games. And your opponent knows that it's Iron Fortress too, right? So they got to know that their plan is, if you are going to try and take a third, kill it. They kill you for trying to take a third. So, the early option just kind of feels like it is going to be some type of all-in.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, we've seen time and time again. The GSL finals of Parting versus Life comes to mind whenever I see this matchup in Iron Fortress, that PvZ matchup. There's some pretty scary stuff you can do with Protoss player. But, you know, Zerg players, they have a lot of really nice areas where they can try and catch the Protoss before they really start to get inside the natural expansion or the third expansion, etc. Protoss player, Trace, now moving in, sees Mooskills with a natural expansion, but also importantly is not seeing that third expansion. That should pretty much reveal to him, like, wait a sec, if you're still not taking it, if I still don't see it, there's a good chance you went for the gas opening.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Trace, he's doesn't decide to do anything weird yet. In fact, just waiting on seeing how many gateways he's going to put down. So 2 at the front, of course, but oh, what is his plan here, man? Like, you just try and take like a very late third, which is what you could do against like Terran, for instance. We see that a lot, actually. Surprisingly, like, even if we were talking about it right where you're casting Gfinity, that a lot of Koreans don't mind choosing this map, and it seems like because they just play on it so often, it was originally a GSL map. But as far as Europeans and Americans, it seems to be still quite rare because it is a hard map to take a third. It's interesting to see that in the last 2 semifinals, we have seen it played.
Yeah, you know, one thing I've noticed when Protoss players are able to successfully take thirds on this map is first of all, they get the wall in over at that the ramp by their third, and from there, they just leave their army at their third, they leave the Mothership Core over by their natural, ready to photon overcharge, and they'll have the wall in at the natural expansion. So it creates actually a really weird situation where if your opponent tries to attack into the natural rather than the third, they also end up sort of trapping themselves in between the wall in of the Protoss and the army moving down to go defend it. You add in some force seals, you can actually just get a lot of free pickings from the Zerg player. It does create a bit of an awkward situation in terms of reinforcements coming in behind the Protoss army, but, you know, some Protoss can make that work.
It does look like Trace is going to go for an expand here. The Overlord ducked in just a little bit, saw a forge, and that actually tells you a lot just as is, but it'd be nicer if you saw all the gas is taken as well, the natural.
Yep, Mothership Core also moving in, seeing, okay, there's your third expansion. Gonna feel better about that. With Layer Tech finally coming up for Mooskills, and we'll see what he ends up doing with it. One thing I haven't seen it too much, but I would love to, oh my god, this Zergling. Wow, Mooskills, he is, there's no better word or phrase for this other than threading the needle, moving between the Zealot and the Probe to block this.
That was pretty good.
It's so funny. I'm actually seeing like a smile on Trace's face after that. It was like, wow. All right, that was cute. That was cute.
Well, I wondered what Mooskills is going to do. He didn't bother getting a Roach warn. He had that early speed so that if it wasn't all in, you know, you'd be able to have at least a warning, something to defend against it until you get those Roaches. Yeah, now seeing that it is in fact a third base, he just invests into that Hydralisk Den, so Ling Hydra can be very powerful. It dies easily to like a Colossus, but as there aren't going to be Colossus on the field for quite some time, you can do quite well. But an Infestation Pit, okay, it's canceled. I was about to say, that seems like far too early.
I guess it's just like a fake out to try and say like, hey, look, here's the Infestation Pit, better be prepared for the Vipers, you better second guess, you know, like whether or not you're just going to get up straight Colossus, if you're also going to get up Templar Archives and stuff. And, you know, there is a Twilight Council going down, so I'm not sure if I feel like that's probably just for upgrades, but there is a potential that he's going to be a little bit more afraid. He's going to go up to Templar Archives maybe faster than he needs to.
Yeah, that is an excellent point. You know, on the other hand, too, you don't only change your tech, where you're going with the tech, you know, if it is going to be fast Vipers, you don't want Colossus, you want faster feedbacks. But you also change the timing as to when you're going to guess the attack is happening. So you see that it's Vipers, you're like, okay, I got to like, 12 minutes and 13 minutes, and then I got to start worrying. But as we can see here, he's already to attack, and it's only 10 minutes. So the Observer sees a couple of units, and now he's thinking, well, hopefully I'm well defended. We do have the sentries kind of back into a corner. They got some cannons coming down. Very interesting way to defend against this.
Oh, but the Zerglings get right on top of the sentries. A very late force is going down, but it looks like he's going to be able to salvage the situation a little bit. No, the Zergling are just doing a little bit too much damage, and there's no reforce fielding.
Oh dear, no.
There it comes, but he's lost so many sentries at this point, and he loses the Mothership Core. I think this attack has done its job, Zombie Crow.
Yeah. At this point, like, there's just nothing to kill the Hydras, right? Like, GG.
Moose Skills taking a very quick 2-0 lead after holding off a big 2-base attack, and look at that smile on his face. Moose Skills is feeling pretty good right now. He is feeling very confident, I'm sure.
So is BioIce.
Yeah, BioIce is also just like, yeah, come on, Moose Skills. I don't want to play as PVZ. Well, Moose Skills doing pretty well so far, and Trace has tried to play it, you know, a little bit more aggressive. He's tried to play it a little bit more like macro-oriented, and neither of them have really worked, and that's probably a pretty frustrating situation for him. Now, granted, Iron Fortress, not exactly the most typical map, has a pretty hard to take third expansion. Still feel like, you know what? What does Trace do in this situation? I know that there are a lot of different all-ins and stuff Protoss players can do, but Trace has always been one of those sort of more passive, macro-oriented players in my mind.
I think it's going to depend a lot on what the next map is. Hopefully we'll see soon. What is it?
Yeah, I think it's going to be Echo. Of course it's Echo.
All right. So that's a pretty standard map, right? That's kind of the standard map
Yeah.
we were given. It's the not kind of... It's not the Daybreak of our time, because Daybreak was just like every single best.
It's like the Overgrowth for me.
Yeah.
It's like you don't always see it as game 1, but you usually see it in the best of 3.
Yeah.
And it also is the same color scheme.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Overgrowth was a little less... What do you want to call like the black
little
bar?
less-
Like metally?
Yeah, a little less dark, I guess.
Yeah.
Gritty. Yeah. Well, yeah, actually Overgrowth was just like a lot. It had a lot more plantation. There was a lot more gardening going on there. That was one nice thing. You could say that there was an overgrowth of plantation, but we're going to be jumping into the next map. We'll see you guys there.
Now bad boy, are you ready for the bass? My DJ, yo, get on the case. Roots in, roots out, get down. Who's in the mic with the wickedest sound? Wickedest sound.
All right, spawning up here in the top left-hand corner of the map, we have the orange Zerg player, currently sitting up 2-0 and is at match point for his victory in the semifinals. It is Complexity Gaming's Moose Skills.
In the bottom right, as the pink Protoss, it's Team Gravity's Trace.
So, we talked about, you know, the map having some implications on probably what Trace may be thinking about going for. How do you feel about Echo?
Well, I do like Echo's potential here for Trace. He's finally got a decent map that he can macro on. So he tried to all in the first place, and I like that move, but if it doesn't work, then he just, you know, gave away one map. You have the second map be Iron Fortress, and is it loser's choice based off of 5 maps that are left over, or is it preset?
It is preset, so the players will go through a alternating like bands, and then player 1 will pick map A of the remaining maps, player 2 picks map B, so they've already determined the maps beforehand. So it does kind of suck because you can't do that sort of reactionary stuff, but you can still react to the proxy hatch in your natural expansion. What?
Yeah, it's called a segue right there. Moose Skills does go for the proxy hatch, so he's the one that changes things up. And that's too bad, because Trace, you know, as you said, if he really was this like macro-oriented Protoss, and he's thinking, okay, finally, let me just play my game on a good map, and then this happens, and you can't play your game when this happens. Even if it doesn't necessarily do what it wants, it doesn't get like the queen out, the creep tumor, like the end-all be-all of a proxy hatch, it messes up their build. It messes up their mental state.
Oh, definitely. And it's one of those really, really awkward things where I think Muskills probably has identified this about Trace, is that he wants, I mean, he knows him, they're friends, and look at this hatchery, it's actually pretty close. It's actually going to finish, and it's going to be able to spread a little bit of creep and actually deny the Nexus from going down for a little bit. I think he'll finish. Nope. Okay. Oh, it's just gonna be extra annoying with the Evolution Chamber.
Quite annoying. Even cancels that one at the last second, and will even let the drone live. He could go for a cancel or a gas steal in the main
or
base.
Just do this.
Just do what he did with the Ling, man. Quite annoying.
He's still doing it. It's still there.
This is gonna be like
Trace doesn't have enough minerals yet, so I mean it's not doing too much yet, but it's still pretty annoying.
You know, you're thinking, okay, let's shake off the first 2 games. Like, I'm actually feeling kind of good. Like, surprising I'm not on tilt, and hopefully he wasn't. And then this happens, and I'm thinking, like, okay, maybe
this is getting ridiculous. Okay. That was a little bit silly. That has got to be frustrating for Trace.
Yeah, very, very much so. And we also have move skills dedicating to 8 Lings, as opposed to just typical, like, 4. You know, 1 at the front, 1 at, I don't know, 1 going to the main, and then 1 running around. You have 8 that are actually going to be able to run past the Zealots or deal with the Zealots, either one.
Zealots pressure is actually pretty cute, and I like this from Trace. You know, might as well put on some kind of pressure. Doesn't quite get the drone over there, but I'm actually kind of curious. I was expecting that he would like poke over to the 3rd, see whether that was taken or whether or not there was like a gas opening or something, because I guess he doesn't really know whether or not Zergling's speed is going to be finishing up in a second.
Yeah. This found a nice position, but seriously, Moose Skills could just go for the main and natural.
Yeah.
Or, you know, do some fancy footwork again and save most of the Lings. Very nice.
Yeah. Very well done. And there's no wall off. There's nothing there. And there's a Stalker. There's not even like a sentry coming out in case stuff comes in. There's the 2 gateways coming on, but oh, here are those Zerglings. And you know what? Moose Skills is having his cake and eating it. He kills off the Zealots and he gets into the natural, no problems.
Yeah, he could stay. I'm actually surprised he won't. Okay, yeah, he does. Because speed is about to finish. It's going to kick in. He's going to be able to run past the Zealot and Stalker. He's going to be able to surround the Stalker should it ever get detached from the Zealots. And he'll just be able to poke at the probes. Now, a good focus fire, maybe intentional or unintentional, I'm not sure, does get the 2 low Lings.
And he's going to be able to move on in. Yeah, starts to go after some of those probes. Doesn't quite get any over there as the probes keep darting the way in. But I mean, he gets an idea of like, you know, where the gas count is. He gets to see if he keeps his Zerglings alive for a little bit longer, he's going to be able to either delay the 2nd or 3rd and 4th gas geysers or just scout that they're not being taken. And that saves him from sacrificing an Overlord in.
Did he forget a Forge, or is this just Forges expand?
I think he just is going Forgeless expand.
Oh,
right. There it is.
Okay, all right. So, but say like, it's kind of difficult just to take your base with three gateways. You know, the cannon that goes behind like the Sim City at the 3rd base is usually quite the game saver a lot of times. Honestly.
Yeah. It's really useful. I think that a lot of pro players feel a little bit more comfortable not like delaying that cannon for a while if they don't expect a large wave of like roaches coming in. Just because otherwise, I mean, you're not too concerned. And just based on the fact that Trace is going for this 3rd now, I think that's pretty much how he's feeling. So I would actually not be too surprised to just see him like not throw down the cannon anymore. Like 3rd down is the 3rd, of course, but yeah.
Yeah, right, at the 3rd. But he is a little scared to push out into the little well in between the natural and the 3rd. Not really sure what Move Skills is doing. He never got a scout in the 3rd, so for all he knew that like there's like 20 roaches on 2 bases. Not that that's actually the case or is ever really a thing. It is possible, and you got to be scared about it. And we do in fact have Move Skills dedicating a lot into Ling and roaches. He's already at 56 drones, which is nice enough to start attacking, and hopefully we'll be able to do some damage and macro behind it.
You see a couple of roaches moving across the map, just 2 of them, and a couple more of Zerglings following a suit. So this is going to be a nice reveal over here for Trace. It's actually a pretty good scout. He sees the 3rd and says, okay, this isn't some sort of crazy, weird 2-base all-in that's coming super late, and I also know that you're making just Zerglings and roaches, so he starts eliminating possibilities, but this is a very awkward situation that a lot of pro players have to deal with. How do you defend both your natural and your 3rd at the same time without getting caught out of position?
Yeah. So when we cast with Huck a while ago, he made a really great point that usually you want to be at the 3rd as opposed to the natural. Getting out of the natural makes it very clumsy. And then, you know, like you have this situation where if you force field, you're force fielding yourself out of defending your 3rd. And then he gets around.
Yeah, exactly. And this kind of stuff happens. And Moose Skill is going to be getting in a great position. The Photon Overcharge is doing some good work. And it looks like Trace is starting to clean up, but he's lost so many sentries. He's lost so many stalkers. He's lost so many everything. And I think that Moose Skills is still going to be happy with like how that trade went.
Yeah. Didn't get the third, but got so much otherwise that I think, yeah, he's going to be happy. Looks like his backer did slip a little bit. Well, both players are banking up quite a lot of gas and money. It's going to have to, well, there should be a big drone wave soon enough. Only at 49 now, as of course he planted everything he needed to. Should be up to 60 or 65 as you are going into a macro game.
Yep. Going to be getting up some of those upgrades as well and getting up the Hydralisk Den. 15 drones, as you were saying, going to be going up. I mean, he has more than enough Zerglings and Roaches to at least make Trace feel very uncomfortable about kind of putting on any kind of counter pressure. And that's all he really needs while he takes his 4th expansion, while he does that droning up and gets the tech up that he wants to move into the later stage of the game. In fact, I wouldn't be too surprised to start seeing him, just like start getting up his upgrades. Maybe even start getting up the drone count so they can move into Hive Tech and get up Vipers.
Oh, melee upgrades.
That is very strange.
It's interesting, certainly. This, either he's going to go into like Ling Hydra more than Roach Hydra initially, or he is, or you know, both. I guess he could just be planning going up into Ultras or even Broodlords later on in the game. Broodlords coming back in a big fashion after Swarmhosts were nerfed. If he really is looking that far into the future.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. For now, Trace, I mean, if there is going to be some sort of Ultralist follow-up, then I think that Trace is probably going to feel good about it, considering he's continuing to produce a couple of Immortals right now, and finally getting out his Observer. But for now, Trace, his army just feels very low-tech. He's got a Twilight Council coming down to start getting some higher-level upgrades, but he doesn't have any of the big splash damage dealers. He doesn't have the High Templars for the Templar Storm. He doesn't have the Robotics Bay for the Colossus. He doesn't have... You know, I guess like going to Stargate and stuff, not that anyone really does that for super late game, but he just doesn't have a lot of late game tech, and it kind of concerns me.
He also doesn't have Blink or +2, so the aggression was never there. Like, Moose Skills never had to be very afraid of just not doing whatever the heck he wanted, so he's got the 75 drones, Hive, and there is that Spire, so might be thinking towards those Broodlords. You know, I think 2 months ago you say that and you're like, you know, this caster's terrible, right? But seriously, after the Stormhost nerf, it's just been, you know, what everyone's doing. Saw it Betrayus and WCS, saw it in some in Gfinity, like, it's a good move, and if you're already in the lead like this and they're trying to just like bunker up and try and be very passive and defensive, Broodlords will absolutely wreck that.
Yeah, and I would say almost equally, not just because of the Stormhost nerf, but also like the Tempest nerf, where they no longer deal that damage versus massive. Protoss do have a little bit of a harder time dealing with that Broodlord army, unless they get, you know, just the Stalkers in the right place. The Tempest can still be effective, just because it's a long-range attack that does a decent amount of damage, but it's not nearly as difficult to keep those Broodlords alive with a couple good transfuses. But yeah, Dark Shrine coming up, as well as the Templar Archives, and yeah, with Blinken +2 finishing up, I don't know if Trace is planning to put on some pressure and try and take a 4th behind it, or if he's just saying, I'm just going to sit back and get maxed out. That's like my objective, get maxed out.
Well, he does scout. Yeah, I don't think he scouted the Greater Spire. Oh, he didn't actually spot the Spire either. That's a little concerning. It's kind of hidden in the natural along with the Infestation Pit. That's a big deal. That is a super big deal. Now, hopefully the Warp Prism and the Harass will see it before Broodlords are already out and about, but this is pretty bad. Still investing into Immortals, too. Not going to help out that much.
Oh, yeah, that's actually a little bit frustrating. He's finished up the Temple Archives, but he's not starting Storm. He's not making any High Templars. He's made some DTs that he sent in somewhere. He's sending in one to the 4th expansion. I don't even know where the other one went. I think it might have already died. Yeah, did already get picked off. And this one at the 3rd or 4th expansion immediately gets picked off by all those Spine Crawlers. Moose Skills is just super prepared for any kind of even harassment that is attempted.
Upgrades are going to look good with 2-1-1, we'll call it. Broodlords aren't quite on the way. In fact, he's maxed out and has no room for a Corruptor as much as the Broodlords, so he does have to give away something, either in a counterattack or here. But this is Trace's opportunity, right? He has a maxed out army with fairly decent upgrades and fairly good units with a lot of Sentry energy, and he's catching someone who is trying to transition. But their army is still pretty good, and it's waiting for a concave.
I'm wondering about that right now, because because of this aggression that Trace is like moving out for, he's forced Moose Skills to max out. So Moose Skills has one Corruptor on the way.
Oh
my god, that is the best concave you could possibly get. 360 surround, and there's some Force Fields going down along the top side, although I don't even think that's where most of the units are. There he goes, throwing down the Force Fields in a slightly better position, and Trace, I mean, all things considered, he doesn't trade out too terribly over there.
Oh, but he can't. He just can't get down or up. It was 70 more Lings on the way. Finally, a 1 Corruptor as well. But that's just, he's running out of Force Fields. The Ling Flood happens again. They have +2.
Yeah, decent actual Force Fields over there. Traps out a majority of the army, but picks off a large number of... Okay, actually, seeing that Corruptor, he just picked it off. He's got to be thinking, wait a second. Broodlords? Or were you preparing for Colossus? It seems more likely in this situation. Probably Broodlords.
Yeah. It's too bad too. Like Trace went through the middle, and he's done like a good enough job, but he could have gotten I think more done had he gone around to the left and just like taken off, shaved off Hydras as he went along. But constantly, Mooskill is getting the best trades possible, even with a composition that technically should die fairly quickly, but has a huge damage output.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say the Force Fields from Trace have been pretty awesome so far, but at this point, he's engaging into a very weird situation. I mean, this is not the kind of place that you want to be engaging against Hydrals. Huh? Wow,
it's
actually.
So silly.
The DTs? The DTs!
Yeah, exactly. The DTs just went unchecked, and they deal a lot of damage, especially versus those light Hydras. And he's getting the Overseer. This is his winning move, is DTs. He's trying to remax, well, not really remax, he's trying to get units in the form of Lings. He needs detection. Oh, he gets caught with the Spore Crawler. Oh, no. Oh, all that hard work getting all of those Overseers that are morphing in, and he just moves in front of the Spore Crawler just like one step.
Oh, just a little bit too far, and it was away from the Stalkers, and now the Speed Zerglings are going to be able to catch up with at least not the Stalkers, but the Immortal, which was a really nice, really nice unit to have for this stage in the game right now. But now, what is Trace left with? I remember how we were talking about how he didn't have a lot of late game tech. Well, I don't think I ever saw Storm being researched. I can't even find the Templar archives that I swear went to. Okay, there it is. But yeah, I don't think he has Storm researched.
Yeah, this is, that was his one chance. It was pretty damn hype when those DTs started going to work, too. It looked like he could almost break him, especially if he had just, like, maybe a couple of Archons to take care of those Ling Floods, too. It would have been really helpful, but he's lost his timing. He's lost his chance. Broodlords are on the way, and now his only hope is basically to find the Broodlords out of position and then just have, like, beautiful micro, basically, to take on the Ling Hydra. Because he's run out of Force Fields.
Yeah, that's asking quite a bit. A lot of Broodlords coming in right now. And Trace, I want to note, he's looking to take a fourth, because look at that main base mined out. Natural expansion. Running on literally 5 mineral patches, or 5 minerals on some of these patches. Third expansion starting to dwindle a little bit. He needs an economy, and Moose Skills is just saying, oh, well, I guess, you know, I have the dead, like, late game death army that I need. Let me go ahead and just take another base. I might even decide to take 2 or something at this point, but just move in and deny the fourth. He actually doesn't even need to take a big engagement. He just needs to deny the fourth.
Yeah, yeah. You know, if Storm was done and he had like 7, 8 Storms on all these High Templars, I could foresee this perfect situation where the ground army dies and the Blink Stalkers go to the Broodlords. But it's not quite done, and he doesn't really have all that many High Templars on the field gathering energy. I think there's like 4 or 5.
Well,
they do
out of position though.
A little bit. 2 of them go down.
Well, fourth is going to get canceled, but I mean, he doesn't lose too much of his army. His army is going to be what's really allowing him to at least stay in the game for a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. I do like the Moose Skills. He's replenishing the army, not with more Ling or Hydras, but just with more Broodlords. He's realized that he's got an opportunity here. If you do go into Tempest, you need so many more than you used to. It used to be that if you caught Broodlords fast enough, you could just barely squeak out 3 Tempests, and you're probably good to go. Now, definitely not the case, and especially when he's only been on 3 bases for as long as he's been.
Broodlords potentially a little bit vulnerable if Mooskill or Trace decides to blink forward, but I mean, Mooskills is baiting it, I feel, where he's just leaving those Zerglings and Hydras a little bit further back. I think he left him out of the engagement for a little bit too long. Trace seems to be doing actually pretty decently. I think he'll clean up the Hydra or the Zerglings, and then the Stalkers are going to be free to blink underneath the Broodlords.
Well, it's actually exactly what happens, trying to target them down, taking some severe losses on the ground despite that, but he does take on that army. 22 more Hydras on the way, though. I think those Corruptors are still running around somewhere, and Moose Skills, well, he lost an army, but he still has the economy.
He has an economy, but his bank is gone, and I think that's also important to note. Whereas Trace, his big fight, his big struggle was get up a base that I can mine from right now. And if you can just continue to hold on, if you can repeat something similar to what just happened, if you can get to that maxed out army again versus maxed out army and just take a decent engagement, I think you can just continue to draw this game out and eventually, slowly, almost kind of like a meching Terran would, focus on one base at a time, Zomigro. Focus just on one base at a time.
Yeah. That is the situation he's probably looking out to win this game. Of course, if he was able to do any other harassment, that would also help, but he's running quite low on minerals, and any harassment he does probably would be cost effective, as he's had to go through a, kind of a couple of Spine Colors here and there for it. Now, choosing to go on the aggressive side of things is interesting. It's risky. It is risky, but it could work out. I mean, Muskills also needed his own time to get up to a big army again, so this might work out. Storms have to be good on those Hydras.
Yeah, I mean, he is storming the Broodlords right now, and he's actually getting a lot of damage done over there because the Hydras don't want to move into the storm. It's actually a pretty decent position, but Mothership Core goes down, and Trace is just unable to get on top of the Broodlords. The Hydras are now going to start to get involved in the battle.
Yeah, those storms, they took out, I think, 2 Broodlords, and that was it. It wasn't the clumped up Broodlords with 7 storms, but a good game, and it was. He had the right ideas to bring it back, but it started off quite poorly for him.
Yeah, well, we do have our champion with a 3-0 victory in the semifinals, and that is going to be Complexity Gaming's Moose Skills. So let's go ahead and get Moose Skills on as we move on into that winner's interview. Moose Skills, how you feeling, man?
Pretty good. Those games basically went as I expected. The first game was a little scary, but I ended up holding a 7 or 8 game or whatever it was.
Yeah. So were you, I mean, you've just felt pretty comfortable also in the super duper late game, which I know a lot of Zerg players have been struggling with a little bit more. The Broodlord transition working out pretty well for you then.
Yeah, that was kind of the plan going in, because I know from prior experience and watching him versus Sleet that he really likes to just stay on like mass ground with Templars, so Broodlords would always be good in that situation, so that's basically why I went for them.
So you are going to be playing up against BioIce in the grand finals of the Breakout Invitational in a best of 7. Now, I want to note, you did play BioIce in the group stages, and you did beat him 2-1. That was actually the match that let you advance out of the group. But you did seem like you were not feeling super confident in the matchup. How are you feeling about that match coming up?
I'm feeling pretty good, just kind of getting a little more experience versus him, and I guess just being more confident in my play and what I can do. So, like, even though ZVZ can be a little hectic and random at times, I'm pretty confident going into the grand finals.
All right, sounds good. Well, we're going to get straight into that grand finals in just a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not go anywhere. I want to give a huge thank you before we move into the grand finals to Psystorm Gaming, a sponsor for the event, as well as actually a nice username who did also sub to the channel a little while ago. And we'll see you guys in just a little bit for the grand finals.
Moose Skills, the Preparation Zerg.
Moose Skills is neither Moose nor Gil, but he is a solid Zerg that does well when given time to prepare both before and during the game. Before the game, he loves to do his research, and during the game, he relies on getting the information he needs so that he can prepare and react to each possibility. His ZVZ is solid, and he prefers playing toward the late game.
In practice, I almost play standard and safe like every single game. So that's kind of my strength, where if it gets to the mid or late game, I have more experience and have kind of the decision making mapped out in my head a little bit better than probably most players, but at the same time, being predictable in a mirror matchup can kind of screw you over if they decide to do risky builds that you don't punish or something like that.
In ZVT, he plays to get to the late game, often playing on the safer side.
I usually like to open up with like a 2-base Muta style rather than going a quick 3-base, just because for me I feel like it eliminates the variance of all like the kind of Hellbat builds and something like that it can be hard to scout for if your Overlord doesn't see what you want to see, and then just kind of play it out as a meta player.
ZVP is a weak point point for him. The Swarm Host nerf has made the matchup even harder.
Right now, my Zerg vs. Cross is, I guess it's okay, but of all the matchup, it's kind of the matchup that varies the most, just because it's kind of the matchup I guess I'm most indecisive about. I think for my strength would just be my scouting and understanding of the type of builds that the Protoss has, and I guess the weakness is patience and not willing to play those long Swarm Host and drawn out games more.
Mooskills does his research and relies on his comprehensive macro play to carry him to victory. So prepare for the preparation Zerg on Breaking Out.
BioIce, the dark horse.
BioIce doesn't have a lot about his play that will stand out too much. He's a solid macro Zerg that loves to play just whatever is standard at the time. His ZVZ is feeling good, and he really likes going for a 2-base Beetleisk style.
A lot of players prefer to go Roaches and then go into like Roach Hydra Infestor as their mid game. But I think it's 2-base Beat is the strongest way to play right now. I'm pretty confident with my early openers and my macro and like getting in my opponent's head, but my weakness would probably be I mess up my injects a little bit in the late game if there's like a lot of micro going on.
In ZVT, he plays a very safe style that sometimes puts him behind.
I usually play really safe. Late game, I think ZVT is pretty straightforward. Like, it's just Ling Bling Meta, and if you can macro well, then you'll do fine. I think my macro is pretty solid, but I open really safe the majority of the time, and that puts me behind right off the get-go.
ZVP varies a bit more, where he tries to get an early edge so that he's situated well enough to scout and react to his opponent properly.
I usually open as greedy as possible, and I try to do some sort of 3-base timing. And if that doesn't work out, I usually either go like a Meta Switch or Swarm Host or some other like specific composition to counter what my opponent's doing. I have solid macro and reaction against 2-base timings and 3-base timings, but I'm not too confident with my Swarm Host. So like super late game, if they just turtle up on 3 bases and take a 4th, like that's when it gets hard.
BioIce is often overlooked in the North American scene despite getting results because his play is so standard. Make sure you don't overlook the dark horse on Breaking Out. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals of the Breakout Invitational Season 4. We are joined here by our finalists, Mooskills and BioIce. Mooskills, how are you feeling, man? You just came off of that victory versus Trace, said that you were feeling pretty good moving into the grand finals. And I want to ask, were you at all expecting this finals?
But like I wasn't necessarily expecting it when I first saw the groups, but yesterday after the kind of bracket got drawn or whatever, after the groups were finished, I pretty much expected that this would be the finals.
All right, fair enough. BioIce, you also just came off of a pretty solid victory over EJK, and you were crossing your fingers and rooting for Mooskills to win his series, and you got your wish, man. So, feeling pretty good about this next coming finals?
I am looking forward to it. I think I'll probably win.
All right. And I just want to say congratulations to you guys for making it this far. You guys are going to be playing for a $500 difference, I think, in the prize pool between first and second. Do you guys have any final words for each other before we jump into the first game of the series?
I do not have any final words.
Good luck.
You too. Let's get,
oh, okay. I thought you were specifically saying that you weren't going to wish him luck, but
no.
Okay.
Not like that. I ain't like that.
Right. Well, players, mentally shake hands and head to your player booths, and best of luck. We'll see you on the other side. All right. Stage has been set. And we're getting ready to jump into the game. Let's go ahead and do it. Want to thank everyone that's actually tuned in so far. It has been an absolute delight to have Zombie Grub on casting with me, as well as all the other people who have been casting so far. And big shout out goes to Current TV, the amazing observer who's done all the production for the entire event. With that being said, Curran, cue the map intro.
Are you ready for the bass? My DJ, yo, get on the case. Rinse out, get down. Who's in the mic with the wickedest sound? Wickedest sound.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our final series of the night, the grand finals of the Breakout Invitational. These guys, believe it or not, have actually been getting ready for this tournament for a few months now, since they did qualify for the Breaking Out show. And we're finally here. Let's go ahead and jump in and introduce our players, our finalists. As we spawn up here in the top left-hand corner of the map, we have the pink Zerg player representing Team Ascension Pro. It is BioIce.
In the bottom right, as the orange Zerg, it's Complexity's Moose Skills.
ZVZ Finals, Zombie Grub. Not unlike Gfinity, but at least we didn't have a semifinals with ZVZ on both sides. There's always that.
Yeah.
Well, 15 pools going down, but I actually got messaged by Rifkin not too long ago, and he was saying, so for those who don't know, there's also an invite spot being given for the Hell It's a Boot Time tournament, the offline LAN event that Base Trade TV is doing. That is going to be quite awesome. And there's an invite spot being given to the winner of the Breakout Invitational. So at this point, it's either going to be Moose Skills or BioIce. And Rifkin was saying, you know, Moose Skills has been talking to him, saying that he really just wants to win this tournament because that would give him an excuse to go visit Henry's out in, aka Henderlisk, over in Toronto. Because those two are pretty much, they're pretty bros. I think that Moose Skills has a weirdly unhealthy obsession with Henderlisk, actually.
Oh.
If you ever went to a stream.
Oh. No, I have not.
It's interesting. It's like half of his emotes on his subscription emotes are Henderlisk. I think that he streams, he has like a giant face of Henderlisk on his stream as his like out of game overlay. He's pretty attached to Henderlisk, actually. But on a more topical note, Henderlisk is a player that was known for kind of doing a lot of research and playing a little bit kind of weird and wonky builds that just sort of dealt with whatever their opponent was doing. And Moose Skills is one of the players that would help him out a lot with that kind of stuff. So it's one of the kind of players that I'm expecting. Hey, he said that he was expecting this to be the finals after advancing out of his group yesterday. I imagine that he's done some thought and preparation and thought about how to play out this series now.
Yeah. Hopefully, but ZVZ can get kind of crazy really quickly.
That is true. Sometimes your plans, you have good intentions, but they just go out the window.
Yeah, that's basically the way it goes. But Moose Skills starts off with the a very good scout in his opponent's base. Sees that the gas is far ahead of his own. You know, speed already started for BioIce. Moose Skills have to wait a little while longer. Not a problem unless BioIce decides to all in. Then he's gonna have to decide: can I hold just queens? Do I need a wall? Should I get a bailing nest first before my own speed? Like, what's it gonna be?
Yeah, Moose Skills denies a bit of scouting information from BioIce, and I guess most importantly, denying the fact that the Gas Geyser was taken. So there's always that small possibility that, hey, Moose Skills could be playing a gasless style, although I feel like I've been seeing less of it as of late. Most players just seem to be going for the Zergling speed.
Yeah. Agreed, just seeing a lot less of it. Was at a time it was like the best thing to do, and then it was stylistic, and now it's like the worst thing to do, and now it's stylistic. And goes this way and that, but we do have at least a Baneling Nest in the way for BioIce. It looks like it's going to be for defensive purposes, but as they both go up to a lair fairly quickly, this could be quite important. Oh no, it's going to be Roachworn. Never mind.
Yeah, Roachworn being thrown down. I see what you're saying, though. There is that usage of the extra potential Banelings that would be made. before going up to say something like Mutalisk, and depending on how much gas you end up wasting, could hurt your Mutalisk count. But with the Roaches coming out, we'll see if BioIce even decides to make any of those Banelings.
Yeah, I was going to go into that, but of course, Musco's going for Roach, messed that all up. You don't really go Banelings against Roaches. I guess right now the question is, though, is that BioIce, should he go for Spire, and I think that he is, does he have to worry about getting attacked by a lot of Roaches? You know, Mooskills, he got that first scout that was nice enough. Did he get a second scout at any time to see even how many gases were taken? No, doesn't look like it. And you don't really suicide your Overlord in to see that. So, but he is getting 7 Roaches, so they could move across the map, and he could do damage just because he figured I'll poke and see what happens. But there aren't going to be any mutas. There's got to be lings. So as long as he takes decent engagements, goes against a wall, he'll be fine against the lings.
Yeah, and I think it's very important to note kind of like the mind games and meta games that go on in this matchup, especially since these two players played each other just yesterday, and Mooskills did take the 2-1 victory, but the one game that BioIce won, it was going for the 2-base Mutalisk play very, very quickly. He was actually doing that almost every single game, and Mooskills has tried to adapt to it in multiple ways, because sometimes he would open up Roaches, and he would try and play catch-up one of the games. The one game that he lost, he tried to go for the Spire a little bit later than BioIce, and it just doesn't work out, because when you try to outproduce your opponent's Mutalisk, and you're already behind on them, it's going to be really, really difficult to make it work. But this game, I feel like he's going to be a little bit less likely to do something like that, because the games that he did win, he kind of adapted and said, you know what, I'm just going to go with Roach Hydra, I'm going to commit to it.
Well, he has quite a number of Roaches, and I gotta expect he's gonna try and attack with at least some of them, leave some behind to make sure the third isn't canceled, but this might be in a little bit of an odd timing where he's getting 6 more Roaches, but they're not gonna be in position to help out. So you have 4 Roaches here, but I don't think that's gonna be enough. Queen Chunt comes through to help. Hatchery does finish, so if it's gonna die, it's actually gonna die, no cancel. I think it's enough, though. Those 4 Roaches bought enough time. More Roaches come in. He's gonna get a third while saving his own third.
Yeah, it's not necessarily about the fact that they would kill the Zerglings fast enough. It's about the fact that they would just buy enough time the rest of the Roaches come out. And he kills his opponent's third, but the Mutalisks for BioIce are now out, and he's going to end up losing a couple more Roaches than maybe he was hoping to lose. Although, actually, he goes to a bit of a roundabout path and is going to be able to save quite a few of them.
I really liked that. That split was very nice. Saves a lot of those Roaches. I thought Mooskills was the one getting the invitation pit, but it was BioIce, in fact. Is he going to kind of light up and go for very quick Broodlords, or what?
Yeah, very interesting. And it's also worth noting that, Mooskills is just relying on Sport Crawlers to defend against the Mutals, which is going to work fine. He's going to be very safe, but we still haven't seen any kind of long-term solution to the Mutalisk play. We don't see a Hydralisk Den, we haven't seen an Infestation Pit, we haven't seen another Spire being popped down. He's just kind of sitting back and saying, you know what, alright, I know your Mutalisks are there, as long as I get the Sport Crawlers up, I just make sure I don't take any damage, and I just drone up behind it.
Yeah. Already getting a little crazy, as there weren't Roaches in position to help out. Queen number is not very high at all.
Yeah.
And they do take the fight without a Sport Crawler helping them out. Now there's a Sport Crawler, and you really can't take a fight over a Sport Crawler. There we go.
The Banelings make their way into the middle, and getting some decent drone hits, actually taking a nice 10 drone lead. And even the Sport Crawler, I think, got taken out by those Banelings. Really nicely done.
Yeah, so Sport Crawlers will do well against just Muta Harass, but bringing in the Lings, actually taking direct engagements to the Queens, and suddenly things get very messy. Pros sometimes make this look easy. They make defending its Mutas look easy, and sometimes you have some people that they get tripped up with it, and it looks like Mooskills is getting very tripped up by it.
Yeah, you can see a bit of a floundered look on his face right now, as he's trying to clean up whatever units he can, but he's so supply blocked. He only has 2 Overlords out on the map right now.
Dear God.
He's got a lot of Overlords to make, and he doesn't even have a big bank because he's been so busy not mining because of all of this aggression. He doesn't even have the minerals to produce that many Overlords.
Yeah. A desperate counterattack did go down, and it does take out quite a few drones of BioIces, but still up by 20.
Still doing good,
Skills. He just can't defend against the Mutas. Like, they go home to defend, that's fine. That's it. Good game.
BioIce taking game number 1 after a pretty solid attack that Mooskills just I guess maybe underreacted to. I was actually anticipating, or I guess I wasn't anticipating like the Banelings coming in and all of those Zerglings doing quite so much damage, and I guess Moose wasn't either.
Yeah, yeah. That's too bad. Everything just goes haywire when it really you just don't expect it to. You think you got all your bases covered and you don't.
Yeah. And I think losing all of those overlords, that's actually just a really, really smart decision from BioIce to just go for the big supply block. Because, I mean, at a certain point, maybe, just maybe, Moose gets up enough other units or something, gets up enough queens, gets up some more sport callers or something. But, I mean, when you can't produce any units whatsoever, hurts your chances of even be able to clean up the Zerglings, let alone the Mutalisks.
Yeah.
Well, we are going to be going into game number 2 next as we try to see where exactly we'll be. I think that I may need to make the games now. Yeah, I think our admin had to bounce out. So we're going to be moving on to the map. Let's see. I have these written down somewhere. Vani Research Station. Yeah, Vani Research Station. And, you know, the 2-base Spire play is something that, again, BioIce has been doing game after game after game after game unrelentingly. I feel like it's some, you know, in ZVZ when it's a matchup, it's a mirror matchup, like other mirror matchups, if you can anticipate that your opponent's going to be doing it, I feel like there are reactions you can try to make. You know, there are things that you can try to do to try and get a big advantage in the game because of it.
Yeah. Well, for instance, he went for a fairly quick lair. Now, he got the Baneling Nest, sure, and he was ready to defend a potential all-in or very dedicated Ling attack, but you can still kind of force the issue, you know, actually force it into a Ling Baneling back and forth, and if they decide to go for 100 gas into a lair, that's a commitment that might kill them. You can try and do that. Early pulls will help, you know, control the game, but it won't necessarily stop them from going mutas. It'd just be very frustrating for Moose if he actually is thinking through it like we are right now and saying, I don't know. You know, I don't want to lose the one style that you're bad at.
Yeah, I know this is, again, one of the matchups that Moose wasn't feeling amazing about, whereas BioIce is feeling pretty good. He felt pretty confident about this matchup, and it's starting to show a little bit. But we're going to be jumping into the next map. We'll see you guys there. Spawning down here in the bottom side of the map, Vani Research Station, we have the orange Zerg player representing Team Complexity. It is Complexity's Moose.
In the top position, as the pink Zerg, it's BioIce.
So, Vani Research Station is a map for ZVZ where it's much easier to defend your natural expansion just because of that ramp. Like getting the 2 Queen wall off over at the ramp. So, are there any kind of strat? I actually feel like this would be a really nice map for 2-base Mutalisk, since we already been talking about BioIce going for it. Just because you don't have to be quite as concerned about a lot of the early Zergling or Baneling aggression that you could potentially be facing.
Yeah. Yeah, and unfortunately, it's not like a super easy 3-base map, you know, like where the 2-base Muta player is going to be like, okay, I get the defensive queens. Maybe the person who's defending is saying, well, at least I get easy 3 bases. Not so. Actually, Van Eye's pretty damn good for Mutas in any matchup, but much so in ZVZ when you're already having difficulty with it. So I would actually expect to be surprised if anything else happened in this game. BioIce, he knows he has something over Moose and he's just trying to abuse it as long as you can.
Yeah, so one interesting thing that Jack Attack and I did notice about BioIce's Mutalisk play is when there was a Mutalisk versus Mutalisk war going on yesterday in his matches versus Moose BioIce would do something very peculiar. He would go for the +1 weapons upgrade on his Mutals before the armor upgrade, which I know Jack Attack, he's a master of all statistics. In Mutas versus Mutas.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so like normally you would think like I know Jack Attack is a big statistics guy, and he would say, you know, like it's just in all situations better to go for the armor upgrade first and then go for the weapon upgrades. So it was very interesting to see BioIce go for that. I wonder if that's something that, you know, if you have an even Muta, like 2-base Muta versus 2-base Muta game going on, you go for the armor upgrade, your opponent goes for weapons, and you can get that kind of lead.
Yeah. I guess that is another option for Moose Skills, you know, like hopefully he's comfortable in his own Muta game and he can try and match BioIce's. It's sometimes less frustrating than having to deal with the Roach Hydra thing. Oh, that's a little awkward. Nice control though. Oh, there's the pickoffs.
Oh, yeah. Good focus fire down at the end over there, and BioIce's going to be a little bit supply block, but he gets a couple of drones in response, so I guess like 3 drones, that's actually pretty good for 6 Zerglings.
Yeah, pretty even really. But the drones are supposed to be mining, so even better.
Yeah, that's true. Well, gas guys are coming down or haven't been down for BioIce, whereas I gotta say, Moose Skills going for the gasless style that we kind of said, a little bit out of favor these days.
Mm-hmm. Definitely so. BioIce does go for that very quick layer again with the first 100 gas, or second 100 gas, sorry, just went really at speed. Second 100 gas that he gets, but still very quick, around 530. Probably gonna get up to all 4 gases as well and go for the Spire. Now, Moose Skills gets a better scout this game, I think. Last game he saw the gas, and that's well and fine, but he didn't scout that it was in fact like this very fast layer and most like he mutas. Now he does, so he's probably expecting it, but now he knows for sure.
Yeah, and this is basically the best scout that he could have asked for right now. He's going to be moving in over here, seeing what he can find. The Queens should be able to pick off these Zorglings, if not the Queen in the main base, comes on in, finishes up the job. But how does Moose Skills respond? Because he has all the information he needs this time. He's seen basically everything.
Hopefully he has something in mind that is very, it's foolproof, I should say. Coming out as far as he is for Overlord is quite weird, as he's not the one with speed.
Yeah, he's also getting a 3rd gas geyser, and I don't know if he's like trying to play a little bit of catch up. He's planning to take a 4th as well as soon as he gets his drone count to support it, and maybe go into his own Spire because he's starting up his lair tech. But yeah, it's kind of questionable. He's got double evolution, or sorry, evolution chamber and Roach Warren going down though, so looks like he just wants to play the Roach game again.
Yep. Well, I mean, last game he was on his way to like a high queen count, and that is one way to combat mutas. He just got kind of like, you know, missed time. Yeah. And didn't judge the, I don't know, the mutas correctly. Because mutas usually they spend their time killing a couple of overlords, and you know that you have time to get spore crawlers or extra queens. Didn't happen last game. Maybe making on that to happen this game and having a lot longer to prepare. But I am worried. Moose Skills has to just be better than he was last game, just straight up. And hopefully he can be. It is a best of 7, right? You got a lot of chances to mix it up and figure things out as you play it out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is the time where they get to experiment during the earlier stages where the entire series is not on the line with this single game. But we do have the Spire finishing up over here for BioIce, and once again, leading up to the 2-base Spire play. We'll see if he can make it work again. It's very funny to see how few Overlords are out on the map right now. I guess that's one of the things that you get when you actually scout out your opponent that early on. You get to see, hey, there is 2-base Spire play coming, just don't send out my Overlords.
Yep. Just have the one outside of the base, just in case they send a couple of lings your way, and then you're good to go. Actually, there's a changing outside the base, so it's in there, and we'll confirm. We'll confirm that it's mutas.
Indeed. Sees the extra gas guys and everything. Although it does get picked off by the Queen. Good identification from BioIce. Says, wait a second. Didn't I get Zergling speed?
Yeah, wait a minute. That's suspicious. It looks like they're both going to have secure 3rd bases. But the mutas are out, and again, we only have spore coverage. We have 3 queens at the main base, and spore coverage everywhere else. But you know, still, mutas, they can be quite annoying. They can find locations that aren't quite covered.
Yeah, I mean, we saw exactly that happen, and I guess one potential location are Evolution Chamber and the Roach Warren. Spore Crawler is covering most of it, but actually, now that I look at it, he's gotten, I want to say, like 8 or 9 Spore Crawlers, which is a really hefty investment of spore crawlers.
7.
Or
But
7?
still a lot.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Still. You know, like 3 H base would cover you, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But for instance, right now the Hydra Center isn't covered. So that's already annoying. And you know, once Bice recognizes that, you can maybe, you know, actually kill it.
Yeah, might actually be the next target right after this gas geyser just shut down a little bit. And he's actually also... This is really, really annoying because the Hydros were supposed to be the response to try and drive off these Mutals. He's going to be able to get 3 Hydros out. Will he be able to get any more started? No, it doesn't look like it. 3 Hydros, that's not enough to deal with these Mutalisks.
Yeah. Little supply blocked at that time did not help. But he is getting the Hydras in immediately again, and he had a couple of Queens to help out, so things didn't get desperate very quickly. But we haven't had Lings also to deal with. You know, that's what really sealed the deal for Bice's attack, was when Lings got in every single crevice, every single base, and, you know, just made Mooskills kind of flounder out about. We also have Baneling speed, so he's not only going to go, like a lot of Mutas. He's seriously going to go for Muta, Baneling, Ling as his composition. There's no transfer out in the Broodlords, no transfer out into your own Roaches. You are going to just try and do your best with units that technically shouldn't be the best endgame army. That should be Roach, Hydra, and Infestor, but could be a surprisingly good army anyways.
Yeah, and I think step 1 of that process is just going to be, well, keep my opponent at home. As you see, Mooskills tries to move out a little bit. The Mutals come back in. They're picking off Hydralisks. They're picking off gas geysers that I'm sure Mooskills would much rather have right now. And even with the Spore Crawlers there, yeah, he's getting a surprising amount of damage done. And keeping Mooskills back at home. Mooskills retreats.
Yeah. One of the worst things that can happen is, like, it's like, I guess, like a Terran player, I'm frustrated when this happens. When I play Zerg versus Zerg, I'm frustrated when this happens. But you try and deal with the Mutas on the right side, think you're all dandy, leave your Roach Hydra army off to the left, and a surprising amount of Banelings roll into it. And you're like, well, Roaches and Hydras, they're kind of tanky, right? But throw 40 Banelings, still crush them anyways, and you're like, okay, I should have split. I'm just so worried that's going to happen, because Mooskills, you know, gets flustered, you know, with the style, and he's got to have eyes everywhere. He can't just, you know, totally tunnel vision on the Mutas.
Yeah, you know, looking at how Hive Tech is actually going up for BioIce, I don't even know if I would hate it that much if he even made an eventual transition into Broodlords. Maybe after this attack, if he can hold it off and make sure he doesn't die to it. But for now, God, he's killed off, I think, 3 or 4 gas geysers, just repeatedly taking off those gas geysers. And you see in the main base, Gas Geyser has never actually been rebuilt. Mooskills, it looks like he doesn't really need it, just with how his economy's balancing out, but something he really has to be careful of.
This is a dangerous push, you know? Like, even if it had Infestors, which would make it the ultimate composition, it'd still be a little scared, because sometimes Fungals just whiff. It happens.
Yeah.
But without Fungals, he's like, okay, I can take care of the Mutas, no problem. But there's going to be so many Banelings. He is pre-splitting, I like that, but he has a lot of Hydras, not a ton of Roaches. Those will go down very fast.
Yeah, Baneling's getting in on top of a lot of the Hydralisks, and actually, not actually as many as I was anticipating, and a lot of these Banelings are actually starting to get low on health. A lot more Banelings coming in, though. BioIce is really, really committing to this Baneling attack to work. And, I mean, if you just get more Banelings than they have units, one of them will hit all of them, hopefully. Or one of them will hit almost everything.
Yeah. Here come the Banelings now. They're rolling into the Hydras. They try and split, but there they go. So just, it's basically a numbers game with the Banelings. Try and buy as much time for as many Banelings as possible.
Yeah.
And he is just barely not going to break it. Roach is reinforced, but that's when the Mutas take control. Invest back into those, you know, clean up whatever's left over.
Yeah, but it is worth noting, I mean, how heavy an investment that was for BioIce, and he lost a lot of Mutalisks over there, and there's even a couple of Zorglings or Roaches that were moving into the main base, doing some harassment. I think that Mooskills should be okay to try and reproduce that army. I mean, there's Roaches and Hydralisks. Yeah, they're kind of a little bit expensive in some ways, but in comparison to replenishing a Mutalisk count and that many Banelings, I don't know if I hate it that much for Mooskills.
Yeah, it's not so bad. BioIce did not take all of his gases that he could have, and also messed up on the main a little bit too, so he is really gas-starved, as well as dedicating to that Hive much earlier on. But he does have a gold base, so he's kind of swimming in minerals right now.
Yeah, that's true.
Mooskills has to wait a while before pushing out again, because yeah, you can reinforce fairly quickly with Roach Hydra, but if, you know, 1, 2 Hydras in a line, Mutas pick those off, and you're regretting life. So it is a time again where Moose Kills has to wait, build up, and then attack. And this time it won't just be Banelings, it'll be Ultras.
A couple of Roaches trying to do some counterattack harassment, but by ice, I mean with a highly mobile Zorglin, they're going to be able to clean that up very, very quickly. And this is the point where we start to wonder, I mean, is Mooskills even aware of the fact that that gold expansion was ever taken? I mean, he still hasn't scouted out, and he hasn't shown any signs of taking a 4th expansion.
Well, this is his time right now. The Ultras aren't really going to be plentiful. In fact, there aren't going to be any, as he's not producing any. He went for Banelings again, hoping to get the good connects, but this is more Roaches than it was before. The pre-split kind of went down again. Not the best on the backside there, but a lot of Roaches are still alive.
Oh, but there's not that many Hydrals left over right now. In fact, there's only 2, and both of them get picked off. The Roaches are going to try and get some damage on. They're going to go after this 4th. They should be able, or sorry, 5th. They're going to be able to pick this off almost guaranteed, but he's going to lose all of the Roaches in exchange, and,
doesn't get it.
Can he make anything work?
Getting a couple of the drones on the backside, but that's the frustrating part about dealing with this army is that, you know, the Hydras die, the Mutas rule. If the Hydras don't die, then suddenly a Ling Flood is actually surprisingly good against them. I mean, it's not, it looks like it should be just the better composition, plain and simple, but it gets overwhelmed in a variety of ways. And now, since he has cleaned up the army, he's going to try and transfer over into the Ultras, but doesn't really have that much of a bank for it.
Yeah, the Mutalisk count, though, is just so scary right now. It's actually at the point where he can start those single Spore Callers that were keeping him pushed back in the earlier stages of the game. It's not going to be that big of a fear anymore. He can start to not only pick off the Gas Geyser, but he can actually just get close to 1 or 2 shotting these Spore Callers. And there are the Overlords getting picked off once again. Hydralis starting to come in, but again, a little bit too slow to do a whole lot. There's not even creep spread actually connecting these bases between the natural expansion and the main base, because I mean it's your in-base expansion. Why would you worry about connecting the creep there? But
I wondered, and so I checked. Hydra speed is ever researched, so that also doesn't help them, right? So that didn't help when it came to splitting, and it didn't help when it came to reinforcing.
Yeah, that is most certainly a mistake. And Mooskills, he's hurting right now in terms of economy. He's actually got, somehow he's got, I guess, 45 workers, and most of them are kind of mining, but like there was no prospects of a 4th expansion. I feel like this has got to be his final push.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, the first push, it got cleaned up, but I think it did well enough to be okay. That second push is where things kind of like started to spiral out of control, because yeah, he didn't have an economy. I wish he had waited for infestors with fungal growth for that second push, because that's the really, like, that's the perfect army, you know, and hopefully you get the fungals and the banelings too, and suddenly banelings look like a terrible idea. But having not waited for that, and even if he started it right now, it's no longer the banelings that are the trouble, it's how many ultras are on the way. So we're already up to 5 with 3 more on the way, and not the best upgrades, but some upgrades at least.
Yeah, I mean, if just the banelings weren't bad enough, those are still going to have a great opportunity to get on top of these Hydralis if Mooskills is not prepared for them. He does have the creep spread that is witnessing this giant attack impending. And he's moving back his Hydrals over, some of them into his main base, getting a very interesting spread, I should say. I guess this is his best shot.
Yeah, I mean, the Roaches were not in front, so the Hydras had to back off, and he loses his wall off, funnily enough. Not the best that he could have done there, but honestly, he was already losing the game, and now he just lost the fight.
Yeah, and with everything being taken out, there's no more Hydralis, there's barely any Roaches, and no drones either. Mooskills is going to have to tap out of this one, and Bio Ice is looking to be just in a situation to go up to a 2-0 lead in the finals.
Yeah, that's going to be frustrating. Mooskills was like that close to having the actual response, the good answer to Muta, and he just barely didn't make it work.
Yeah, it's really frustrating. I gotta say, like, the one thing I haven't seen him do really much of is just try to go Spire himself and match in Mutalisk count. Just match in the Muta versus Muta game, because it becomes a very different situation, right? You're no longer just playing super passively and sitting back, trying to defend against the Mutalisk harassment. You're going out there and, you know, making sure that obviously you don't take a bad engagement, you don't engage your Mutals versus theirs in lower numbers, but you're picking off overlords where you can. You're just kind of macroing up. You're dealing with Zergling harassment. You're doing Zergling harassment of your own. You get to be active on the map, more so than you do when you're just Roach Hydra. I don't know. I would kind of like to see maybe a little bit of experimentation with that in the next game.
What's the map?
Coda is going to be our next map. We'll go ahead and get the players into that game. And, yeah, I'm sure that BioIce is feeling pretty good. He's up 2 games. I mean, Moosegills is not down and out by any means just yet, but, I mean, one more loss just hits that, it tips over that dangerous point where suddenly you have to 4-0 your opponent. The same opponent that you just got 3-0'd by. Yeah. Probably the worst possible situation.
It definitely is. I gotta say, like, you know, that I wouldn't be, like, frustrated if he did try and go for Roach Hydra again, because it was very close to finally making it work, but you're running out of games to try stuff with, so your options right now for 2 games are to go macro again with Roach Hydra, to go for a Spire, like Fear Dragon just went over, and to all in and Ling Baneling or Roach Baneling. So that's 3 options for 2 games, and I don't know, you gotta try to choose the right ones in the right order.
Well, we're gonna find out what these 2 players decide to do as we move into the map Coda. We'll see you guys in a second. Spawning down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, we have representing Team Ascension Pro and currently up 2-0. It is Team Ascension's BioIce.
In the top left as the blue Zerg, it's Complexity's move skills.
Players change up the colors. That always throws me off.
Did they?
I think Moosegills has been orange in every single game up until now.
Yeah, I thought they were just completely different colors. What throws me off is when they're the same colors but different people.
Oh, yeah. When they just, like, perfectly swap colors in a mirror matchup, that's the worst.
Yeah.
That's the absolute worst. Well, alright. Coda. Echo is a very different map. Coda is kind of interesting map. I don't know, I don't actually have any particular preferences on build orders on this map in terms of like tech choices of like Roach Hydra versus Mutalist. Do you?
No, but I also don't play ZV that much.
Yeah, that's
There's enough dead space in the back that I would think that mutas are perfectly fine, but it's a smaller map, so getting that Roach attack that we saw in the first game could be more potent.
Yeah.
So that's a what if, though, because, you know, for instance, in the last game, we saw no Roach attack in the beginning, so it's a 50-50 on whether that happens. I honestly would just love to see Ling Baneling, though. I wish they really. I'd like to watch it first of all, but I also wish to see both of their control over that. Because like, what if Moosegills tries that and BioIce has like terrible Ling control? Then you're like, oh damn, let's do this every single game. Like,
that's actually a really good point. Yeah, because I believe, if I recall correctly, BioIce has said in the past, you know, he goes for the 2-base mutal stuff, and his biggest concern is just surviving that early game pressure, making sure that his early Ling Bling micro is good enough to survive any of that pressure. And whereas Moosegills, I mean, I've seen his games in the past, his ZVZs that he sent in for the show breaking out, and he has shown actually some phenomenal Ling Baneling control, including actually slow Zerglings in lower numbers winning against speed Zerglings in higher numbers. It blew my mind, but he's made it happen. He's shown some great control in the early game. So yeah, maybe that would be a good option. Doesn't look like we're going to be seeing a lot of super early aggression just yet, though.
Yeah. Well, they can definitely start at, the 5:30 typical timing for it if they don't really want to all in with it. We've got a Ling get in. There sees that it is going to be gas. That's one thing, is that the gas in the first game I think was a little bit later, but it ended up coming for speed anyways. And in the second game it was entirely gasless. So you're already realizing that maybe they're changing it up because their metabolic boost timing is the same as yours. But as I say that, I noticed that BioIce is not getting gas. Oh, okay. It was just really late.
Yeah.
He's like 168 gas. I made a mistake.
Yeah.
Oh well.
I wonder if that was like well, I'll hold off and see if my opponent's getting gas. But I mean, even I guess in that situation, you should just start this speed research. And if you feel like, hey, if you don't need speed, then you can always just cancel it and go straight into a lair or something. If that's what you want to do, like being tricky.
Yeah.
Well, Baneling Nest going down for both of the players, and for the most part, just fairly mirrored builds. Although BioIce is starting to grab that second Gas Geyser and may have an opportunity to put on a little bit more aggression if he decides to make a couple extra Banelings.
Maybe. We do have Moose Skills coming out with 10 Lings at least to start things off. It does drone immediately behind it, so it's not really going to be dedicated Ling pressure if it is.
Yeah.
Lair does start for Moose Skills though, and I'm kind of feeling the Spire versus Spire now. This is going to be really good. We'll have to see what his Ling control is like. They're going to want to deny each other's thirds and have the faster third and whatnot. And then we're going to talk about the Muta games, which are so fun.
Yeah. And it's actually so funny because I know that we almost talked about this on the last map, but when you go for Mutalisk versus Mutalisk, it's actually really important to note whether or not the players make Banelings. And we had a few less Banelings made for Moose Skills, I want to say, which does mean it's that extra gas. It's the game of gas. That's what the game of Mutalisk is. It's all about how much gas you have. So if you can conserve how many Banelings you make, it makes you, or allows you to make a lot more Mutalisk when that Spire finally pops. But Queen getting popped off, and that is a good Baneling hit.
Yeah, he was probably hoping that only half of them would go down, being surrounded by the Queen, but the death was ill-timed.
Well, I gotta say, pretty decent trades over here from Moose Skills. I feel like he's sort of getting the better end of this. He actually ends up canceling a handful of those Banelings, so maybe not anticipating any more aggression or just being okay with the Banelings he has. And getting up his 2 extra Gas Geysers.
Yeah, I mean, they both have Overlords on each other's naturals, so if they're really good, they should be looking and saying, okay, no more Speedlings, well, then I don't have to worry about making any more Banelings. Or I should try and counterattack, either one, which is what Moose Skills is doing a little bit right now. Sees how many Banelings are available, is going to be total of 3. If he doesn't have to attack here, he could just deny a third, because they're both up to their Spire, but Moose Skills is on 400 minerals. He could slap a third down right now and know that he's at least a little bit farther ahead on it.
Yeah, I mean, the importance of that third, he is building up minerals for that third and sending out the drone, and there it is. The importance of that third is just those 5th and 6th Gas Geysers. Again, in the game of Mutalisk, it is a game of numbers, so you can get up with higher numbers of higher gas counts, so that when that Spire pops, you can just produce more than your opponent and use your Zerglings to deny your opponent's third. You can eventually get really, really far ahead of your opponent.
Yeah. Definitely true.
They both have the same idea going on right now. Deny my opponent's third.
It's a game of thirds, game of drones. That's the way it goes. Which is about to be on.
Although the Banelings. Oh my god. Hope that we actually finish up these battles before that.
Right?
But these Banelings doing a good job of zoning out BioIce's Zerglings. And it looks like for now, for at least a little bit, he's pushed back BioIce. But BioIce has some more Banelings of his own. He's going to be trading 2 for 3. Not quite.
Close. Very close.
Well, 2 for 2 and a couple of Zerglings. Not a bad trade.
BioIce really wants to get something done here. And he's doing a decent enough job loading out the Lings and tearing them down, too.
Yeah, baited as he moves into the main base. Going to be able to pick off the Queen as well and kills off a couple of drones, maybe some of the larvae as well, and has a single Zergling left over. But I will note that Moose Skills has safely been able to get up that 3rd expansion. That's really, really important because BioIce has never gone and re-established that 3rd. He's just now throwing it down, and the Mutals are now out, so it's going to be a Muta versus Muta battle. But this does give Moose Skills a distinct advantage.
Yeah, definitely. Now, he doesn't start his +1 Carapace immediately, and he will want to start that to continue his advantage. He's not the one that is desperate trying to eke out the 1 or 2 extra mutas because you don't get the upgrade. He just wants to continue his lead here, but he's not getting it even still. It's getting a little worrying. Hey, Moose Skills.
Yeah, Moose Skills also getting some Zorglings past those Mutalisks, going to go over to a potential third location. I guess getting ready to cancel it, but hopefully he does realize that BioIce has actually gone ahead and taken that other third. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and move over there. Might even, yeah, use up one of the Banelings. I guess it's not a terrible hit, the Baneling for like 5 or 6 Zorglings, but he gets his cut off on the third.
BioIce goes into the third of his opponents, and we'll get a couple of drones. Always nice to get the ones on the Gas Geyser especially.
And this third actually going to be taking some damage. Where exactly? I mean, the Mutals are busy dealing with each other, so there's the Mutal on Mutal engagement. And these Zerglings are starting to do some real damage. Where are the Zerglings of Moose Skills? I think he's used up all of them. He's sacrificed all of them for the scouting.
Yeah, looks like it. BioIce, surprisingly, is the one that is in the Muta lead and is also in the Carapace lead, like an entire upgrade ahead.
Yeah.
Moose Skills, did you just forget to get upgrades?
I feel like he must have been delaying those upgrades. Like he must have just forgotten them or felt like he could press some sort of advantage once he had these 5th to 6th Gas Geysers, but I mean, he hasn't really gotten to mine from them nearly as much as I would have anticipated he would have. Well, Zorglings running by and focus firing down the hatchery and then swapping over to the drones. They do manage to get a couple of them, so just going to delay a little bit of mining, but the Mutalisks are actually doing a massive amount of damage in the main base as well. BioIce is just showing that his Mutalist versus Mutalist play is a little bit better.
Yeah, it's too bad that Moose Skills is not able to expand upon that little bit of an early lead that he had. In fact, is falling behind in a big way as now +1 flyer attack is being researched for BioIce. Comes back to clean up the Lings and also will have to take a fight with the Mutas. And it is going to be a Muta fight, like straight up. Moose Skills does have the better Muta count, but the upgrade is in favor of BioIce. And I think that's going to win out. Just barely Lings coming forward too to soak up some of those glaive bounces.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Moose Skills is starting to dwindle in the Mutals count, and this spirals out of control. GG gets called, and Moose Skills, you can see the frustration on his face, and BioIce at the same time must be feeling pretty good. 3-0 lead in the grand finals of a best of 7. You're 1 game away from victory.
You
can't be too upset.
Yeah, BioIce can't be upset, but Moose Skills is like, man, I got one more chance to mix things up or try and improve on something I did previously. Like, that's a tough choice to make.
Yeah. I mean, it is actually just a decision right now of, do I mix things up to something I haven't tried at all before? Or, like, you know, a lot of, like, really heavy, like, this is the point where you start to see players do something like go for a big speedling all-in, just mass speedlings, forget any kind of droning whatsoever. Or, you know, he tries to play it a little bit safer and just does standard, just does what he's been doing in the previous games. We are going to be moving on to Expedition Lost. Trying to think if, like, that'll affect any of the decisions. Honestly, I feel like there's so many other things going on between the two players in terms of how they've been opening, how the games have been going, that probably play almost more of an impact in what they're going to decide to do over just, like, what is the map and what's good on this map.
Oh, Expedition Lost.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like what my thoughts are on ZVZ for this map. It's kind of a weird map. You got the destructible backdoor rocks and stuff. I don't know how much they play a part in ZVZ.
The back rocks, not much usually.
Yeah.
The dead space isn't entirely plentiful, but it is enough, and the bases are laid out in enough of an annoying way that mutas are still effective. So definitely still going to expect that from BioIce.
Yeah, only one way to find out. We'll see you guys in the game in just a couple seconds. Alright, we are at match point, ladies and gentlemen, as we spawn up here in the top right-hand corner of the map on top of the player that has just been dominating this series with this 2-base Mutals play. We'll see if he's going to go for it again is the pink Zerg player. Representing Team Ascension, BioIce.
In the bottom left, as the orange Zerg, its complexities, move skills.
Almost a little bit sad not to see a 10 pool. Just a little bit.
Yeah, would have been cool. But, you know, like, maybe, like, a 13 pool would be cool, too. Just something a little bit more aggressive. Hey? Hey?
Yeah.
Hey?
14 pool? Oh, okay. Now we're just getting to normal point. Now we're just getting to the normal realm. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, well.
There are still some other kind of cool Zergling, or even, like, Zergling Baneling aggression that you can do off of one or even, like, 2 bases relatively early on. I think we kind of hinted at some of that stuff before, but both these players just going for the spawning pool first, and yeah, Expedition Lost. I've seen some really weird games on this map. I feel like this is like the last time, like the last point in time where we would see things like this happen, but gold expansions being taken, even in ZVZ, it seems unlikely, but hey, BioIce, he's got some room to breathe.
Dude, No Regret made those look like imba. You know, like, he would take them and then lose them, and we'd be like, well, I guess that's it, and then he'd win anyways.
Yeah.
Like, losing a gold base apparently the way to go when you're No Regret to win the game. So I wouldn't have entirely thrown it out if it was a player that I knew better, but Moose Skills and BioIce, I would not pinpoint as type of guys who do weird stuff. Maybe aggressive stuff, but weird stuff, I don't know.
Yeah, BioIce is the player I can see mixing in and all in every so often. Same thing with Moose Skills, but they're both players that I think kind of find a little bit more comfort as it moves into either at least the mid game, if not the later stages of the game. Although Moose Skills, he's got to find some sort of response, some sort of answer. Going for the Roach Hydra play, I mean, it's almost worked, but not quite. Going for the Beatles play, quite frankly, I actually, after seeing that last game, I was suggesting and saying, you know, maybe he just goes for the Spire. Maybe he tries to match Beatles play. I don't think after seeing that last game, I feel very confident in Moose Skills' Beatles play. If he's gonna do something, I don't think that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, really. I agree with that too. You know, it wasn't a case of like, oh, we did one thing wrong, so try it again. It was like, that was like 5 minutes of not really looking too hot right there. So don't try that. But all right, we have both players. No, we have Moose Skills going for Gas's expand. So BioIce again, it would just gas every single time. He likes to play that way. Moose Skills willing to change up a little bit, but gasless means that he has a variety of options to be countered. Actually, what would be cool to see is Moose Skills take 2 gases and then go for like an all-in. You know, a little bit of mind games he can incorporate into a ZVZ. But I don't know if he's gonna do that. He might just be trying to play his own macro safe game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the gasless follow-up is to take those 2 gas gases. He's gone ahead and done that. It's not quite too late, but very fast layer coming out from BioIce after scouting the gasless. And, I mean, this is normally a fairly safe thing to do for BioIce in most situations, because you say, well, my opponent has slow Zerglings. What are they going to do? Move across the map with their slow Zerglings versus my Speedlings? It's not going to happen. You're just going to get counterattacked.
Well,
Circus get in?
Yeah, the Zergling gets in and sees probably what I expect to see, right? Like, I guess, like, I don't want to, like, watch
he's
the
going
camera.
to Aspire again.
Yeah, like, oh, what a surprise. A huge eye roll, right? Didn't actually happen, but it would have been funny.
I was hoping. Could hope.
Yeah. But roaches are on the way as well as Moose Skills' own layer, so it's not going to be any type of all-in. It's going to be an attempt to improve on both game number 1 and number 2. But game number 2, he really did get pretty close, so I have some faith here.
Yeah, and a couple queens moving very far out on the map. I mean, that is something that you get when you go for the gasless expand. You have a little bit extra minerals, and you can get out some extra queens, kill off an extra overlord. Oh, these Zerglings barely not managing to get their drone, so well done over there from Moose Skills controlling that. And, oh man. It's gonna be a moment of truth in a little bit of how well he handles these mules. I mean, okay, he's gonna get up, just based on like how he's done it in the past, he's gonna get up quite a few of the Spore Crawlers. Expedition Lost, though. I feel like, you know, with this 3rd expansion, this is like a nice 3rd expansion to take versus the Mules. You can get the creep spread over there relatively quickly. You can get up your Spore Crawlers, and there's not that much space that you have to cover to defend against the mutas.
It's not the worst third in the world, that's true, but there are enough annoying places. So, for instance, in between that third and the natural, of course, the other third possibly could have been the one behind the rocks, but I don't think it's the way to go in DBZ. I haven't really played that much, but still, the place in between that, you can kind of keep the mutas there and then dodge everything else as you go through the middle. The main base has a lot of dead space that you can get in and out fairly fast, and I think you can hide in the top right corner for a time. I don't know about like range hiders, but against queens maybe? I don't know. Point is, like, Spire has been the way to go, and this map doesn't force you to say like, oh, I can't go Spire here. Like, that's a no.
Oh, definitely not. Yeah. Well, Muskills is going to have quite a few queens over here, and I guess actually that's one nice thing, again, about opening up the Gasless Expand. You're going to have quite a few queens for the initial wave of mutas, which are now starting to pop out. So Muskills throwing down some of those Spore Callers, the very high number of Spore Callers that he has been going for in all those previous games. The Roachborn and Evolution Chamber feel really vulnerable, though.
Yeah, he was pretty mindful of covering that on Van Eye with a Spore Crawler, and there goes another one right there, realizing that's the case. I mean, when you think about how many places there are to cover, it really does seem stupid, like, just straight up. Like, that's what I think when I think of it, right? It's just like, okay, I got my minerals covered, right? But then, oh, what if he attacks the layer on the left side? Okay, I gotta put a Spore Crawler there. Oh, what if he attacks my texture at the front? Gotta put a Spore Crawler there. So, very annoying to deal with.
Yep, and a couple of the drones being picked off. The queens are coming in, and God, he's actually just got a lot of really weirdly positioned Spore Callers, which you can see have kind of softened up those mules. They're able to regenerate the health because Muskills hasn't been able to pick off any of those mules. Good control from BioIce because of that, but BioIce gets up his third also behind all this, and we got Hive Tech coming out.
Yeah, interesting that he started it in Vision of the Overseer. Wonder if waiting 15 seconds would have been better.
Cancel it. Oh, that would have been cool.
I mean, it might... I don't know how much of a mind game it really would have been, but Muskills might see that and think he's on a timer for Broodlords and then, you know, attack before BioIce is ready. Yeah.
Well, BioIce, again, going to be getting up those, like I was saying before, the +1 flyer text upgrade before anything else, which, you know, I mean, I guess he's not in Muta versus Muta war, so not the worst thing in the world. But he's going to be moving into the third and just looking again for any kind of openings. And as the Mules count builds up, he's going to be able to do things like take on these queens, especially if the transfuses are late. Again.
Not very, very poor transfuses, honestly. Maybe getting a little frustrated as the games as a whole have not been going his way, and he's just worrying about too many things now, including the fact that he is one game away from losing out the championship title, the invite to the Base Trade TV tournaments, I mean, the prestige, the honor, the bragging rights.
It's actually a decent, actually for, I think these players that are still up and coming in the scene, still a decent amount on the line, so. Roaches, getting picked off, a little bit annoying. I mean, every single loss, every single pick off over here is just working out really well for BioIce, and it's again that map control. He's taken a 4th expansion, and what is Muskills to do about it? Well, unless he decides to move out with his entire army and become a little bit more vulnerable to the pickoffs, not a lot.
I really hope that Muskills, if he doesn't wait for the first push, at least wait for the second one to have those infestors.
Yeah.
But again, he might feel like he is on a clock because he scouted a hive a long time ago, like 2 minutes ago now.
Yeah, well, one big concern, I think, for the immediate future is that massive Baneling count, which, again, is sitting at a very, very high count. He's got 26 Banelings with 13 more coming out. Zombie Grub, I don't need to do math on stream. That's a lot of Banelings, and he doesn't actually have to kill that many Hydralisks. I don't think there's that overwhelming of a number.
Yeah. Well, that's a good thing for Muskills as long as his micro is good, right? Because you do want the roaches to soak up everything, and you require a lot of roaches to do that. But should the Banelings get connections with those hydras, then you're absolutely right. There's not that many to kill, and if they go down, then the roaches go down eventually to these mutas. It isn't going to be ultras, but it is going to be those Broodlords. Changing up just a little bit.
Yeah. Here's a nice little opportunity over here. I mean, you think about how the micro goes with the Banelings. He knocks down the destructible rocks at the back door, and if he has those roaches, on top of the ramp if he is making a complete blockade. I mean, there's no opportunity for those Banelings to get on top of the Hydralisk, so this could be a nice little area where he can start an engagement, but he has to be careful because he can just take 3 shots from the Mutalisk until then.
Yeah. I mean, the choke could be a blessing and a curse, but it's actually no longer a choke. He's actually just straight up getting into the main base, and Moose Skills is maybe able to do something. Oh, but he's actually it's actually completely divided from the Roaches. All the Banelings are going on the Hydras. This is exactly what BioIce wants.
Oh, this is 100% what he wanted, but there's a big difference between some of the previous games and this game, and that is the fact that there are a lot more Roaches left over at the end, and he's inside of BioIce's main base, so he can start to get some damage on. He's already actually killing off a decent number of these workers, dwindling down to 42 workers before these Roaches start to get cleaned up. Not a lot of tech or anything has been taken out, but I mean, Moose Skills has had worse engagements in the past.
That's certainly true, but BioIce...
yeah.
Again, you know, he's banking minerals, not gas, so replenishing drones is all about the larva count, which is rather low. He lost a queen in the main, and he never got one at the 4th, apparently. It's actually kind of a mistake, is, you know, Lings are very larva heavy.
Yeah. Actually, hasn't really been mining off of that 4th that he's had for quite a bit of time. So, I guess the 4th hasn't really factored in quite as much, besides just, I guess, some of the larva injects, but Needle's now coming in, going to be engaging against the Spore Crawler. Hydras are there to pick off 1 or 2 of them. But BioIce, this is the thing, he's just going to use the mules to try and buy himself time to replenish things and also utilize that Greater Spire that he got up a while ago.
Moose Skills, it's looking very similar to that Van Eyck game, still not able to secure a 4th base, not even really trying to. He's going to try and get up maxed once again and have a better engagement, but again, no infestation pit. It's just...
Yeah.
It's not working. I think the investors, you know, they're expensive, sure, but I think they're an expense that you can afford as long as you're not giving away all these battles.
Yeah, I like this kind of maneuver up here in the top left-hand corner where Muskel's just section off 3 or 4 Roaches and go put on pressure, because, I mean, if you think about it, the Banelings and the Zergans, they work well against this army because they're all clumped together and they all get to work together. You can sacrifice the Banelings because you're hitting a lot of stuff. But if you start splitting off the units like this could be one way you can finally start to put on some of that counter pressure that he's just been unable to do this entire game. And he keeps the Mutals back at home dealing with these Roaches, because you don't want to sacrifice Zerglings or Roaches Zerglings or Banelings on these small groups of 3 or 4 Roaches.
Definitely true. But the Greater Spire did finish, I believe. We have yet to see any Corruptors come out. Maybe he kind of is forgetting for just a second here. He's cleaning everything up. Or maybe he just thinks he's going to be able to win with Roach, or Ling Baneling, rather.
I mean, it's not a terrible assumption at this point, given how these games have been going, and given the fact that Moose Skills is still not looking to secure that 4th expansion. It's getting a little bit awkward in terms of his mining, even with 60, or, oh, actually, I've been misreading the worker counts. Moose Skills is the one with 42 workers. BioIce has 65. Yeah, this is a little bit awkward. I guess he'll have a bigger army supply because he has 20 less drones. So that is looking on the bright side, but he, again, has got to make sure he's got a great engagement, because those Mutals are going to start to do some counter-harassment over the 3rd. No, he's pulling back. He's pulling back, but I mean, now he's just like he's maxed out. So is he going to get a better army than this? He's not teching up behind this or anything.
I don't know. This is it's gonna clash, but it's not with the units that I really expected. I expected Infestors and Broodlords to be added into either side, but it's again that mid-game composition versus mid-game composition. Going down the ramp is an interesting decision. Not the best.
Probably the best engagement that Moose Skills could have asked for, and now the Mutalisks are going to be very vulnerable to these remaining Hydralisks, and looks like some more Banelings coming in, but the rocks actually get taken out. I almost feel like he could have just sacrificed those Roaches, but the Mutalisks are actually in just a high enough number to take out the Hydralisks. I can't believe it.
It's so frustrating to see that happen as the Roach Hydra player. You think you got the perfect composition, and Mutas are still pretty good.
I mean, even perfect engagement over there. The Banelings are all filtering in one by one through the choke. You even stop half the Banelings from actually being able to engage midway through the battle. The Hydralisks are fighting against the Mutalisks directly on top of each other. And still, there's just no response to the... I think that the Mutalisks at this point, they just win the game at this point.
Yeah, looks like they will. a terrible way to go for move skills. Not just, the, mutas killing all your Hydras kind of humiliation, but just 4 games in a row losing to the same thing. It's not a good feeling.
BioIce has just honestly played this this 2-base Mutal style phenomenally. I mean, he has been showing that it is uncontested, as you were saying, like against whatever style Muskills throws out at him, he holds on and shows that he has just got the Mutal's composition and the Mutal's control to win whatever ZVZ throws at him. He cleans up all these roaches. More roaches on the left-hand side, gonna be doing some damage. Muskills is sticking in it, but he loses his third. Quite frankly, his only real mining base.
Oh, now down by 100 supply. It's just, there's nothing he can really do here. The mutas, they could just make nothing but mutas right now and he'd win. He did start thinking about going to an infestation pit, but it was just far too late. He already lost too many battles, and his economy was already kind of, running out too. Just didn't quite have the answer.
Yep, the Mules count has gotten to the point where Protoss in ZVZ are starting to have nightmares of games where they've seen this Mules count run over everything and murder everything. But okay, this is actually going to be the final last hope of Muskills. He's sitting down less than half the supply. He's getting out some infestors. BioIce isn't even going to let him engage with them. He's just going to try and end this, I think, with some whatever Zerglings and Banlings that he has. Muskills has the infestors popping out. He doesn't even have pathogen glands for them. Can't even afford it.
Oh god, yeah, so maybe throw down a couple of infested Terrans and that's it?
I think he just hopes that the Mutalists don't engage for a little bit, and then clump up on the Hydralisk, and he kills every single one of the Mutalists with 4 or 5 infestors. So there's a lot of hopes in that. There's a lot of ifs. Right.
Oh, well, here they go.
Well, I mean, it's a decent fungal growth, but it's just not going to be enough. The infestor's going to get killed off. GG gets called, and BioIce is going to be your champion for the Breakout Invitational Season 4. And congratulations to BioIce. We're going to get him in as Muskills. I mean, he's not going to be sitting too terribly. He still is sitting with that nice second place prize. And going to be sitting on a very comfortable $500-some a won, if not more. I think, yeah, $500-something won. But let's go ahead and get Muskills onto the call and get his thoughts on how he's feeling after winning not only that good old prize pool, but also, as you were saying, the seed into the Base Trade TV tournament. So, BioIce, man, congratulations on your 4-0 sweep in the grand finals. How you feeling, man? If I unmute you properly. There, how are you feeling, man?
Amazing.
I mean, dominance? Is that what a word that you would use to describe how that series went?
Yeah, I kind of expected to win that series. Like I said before, I was pretty confident against Muskills, but yeah, it went well.
So, I mean, you were saying that you weren't expecting to win that series that dominantly. I mean, your 2-base Spire play, you mentioned in the on Breaking Out that it was something that you really like going for. You went for it in a lot of your games, and we saw pretty much every single one of those games in the grand finals. Do you feel like there's anything you're weak against going for that? I know Muskills was trying for a lot of different things.
No, I think it's just the best way to play. That's why I do it. But there's some things you can do against it, but I think it's overall just like really solid.
Well, you made a pretty convincing point for it, but congratulations, man. You're winning close to $1,000 with your first place prize. And I mean, do you have any ideas of anything you want to like spend that money on? Is just going to go toward living expenses, go towards school, or like what have you?
Yeah, it's probably just going to go to savings.
Smart play. And of course, the other prize was the seed into the Breakout the Base Trade TV offline LAN event. Hell, it's about time. And I know that you are a Canadian player, and that is going to be happening in Toronto. Do you think you're going to be able to go for that?
If it's in Toronto, then 100% I'll be there.
All right. Well, look forward to seeing BioIce as the one of the seeds at the Base Trade offline event. But BioIce, I just want to give you an opportunity to give any kind of shout-outs that you want to give for anyone that's, your team, anyone that's helped you, sponsors, etc.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to Team Ascension once again for helping me out and supporting me, and yeah, shout out to them.
All right. Congratulations once again, BioIce, and thank you everyone that's decided to tune in for the Breakout Invitational. I hope you guys decide to check out BioIce over on Twitter at twitter.com/BioIceSC2. You're definitely going to be seeing more of this guy in the future, showing, if nothing else, he's gonna eventually make some big breakout performances in his ZVZ. But BioIce, you're free to go, man. Enjoy the rest of your night, and again, congratulations.
Thanks.
All right, well, Zombie Grub, that is actually going to be it for the night, and hopefully everyone enjoyed the Breakout Invitational. That's it. So I don't know, do you have any closing thoughts? Anywhere that people can catch you at?
Yeah, of course. You guys can follow me on Twitter at ZG Gaming and on Twitch at Zombie Grub, constantly casting on Base Trade TV. I think most of you know what that is, so you just follow us there. We cast tomorrow as well, and thank you for having me on Fear Dragon for the finals. Really awesome to see who's going to be coming to the Base Trade TV tournament.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on as well, Zombie Guard. Be sure to check out Base Trade TV if you already haven't. In fact, I doubt that is the case, because I'm pretty sure a lot of you are coming from Base Trade TV. So thank you very much to Base Trade TV, as well as everyone else that's actually been super duper awesome. I know I've gotten a couple of hosts throughout the event: Cheesehead Logic, Desro, Base Trade TV, Jack Attack, Solo, who's also a player. And I want to give one final shout out to, of course, all the people who have made the event possible. We have, of course, Psystorm Gaming, the sponsor for the event, that have put up a huge amount toward the prize pool. If you guys are looking to join a team, Psystorm Gaming is recruiting not only for their pro team, so if you're not a top level GM player, then don't worry. They also have the academy team that they're also doing recruiting for. And of course, if you also want to contribute to the Breaking Out Invitational prize pool, it's actually not too late. I'm going to leave the donations open toward the prize pool for probably another 4 or 5 days. So if you want to do that anytime in the next, either today or within 4 or 5 days, that's actually very much appreciated. I know that we had a lot of donators, and I'll go ahead and read off the list of those people in a little bit. But I also want to remind everyone, just because this is going to be on a bit of a timer, there is the giveaway with these Zergling plushies, these adorable Zergling plushies provided by Blizzard Entertainment. Now, if you want to win, an opportunity to win one of these Zergling plushies, all you have to do is go follow and tweet at myself, and I would say the player that you wanted to win the Breakout Invitational. Well, we already know that was BioIce, so we'll say any of the players in Breaking Out that you thought showed some great games. Follow and tweet at both of us. You need to follow the player because that's the point of the tournament, and you need to follow me because I need to direct message you on Twitter. And you'll be entered automatically into winning this final Zergling plushie, the end of the broadcast. But besides that, big thank you goes out to everyone that's helped cast for the event, this Invitational, as well as during the actual season for Breaking Out. There's been an enormous number of people that have helped out with like nice username, who's done a lot of all the map intros. Cybert has been phenomenally helpful, not only behind the scenes, but also in front of the scenes throughout some of the casting there. Even like some of the bigger names like In Control, Red Eye giving advice, DJ Weed, etc. And there is one final thing I want to talk about. That is actually about Season 5 of Breaking Out, because I do intend to do it. I have actually been thinking a lot about it, and I actually had a Reddit thread that, as well as a Team Liquid thread, that I got a lot of very, very good feedback from everyone from on Breaking Out. And I'm going to be posting up another feedback thread for the Breakout Invitational on just how you think things went for the Invitational. But Season 5 is going to be seeing some very big changes. The preview of this, as I'm going to be making a big like Team Liquid blog / like video about it, is we're actually going to be opening things up. Breaking Out is not going to be North American centered anymore. It's going to actually be opened up to Europeans and Koreans and just English speakers in general. Everything will be happening still on the North American server, but I think we've done a lot of coverage, a lot of up-and-coming North American players, and there's been a lot of requests from Europe especially to just see more Europeans that are also up and coming in the scene, and hopefully it'll drive a little bit more competition. I hope that the North American players will still decide to try and compete and qualify for the Breakout Invitational and Breaking Out in general, but that is something I'm very much looking forward to doing and seeing a lot more of a different scene in getting involved. And I think it's very appropriate with the recent merge of WCS EU with North America. There's going to be a lot of the players competing against each other. And I think this is a great place to do it as well. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to keep you here any longer than I need to. Thank you all so much. You have been fantastic audience, and thank you just so much again for supporting Breaking Out, supporting the Breakout Invitational, and supporting the North American and just the up-and-coming scene in general. Have a wonderful, wonderful night, everyone, and thank you again.